Okay, here we are. This is New England Outdoor Track and Field Championship at Veterans Memorial Stadium in New Britain, Connecticut. This is brought to you by the State Running Network with New Hampshire Track and Field, Ocean State Running, My Sports Results, the Bay State Running, with the help of our sponsors, Marathon Sports and Hoka, with 27 locations covering the Boston metro area, North and South Shores, Central and Western Massachusetts, Connecticut, New Hampshire, and Rhode Island, plus Tim's Truck Capital of Epsom, New Hampshire. This meet brings together the best of the six-state New England region, which includes Connecticut, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine. For those of you that want to follow us, the results are live on nestiming.com/live results. While our focus will be on the track, we'll also periodically keep everyone up to date on the field events as well. So we have Davio DeLucia here on the camera right now. He'll be joining us on broadcast soon. We have Tyler Sheedy and Ben Robinson. They'll be sharing some time on the broadcast as well. And, of course, Ocean State/Bay State running Steve Mazzone. He'll be joining us here as well. Steve, you want to talk real quick? Steve just took a break here. Let's talk rundown. What are some of the best Massachusetts and Rhode Island athletes we have today to look at today?
Well, for Rhode Island, we have the two Ray sisters, Lisa and Xenia, who are running their final meet before going on to the New Balance Nationals next week. Both of them are just running one event, which is unusual for them. Lisa is running the 100, and Xenia is running the 400. Both should actually be have some strong competition in both those events. We have Emanuela Edojian of Natick. She set the state record last week in the 100-meter hurdles. She's the top seed here today, so she's another runner to keep an eye on. And there's so many more runners here that are we could see. We have Cumberland's Kylie DeFusco, who won the 1,500 and the 800 last week, led her team to the state title. She also finished fourth in the 3,000 and ran a 59-second leg in the 4x400. So she's entered in both the 1,600 and the 800. She is the number 2 seed in the 1,600, I believe, and the number 1 seed in the 800. But she's got some competition from Connecticut in both those races.
Yeah, we're going to be looking at the girls momentarily, but as we're approaching here, the halfway split, they're just going to be just over 4 minutes. This is the first of 2 sections of the boys 4x800 right now. Here we go as they approach the halfway, right around 4:03. Not bad for especially the first heat. On the boys' side, we're going to be looking in the 4x8. Weston is going to try to duplicate their sub-750 4x8 from the state open. They're going to be followed by New Canaan. We're going to talk about them in a few minutes. Also, in the hurdles, we're really looking forward to the hurdles. It's never been deeper in Northeast. The number of boys under 14 seconds is incredible. Led the way by Delonte Sr. of Bloomfield, 13:74. We also have the 4x1, and it's just going to another level. It's going to take a sub-42 to even score, it looks like, led by the defending champs Windsor. They should be looking really strong. The 400-meter dash, another event that's really highly looked after. We have Sam Lamaffa of small little Portland in Connecticut coming in with a 46.83. He's under the New England meet record of 47.31 set by 2012 Olympian Dondre Barnaby. So we could see a meet record there, and he'll be pushed by Brendan McCabe of Immaculate. In the 300 hurdles, top seed Davion Johnson of East Hartford ran a blistering 37.28, making him a serious threat for the New England meet record of 37.06, set by Aaron Hayes way back in 1993. In the 4x8, top 6 teams are from Connecticut. All 6 teams broke their school records in one event. That was incredible. We should be seeing 6 teams under the 320 mark possibly. But let's not forget about the field events. We have the shot put. Riker Perdalis of Lewiston comes in with a big PR of 63-10, followed by Thomas Matlock of East Lyme, who's just off his season best of 62-9. He was 5th last year. Junior Ari Levine of Hopedale, Massachusetts, isn't far behind with a throw of 60 feet 8 inches. Plus, also you have Caden Thomas of Rhode Island, another 60-foot thrower. Marshall Potter, who's gone over 61 feet. Chris Amy, who has a Connecticut State Open record indoors at 63 feet. We have a ton of good throwers out there in a lot of field events. That's on the boys' side. We'll introduce more on the girls' side in a little bit, but we're back down. We are about to approach the bell lap here in the first tee of the boys 4x8. .704 at the bell. If you can pop off another 60, we could see about an 803, 80, 804, somewhere around there.
Yeah, that's a pretty fast time for the unseeded heat.
That looks like Bonnie Eagle Maine, the top seed, coming in with an 8:13.24. This should be well under their season best. Oh, check that. That's U32 of Vermont. Coming up on them is number 5, St. Johnsbury. We got a pair of Vermont boys, the Green Mountain boys. It's coming down to the wire. Here comes U32 with the momentum coming across the line with a big season best. 809.65 unofficially. What a great performance. We are starting off right. That's Nashua, South of New Hampshire, finishing 3rd in this heat as the rest of the runners come streaming in, trying to get under the 8:30 mark. So that was the first section of the boys 4x800. Steve, how does that feel to start off with an 803 off the first tee of the 4x800?
Well, it certainly puts pressure on the seeded heat if they want to score. But I mean, I think we're going to have several teams, right, that can break 8 minutes, also 750 in this race coming up.
Yeah, this is going to be a barn burner here. The type of teams, it should take a sub-8 to even score. Top 6 get medals. That involves, being called all New England. In this heat is scheduled to perform Weston, Connecticut, the Connecticut State Open champion, 748.62. New Canaan, the runner-up, 750.29. That's 2 that could go under 750 there. But never discount. There's always teams that pop off somebody new on here. So Xavier of Connecticut is a longtime distance powerhouse in Connecticut. Norwich Free Academy, they come in with a 754.24 seed. Portland, Maine is the best non-Connecticut team, seeded 5th, 754. Ludlow, Massachusetts comes in, 755. Bridgewater, Raynham Regional, they're 7th. Then we have Hall of West Hartford, not too far from here. As we're getting ready, looks like there's a false start there. Somebody jumped the gunny.
Yeah, in the Rhode Island entry, Barrington, I believe they're a number 10 seed. They ran a school record last week of 757. They're going to have their big guns in this race, and they don't have to worry about trying for a team championship, so they're probably going to have their best runners here. So that's a team that could sneak in there in that top 6.
Yeah, so that's what I'm talking about. It's like a lot of times, for those of you that don't know, teams try to score their team championship points in a state meet. There's no team scoring here. So what that means is somebody might, instead of having somebody go fresh in the mile to half mile, they'll just come here all together, run one race. Next up, we also have New Britain. This is their home track, and they get to run their meet on their home track. Barrington, Rhode Island's here, seated 10th. Salem, New Hampshire is 11th. Chirahoe Regional, Rhode Island is 12th, followed by Classical, Rhode Island in 13th. John Baptist Memorial of Maine is 14. Portsmouth, Rhode Island is 15. And Milford, New Hampshire rounds out our field. We have 16 scheduled to be in here right now.
And you know, Marty, if this weather holds out, like we just have a few sprinkles and the weather stays, this is actually great weather for running, I think, today.
Yeah, for distance running, not so much for sprinters.
For distance running, yeah. Good
Taking charge right off the bat is Nick Masters of Weston. They're the Connecticut State Open champions. I happen to know them very well. They broke their school record that was coached by yours truly. So, very congratulations to the Trojans. Look at that, going through in 55 seconds through 400 meters. Masters just continues to extend his lead.
Yeah, that's a quick opening split, and it looks like he's still holding it, but they're gaining on him.
Approaching the 600-meter mark for Masters, 125. He's looking to improve upon his time of 155.5 from the Connecticut State Open. That's a great opening leg just to open things up.
So if this is their opening leg, how quick is their anchor?
Another 155 guy. Here comes New Britain. They're creeping up to the lead. Good handoff, 156.7 unofficially. That's a good way to start it off. This gives the other runners a chance to kind of breathe a little bit, not force the pace, run within themselves. Looks like New Britain's going back in a second.
Yeah, we got a bunch of teams in there in the chase pack.
Chase pack, yeah, there's a good 30-yard difference now. They have, this is Brett Martin on the second leg for Weston. He's a 157 guy. So it's not like they're going to fall back here. New Britain and Portland, Maine are the next two. The thing about the 4x8, Steve, is that we often refer to it as like an accordion. Oftentimes you see it spreads out and then it comes back together. But man, the way Weston's looking right now, it is not coming back together at all. They're extending their lead.
And you say they have a 155 anchor leg. If they can maintain this for at least another lap, it could be a battle for second.
Going through in about 128 for the Trojans. Here they come, though, on the home stretch. That's Portland, Maine in second right now. Here comes the Trojans coming through the halfway. 3:55. That's a 1:58.8 split. The thing about the 4x8 that's interesting is oftentimes teams don't have four guys that can go under 2 minutes. They might have a 155, a 156, and they might throw in a two flat guy. But it does not look like Weston is going to do that.
And I always like to put that slowest guy in your third leg because the other two guys will push them, will give that guy some people to push him.
Here comes New Canaan's Quinn Glennie. He's a junior in the white. We have Asher Luezi of Weston. Right now, he's the third leg. Approaching 1 to go. New Canaan's cutting into lead a little bit. That's a 57 leg for Weston. The Rams, one of the powers of Fairfield County, take great pride in this event.
And it looks like Barrington just moved into third. I believe that's Barrington.
They're a sub 8-minute team as well. But now you can see New Canaan cutting into the lead. That's still a sub 130. But at least that gives teams like New Canaan, it gives them a target right now. Weston has to do it all by themselves. But they're approaching the anchor splits, the anchor legs.
Yeah, he's going to pass him. He's running a great leg.
2 laps to go. Here they come. They're handing off evenly.
Neck and neck.
2:01. That's Marcus Sowenson of Weston. And New Canaan's Ryan Bollinger.
Marty, now we have a race.
Marcus is a 155 guy. Ryan's running 154. They were 1-2 in the Connecticut State Open. Could you believe this, though? This could be a fantastic battle right down to the wire. Third place is, it looks like it's Hall of West Hartford. They're quickly cutting into the lead as well, too. Fourth is Xavier. Here we got 1 to go. Trojans versus the Ram. 55 through the quarter for the pair. Bolin just trying to go on the outside. Not a smart move to try to pass on the turn, Steve. You know, it's kind of better that he's kind of settled back into the second place. But here's what's going to happen on the back straightaway. Let's see if Bollinger can swing wide.
Yeah, we have, I mean, not only these two guys, but the guy in third, it seems like he's gaining too. So this is going to be a very
that is Hall. They have like 150 boys in their cross-country team. The depth they have among the Titans.
I believe that's Salem, New Hampshire, in third there.
No, that is Salem. Sorry about that. That's Salem. It's cutting down. We said, here comes the accordion. And it's looking like it's going to be the Rams of New Canaan coming through the line. They just got to hold it together. And here comes the Rams, followed by Weston and Salem in third. Looks like NFA in fourth. That's a bit of a minor upset, but what an incredible performance for New Canaan.
And it looks like 7 teams under 8 minutes, too.
Takes a sub 8 to be able to cross that line to get a medal here at New England's.
Crazy. You could win it years ago with a sub 8.
I know, and that wasn't that long ago. I guess it just shows we're getting old here. Steve's going to be kind of walking down to try to get some pictures and get some interview for the State Running Network and Bay State Running and Ocean State Running. So make sure to check out their YouTube page as we're getting into the first section of the girls 4x800.
Well, Marty, it's been a pleasure being up here. Maybe I'll swing by you later.
Yeah, definitely, Steve. Heat 1 is going to scheduled to include Pinkerton Academy of New Hampshire, Cranston West of Rhode Island, Freeport, Maine in 3, East Greenwich, Rhode Island in 4, Hopkinton, New Hampshire in 5, Prout, Rhode Island in 6, Morse, Maine in 7, Brunswick, Maine in 8, Orono, Maine in 9, St. Johnsbury in 10, the New England Cross Country Champions, Champlain Valley Union, They're in 11. South Burlington. South Burlington is going to be in 12, and Brattleboro Union in 13. Those are our 13 seeds here. Let's take a look at some of the highlights on the girls' competition today. There's all kinds of events to watch for on the boys and the girls side. We already talked about Lisa Ray, national champion 100 meters. She's scheduled to appear, Davio. We got Davio on the call now. Tyler Sheedy's going to be here doing the camera, mixed in on the call. Ben Robinson's going to be on the call a little bit. They're going to be sharing the camera duties.
Yeah, hello, everybody.
Davio, who are you most looking forward to seeing today, besides Lisa Ray that Steve already talked about?
Yeah, I know you guys have been talking about them. I think that's kind of the headliner, but I think the boys 800 is going to be pretty good. I'm excited to see that.
Got headlined by Andrew Sherman, Thornton Sherman, the Shermanator, we like to call him up here. Going through in 112 through 400. Who else besides the 800? You got anything else? There's so many great events to look at.
Yeah, there's a few good javelin throwers actually that I've been keeping my eye on, but yeah, we'll have to look at the results throughout the day for the field events. We'll kind of keep you guys updated with any of those that we come in. The javelin, shot put, and disc are through the woods a little bit. At the
literally
end of the track.
over the river and through the woods, get to the throws area.
It's a really cool setup because all the throws are together in like their own special area over there.
Yeah, and just so you know, Northeast Sports Timing does have live results, so you can follow every throw as it happens, every jump as it happens, and we'll be trying to keep you updated on how the leaders are going there.
I know that live field event results is super, super cool. That's so helpful.
Well, it's interesting because we were talking about Lisa Ray before, national champion in the 100 meters, New Balance national champion in the 200 meters indoors. I mean, just, incredible amount of accomplishments she's had. She's here today. We also have Brooke Strauss. She's the New Balance indoor national mile champion. That was an exciting race to watch. Let me say that again, race to watch. She's not in the 1600, but she's going to run the 4x800 in our next race, and she's going to come back hopefully for the 800s. But even without her in the field, Lime Old Lime comes in with Chase Gilbert. She's the top seed, only 0.03 seconds off the meet record held by Kate Bulkey. She's going to get some competition in 1600 from Kylie DeFusco of Cumberland, who we talked about. Sierra Evans of Newton North. She's run a 450 in the BSR Elite Showcase mile, so we can look for her. And Maine brings us Laura Driscoll. She was a New England medalist this winter, but popped off a 454. So we're going to be seeing the mile is going to be exciting.
We have quite a strong field of milers this year.
Yeah, and the 400, besides Zaina Ray, believe it or not, she's the defending champion, but she's not the top seed. Brianna Brom, she's gone undefeated in the 400, and she was second indoors at New England's in the 300 meters, so we can see a new champion from Massachusetts. Paige Wilson of Windsor, Connecticut, popped off a full second PR to become the surprise state open champion last Saturday here on this track. So she defeated Lauren Kropo of Naugatuck, who was the New England 600 champion. So we can be seeing some real hot action in that top heat of the 400s. 300 hurdles is my girl, Deja Duncan of Bloomfield. Gotta love Deja. She's, as a sophomore last year, she set the New England meet record in the 300 hurdles, Davio. I mean, what a monster performance she had. Now she's a junior. She's an All-American heptathlete. She can long jump. She can shot put. She can do so many different events. It's incredible. Here we are. We're approaching the halfway, it's looking like. Trying to get under 5 minutes.
That's two good opening legs so far, trying to get under 10 total. Do you know what our top seed in this heat is?
Top seed in Heat 1 is 9:54 by Pinkerton. And we also have Cranston West and Freeport all under 10 minutes coming in. This is the first of 2 heats.
I know next heat we got a 9:08, which is nearly the New England meet record. So that could get a scare today.
Meet record's 9:05, correct?
Yes.
Yep. Even in the field events, I don't know if you guys pay attention, how much you pay attention to field events, but I love all the events in track and field. Up from Vermont, Mount St. Anthony has Ella Palisano. She cleared 6 feet. She would qualify for the boys' championship
that's
here.
incredible.
Good 6 feet.
She cleared 6 feet. I mean, there's some great field event athletes out there, but come on, 6 feet is just amazing.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Hopefully at some point we can pan over to show the high jump if that's ever happening with her jumping. That'd be pretty cool to see.
Yeah, once
Because we got that.
Once they
That's
start
kind of in
getting
this
up there.
track facility right here.
Yeah, I mean, and she's also done 5'8", 5'7" a bunch of times. So it was a monster PR for her. I actually saw a YouTube. They showed it on YouTube or Instagram, one of those social media things. So it was a legit clearance. It was over her head.
That's incredible.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
over her
I
head.
would
I
think
don't.
so, yeah.
I always wonder when I see those.
Over most of our heads.
Yeah, when I see those big performances, I'm like, come on, was that legit? Did they measure? And it looked like it was legit.
Mm-hmm.
So that was pretty cool. So we'll be keep an eye on that. We have the pole vault. We have freshman Kaylin Diglio of Guilford comes in second year of pole vaulting. She did a little bit in 8th grade. She's top seed at 12 feet.
Wow.
That's legit.
Well, when you start in 8th grade, you know you're going to be a pretty good pole vaulter because not many middle schools even offer that. Or even, I'm sure she was probably doing it on her own quite a lot.
Well, her dad is a legendary coach at Haddam Killingworth, a town near Guilford. So Coach Diglio is going to be moving down coast to Guilford next year. He'll be coaching his daughter.
Nice.
But he did some stuff with her in the pole vault in middle school. But it's funny. He's not really known as a pole vault. He's a distance coach. Diglio's great cross-country programs at HK. I have a feeling he's reading up on the pole vault a lot.
Yeah. Taking this opportunity while he can.
Yeah, exactly.
In the meantime, Pinkerton came through in about 7:20 for their third leg. They're on pace for around maybe at a 9:45 if they can get going in this last leg here.
Yeah, excellent time out of the first heat.
Yeah, that'd be a great run.
Yeah, the second heat right now is based on seeds. Top 6 is Windsor with 922. So 944. It could theoretically, but we've got a lot of good teams here. It's amazing how you come to New England, folks, and what was so good in your state, you merge together 6 other states, and you're 8th or 9th, even though you might be a state champion in another state.
It's always really eye-opening.
Yeah, and just like the whole field from top to bottom is so competitive. It's like you can't just be like, oh, we're seeded this or where. It's like everyone here is going to be competitive. And so far in both the boys and the girls 4x8s, the first heats have been putting some pressure on the faster heats. We've seen some good times out of these first heats.
What I always like to talk about is there's so many ways to victory. Sure, well, we keep the camera on the leaders, folks. There could be school records here. There could be conference records here, and they might finish 4th, 5th. They might even be in the slow heat. And there can be some great performances on the track on these farther back places.
And that's what you get when you're at New England, because you have that competition around you, or you may have been alone in your state, and now suddenly you're with a pack to race against.
Exactly. There's so much action going on here. We have 18 events we'll try to keep an eye on. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, I mean, that's just what happens when you get, such strong competition, these big fields. It's like it produces, your top performances.
Yeah, especially, some of the states up north, they don't have the population. So they might dominate their state meet, and they come here, they merge with 6 others, and they're not dominant anymore, but it kind of pushes them to another level. I always say
it's nice to compete with people,
Well, here's Pinkerton finishing up this 4x8 first heat. Trying to get under that 950 mark. It's going to be pretty close.
The long red line.
Nice.
We got a sub 950 right off the bat.
Good start.
I'm especially excited for this fast heat coming up.
Who are you looking at the most? Like, who?
Definitely Exeter High School. Hopefully a New England record and trying to lower their New Hampshire State record.
Yeah, they're right there.
I mean, they have probably the strongest collection of mid-D runners and deepest collection of them we've seen in New Hampshire maybe ever. And they're all sophomores, too.
Oh, so we'll be seeing them
Yeah.
next year as well, too. Keep an eye on them. LaSalle Academy has the 4x8 New England meet record, 9:05:30, set 11 years ago. That was a pretty strong program, if I remember correctly.
Always a strong program. Yeah, especially that year, I'm sure.
Yeah, I know, exactly. I mean, there's every year they're good, and then there have been a couple years they've been another level good. Here we go. The runners are still streaming on the track as the girls are waiting in the next heat. It's a little chilly out there, you can tell. It's nice up here in the press box.
Yeah.
But I can see, there's a bunch of umbrellas up, so it's a little breezy.
And not quite a sprinting day, I would say.
But once you're racing the 800, or, maybe the mile mostly and 2 mile, that's when it's going to get really nice.
Yeah, I think the distance event should be helped out by this weather for sure.
Well, obviously I've been following the weather all week long, and it's supposed to be passing showers. So sometime around 11 or 12, I don't know, it'll still be cloud cover, but I think it's going to stop raining, hopefully. Fingers are crossed.
Yeah, and it's not too bad right now. We just got a little bit of sprinkle. So,
okay, schedule in this heat now. This is heat 2. We've got Exeter we're talking about. They come with a 9:08:57 seed time. They're going to be pushed by North Kingston, Rhode Island. Come in with a 9:18:40. Greenwich, Connecticut, the Connecticut State Open champions, 9:18. Let's see. And they have 3 finalists here in the Open 800. So Greenwich, they have some pretty strong runners there. Followed next by New Canaan. Their boys just won the 4x8. Let's see if that motivates them to drop some time as we wait for the start to go on. Next up, we have Glastonbury. They're substituting Brooke Strauss in here. We were talking about her, the national champion, the mile. She comes in with 2:08 credentials, so she can greatly improve their time, get down to sub 9:10. Windsor likes to get out aggressively. I have a feeling they're going to be up there right to the front.
Open up a gap already.
Yep, they like to get out aggressively. They're seated 6th. LaSalle Academy, the meet record holders, they're 7th.
Everyone else pushing back, though, trying to close that gap that she made in the first 150.
Next up, we have Billerica of Mass. Mercy of Connecticut, the sister school of Xavier. Trumbull, the Golden Eagles, are in 10. Burr and Burton, Vermont, are in 11. Hanover, New Hampshire's in 12. Barrington, Rhode Island's in 13. And King Philip's Regional of Massachusetts in 14.
So we got about 5 sort of in the front pack, but still really anyone's in this. And obviously it's the first leg, so you never know what order they're going to be in.
106.
It's good opening pace.
That's cooking through the 400.
So we'll see who was ready for that pace and who wasn't.
Exeter should slowly make their way up to the front. The thing about Windsor is they're like a sandwich. Very good runners on the first and last legs. At the Open, people kind of caught them in the middle legs. Mm-hmm. But let's see now, how much better it's going to be. Let's hope that they get to push themselves a little more.
Well, it is closing up now.
143 through 600 for the top 5 teams.
Yeah, very close with only 200 to go. Got a big bunch of girls coming into the final straight.
Exeter's trying to get the lead. Windsor's holding on.
I believe Exeter's in third right
third
now.
Place, yep.
Yeah, Exeter runs pretty even. Really all 4 of those girls are strong. And so, they don't really drop off through the middle legs at all.
2:17.7 for our leader.
So that'd be 9:08 pace.
Looks like Greenwich. Now, when Greenwich ran the Connecticut State Championship, they had a pretty big gap the entire way. So it's going to be interesting how they kind of are able to push each other a little more. It's always better in the 800 especially to have somebody with you on that middle 200.
That's something that's tough about the 4x8 is sometimes it gets a little lonely out there, and the 800 is definitely an event where it's nice to have people to push you. So, we still got teams pretty close together, so they will be able to work off of each other.
Windsor, Greenwich, and second seed North Kingston, Rhode Island.
And Exeter, LaSalle.
Windsor went through in about 105. Like I said, they like to run aggressively.
Yeah, they're opening up that gap now. It's really spread out since that first leg.
Celeste Over is the Windsor distance coach. She made U.S. Olympic trials. I think she was like 5th or 6th in the Olympic trials back in '92. Had a former Connecticut State record long time ago. Still one of the all-time greats. And she's promoting the next generation of all-time greats. Windsor holds the lead. Greenwich second. Exeter third. Oh, excuse me, Exeter fourth.
It's North Kingstown
North
third.
Kingston third,
Yep.
Exeter fourth.
And LaSalle in 5th.
Get the Rams in 5th.
Trying to defend their meet record.
Now this is the leg where Windsor sometimes is going to need a little cushion. 2:15 flat for Windsor. Cardinals in second right now still. Look out for Glastonbury. They're back at about 7th or 8th right now. Glastonbury, remember, they're going to have Brooke Strauss, so you can see them be passing a lot of people on their anchor leg. They're trying to get under 9:10.
Looks like Exeter's moving to 3rd now. It's going to be Brianna Paterna for them.
It's about a 31 for the Warriors in the lead.
'31's a good open.
Yeah, they like to get out aggressively. I keep noticing that. They always get out really strong the first 200 meters. Greenwich is maintaining contact. Windsor comes through in about 105. I know a lot of teams that would love to have a 105 leg in their 4x4.
Did you just look back, I think?
A little, yeah. It's like, where is everybody? I expected them to be catching up, and they're not.
Holding the lead well right now. We'll see if anything changes.
But the Cardinals, like I said, they have 3 runners that finished top 6 in a Connecticut State Open. So we'll have to. Maybe this is their 4th run and it didn't qualify. I'm not sure who they all are, but here you go. Now you see Windsor. Her knees just dropped. Going through in 143. Let's see if she has enough to hang on.
Yeah, she's looking like she's holding on pretty well right now.
Yeah, Exeter making up some ground there in 3rd.
Yeah.
Setting up the final leg.
Yeah, I believe Alexis Paterna, their Exeter's final leg, she's not running the 3200 today. She would have been the 2 seed, I'm pretty sure. She's focusing on this.
Look at Exeter coming up around Greenwich, and they're attacking,
Yep.
going after Windsor.
They're
Yep.
looking for a title today.
Big finish
Nice.
from Bree Paterna. And they're going to go into the final leg with the lead.
And Windsor comes across 227. But look at it, about 6th place right
Yep,
now.
Right now, Strauss going to get it.
Here comes Strauss.
Yeah,
7-second gap right now, 7.5-second gap.
I think it's going to be pretty tough to go after that record at this point. They're going to have to run about a 207.
I think this is where the conditions. People always complain the half mile is when it's hot, but the best conditions are when they run in warm weather.
Yeah, I think the 800 is definitely a fast enough race that it's a little cold. You know, you do need it to be a little bit warm to get the legs going this fast.
Here comes Exeter and Greenwich. They're going to battle out.
It's going to be a great race. Exeter back in front.
Yeah, Exeter wants that inside.
Strauss moving into 5th now and going to pass 4th and maybe 3rd pretty soon.
I kind of got the split on Strauss because I want to see what her split is. Here she comes coming across in 103. Nothing crazy. Well within her range. She's a 2.8 half-miler.
And now Greenwich going back to the lead maybe. We'll see if Exeter can hold them off.
Yeah, Exeter should push really hard to keep her on the outside if she can. Not going to happen, though, so now she's going to have to pass her a second time.
Watching all year, Paterno always has a kick. We'll see if she has one right now.
I know each runner is going to be motivated. 200 meters to go. You got a New England championship on the line. You're going to dig a little deeper. 137 for Strauss, moving into 3rd place. Trying to get down under 9:10 for her team.
Yeah, for a New England championship, no one's going to give this up easy in the final 100.
Final 100, it's the Cardinals in the lead. Exeter's trying to come back, trying to respond, and it's going to be down to the wire. Let's see who can dig in a little bit deeper. Here
Here's
comes
the pass.
Exeter.
I think Exeter got it.
I think she did, just by a hair.
Wow. What a finish.
Oh, my goodness. That was awesome.
2:11 split for Strauss. But yeah, we're starting off. Not only was it fast, we have some great competition here, battling it to the wire. The best of 2 states coming together.
Yeah, that was a fun race.
Yeah, shout out the Exeter girls. Shout out Coach Nate LeVay and Coach Jeff Moretti and their New England team ready to go.
Oh, Jeff Moretti, another
Yeah,
Connecticut guy from
Yep,
Guilford.
yep,
Yeah.
for sure.
Got a little Connecticut fingerprints over that championship there. I'm sure he's taking pride. He was part of the great Guilford teams back in, I don't know, the 2000, upper
2010 or so,
2010s,
yeah.
somewhere there. Yep.
Yeah, my former high school coach.
Ready?
Yeah,
No.
for 1 year, yeah.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I came to my camp 1 year. Yeah. Okay, now we got to get the hurdles on the track.
That was fun. That was a good start to the day.
We got some high fives going up here. We're already starting off strong here. Just to remind everybody, this is the New England Outdoor Track and Field Championships at Veterans Memorial Stadium, brought to you by the State Running Network with New Hampshire Track and Field, Ocean State Running, My Sports Results, Bay State Running, with the help of our sponsors, Marathon Sports and Hoka, and the truck capital of New Hampshire.
Yep,
Tim's Truck
Capital in Epsom, New Hampshire.
Yeah, you got to give them a shout out there. Marathon Sports has 27 locations all over the place. Boston metro area, north and south shores of Massachusetts, central and western Massachusetts, Connecticut, New Hampshire, and Rhode Island. And you can get live results from nestiming.com/live results.
Yeah, I know I get all my running gear from Marathon Sports now. They have all the different selections, all different brands. Great stuff on Marathon Sports.
Yeah, they got everything you need.
Yep.
You can not just shoes there. You can get running apparel. You can get watches and accessories,
And
water
it's not
bottles.
just random stuff. They've got the best stuff too. Like I got Alpha Flies there,
Yeah.
Vapor
Oh,
Flies.
yeah.
It's all the good stuff. So.
Get if you need electrolytes, goos,
Yeah.
anything like that.
Yeah, they support us so much. Every time I talk to somebody that's involved in the sport, they love what New Hampshire, Bay State, My Sports Result, what we all do, and we all do it with the help of Marathon Sports and Hoka. Plus, they also support the Foster Running Camp too, which I'm part on staff there.
Yeah, they're huge in the running community. So
Yeah.
very thankful for them. We got the boys 4x8 podium on the field right now. Got that nice New England Championship sign. I like
a cool
that.
sign.
That's cool. Also, the official results have come in from that girls 4x8. So Exeter takes it 9:09.87 to 9:09.94 for Greenwich.
Wow. That's harsh to lose by that little amount, but both teams ran so well.
Yeah,
both fought the
less than
entire
a
way,
tenth
yeah.
of a second there.
This is going to be the boys' trials here. Top 9 go to finals.
Yeah, so we're going to have 4 heats in the 110 hurdles. First heat, we're going to have Brandon Keller of Bellows Falls, Vermont. John Child of Pinkerton, New Hampshire. Rysea Saunders of Danbury, Connecticut. Avery Gilbert of Mount Mansfield, Vermont. Joseph Cook of Southeastern Regional in Mass. Jalen Titus of Derby, Connecticut. Kai Sorlian of South Kingston, Rhode Island. And Henry Dimitrov of Essex, Vermont.
Avery Gilbert, top seed. Vermont D1 champ in the 110 and 300s. Number 58 in the U.S. 4th in New England's in the hurdles in last year. And 7th last year in the 300 hurdles. Then you have Joe Cook from Southeastern, the Hawk. He was the Massachusetts Meet of Champion winner. He was 7th last year. Rysea Saunders of Danbury. He was 4th in the Connecticut State Open, and he's the Hatters school record holder. Those are your top 3 seeds in this heat. Just so you know, the fastest seeds are on the inside middle lanes there. So that's generally where you're going to see the top seeds come from.
Yeah, top seed will be lane 5 on this track.
So we pay attention to that all the time.
Yeah, actually interesting, a 9-lane straightaway.
Yeah, what's great about this is the fact that because it's 9-lane, there's
9
36
times 4.
entries, there's
Yep.
only four sections. So
Yeah, it works out pretty well.
yeah, winning does not guarantee you though getting to the finals. It's not like win your heat. It's just the top 9.
All times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a
just
better way to do it, I think.
Purely based on time, yep.
Yeah. Because what happens if the top 2 seeds false start? You know? So the only downside about that is I've seen it before where there's a wind at your back in one heat and a,
Yeah.
and a
Yeah.
If you get a
wind at your face,
a
the other heat.
sudden wind change. Yeah, that actually happened at the New Hampshire divisional state meet. There was 2 prelims in the 100, and one of them had a 4.5 meter wind, and the other heat was 0.3.
Yeah.
So there was a huge disparity in times between those 2 heats, even though they were run 30 seconds apart from each
Yeah.
other, which is a little bit odd.
I've seen it happens all the time, but it does not look like there's too much of a wind. We'll get the wind reading after each heat to make sure if it's eligible for records.
Yeah, I don't think we'll have an issue today. It's pretty calm.
But it would affect who's coming into the finals, though, perhaps. Because if you get the headwind one heat and a tailwind the other, it is what it is. You can't fix that. But we're looking at Saunders, Gilbert, and Cook. Connecticut, Vermont, and Massachusetts. Those are our early lanes.
Yeah, and just looking ahead to the rest of these heats, this is going to be a really competitive event today because we've got, 4 or 5 boys here that are all 13-7 high.
Yeah, just based on seeds, 4 under 14. So anything can happen. Here we go. As expected, lane 5 is taking charge.
Ooh, he's got some competition there on the outside.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. He does get the win.
That's
We'll see what
Gilbert
time
and
is.
Cook going 1-2 in the heat. 14-21. solid opening time. While they're definitely capable of meet records, under these conditions, I don't know if we're going to see it. It's pretty cold out there, it looks like.
Yeah, not perfect conditions for hurdling, for sure. All right, second heat, getting ready. They're just doing their practice starts, checking the blocks. We have Brady McCamick of Hollis Brookline, New Hampshire, Elijah Girton of Bishop Hendrick in Rhode Island, Simon Tandy of Lexington, Mass., Davian Johnson of East Hartford, Connecticut, Kai Yin of Lowell, Mass., Carter Engelman of Windham, Maine, Wayne Crowell of Keene, New Hampshire, Atif Malak of Montpelier, Vermont.
Simon Tandia from Lexington was PR of 14:53, 7th in the Massachusetts Meet of Champions. Kai Lin of Lowell, 14:14, 5th at the Massachusetts Meet of Champions. He was 3rd indoors in the hurdles. And, of course, then you also have Davion Johnson of East Hartford. Comes in with a PR of 13:75.
Yeah, another one of those 13-7 guys I mentioned.
Yeah. He was Connecticut indoor champ, and he barely got second outdoors.
Well, he's going to have another fight on his hands today because, yeah, basically those top five-ish, 5, 6. I didn't see what the issue was there.
Hopefully it's a timing issue and not someone false started.
Well,
Or
they're
talking
conversing.
yeah.
The officials are conversing.
Yeah, we'll see if they bring a card out here.
Okay, so it's a warning. No, is that a... That's lane 5.
Wow.
That's our top seed right there, unfortunately.
Oh,
Same thing happened last year. That's Johnson.
So unfortunate.
Yeah, he was expected to do something big today.
Yeah, you never want to see that.
Yeah, so middle track is empty. Tandia and Ying are now the top 2 seeds. Looks like
Ying's out a
Ying.
good start.
Ying's looking pretty strong here as he comes across. They're entering each hurdle, snapping that lead leg down.
Hey, he looks great.
And he's well out in front.
Woo, 14-14.
About what he ran for his seed time.
Yeah, that's ties his
Yeah.
PR exactly.
He's consistent.
Well, one thing, though, the automatic time that pops up, sometimes
Yeah.
it's just a couple hundredths one way or the other sometimes.
Right,
So
officially,
Yeah, we'll have to look at the official results once that pops up. But yeah, he's consistent.
14-2-1.
Okay. Moving on to Heat 3.
All right, Heat 3, we have Stephen Pierre of Levitt area, Maine, Rory Good of Windham, Maine, Elizardo Melenciano of Greater Lawrence, Mass, Sanjin Hadzik of Essex, Vermont, Devin Skiba of Ludlow, Mass, Stephen Pryor of Westfield, Mass, Gavin Edgecombe of Pinkerton, New Hampshire, and Peter Thelander of Lincoln, Maine.
Hedzik from Vermont, 1379 PR, 14th in the 55 hurdles indoors, 8th last year. Melenciano of Greater Lawrence, 1452 was his seat time. 1426 was his PR. He was 8th in the Meet of Champions up in Massachusetts. And we also have Skiba of Lowell, Massachusetts. He is 3rd in the Massachusetts Meet of Champion. 18th in last year at this meet.
A good start there from Hadzik.
Skiba's with him, though, but it's still going to be Hadzik well out in front.
Yeah, a few steps behind. Hadzik takes that one pretty smoothly.
Wasn't as quick, though.
He looked pretty relaxed there. It didn't look like he was really, digging deep for that.
Should get him into the final, no problem.
Moving on to the final heat.
Yeah, Heat 4, we're going to have Brunel Cubello of Portland, Maine, Devin Berry of South Portland, Maine, Tristan Jordan of Bishop Hendrick in Rhode Island, Gavin Lombara of Monadnock Regional, New Hampshire, Delante Sr. of Bloomfield, Connecticut, Marvin Escalera of Windsor, Connecticut, Jalen Estrella of East Hartford, Connecticut, Matt Fontaine of Cumberland, Rhode Island, and Kevin Farrell of U32, Vermont.
Yeah, our top seed in this heat is Delante Sr., the senior, Bloomfield Warhawk.
Another 13-7.
Yeah, 1374 PR, number 2, Connecticut all time. So we're looking for the Connecticut state record, 1348. That's on the horizon, perhaps.
1348, you said?
Yeah, 1348.
All right.
Marvin Escalera of Windsor, 1339 PR. He was third in Connecticut State Open and 13th here last year. Lombara from Monadnock, New Hampshire, meet of champion. He's their champ up in New Hampshire.
Yeah, he had a great race last week.
And Estrella of East Hartford, another East Hartford hurdler, 1475, 6th, and in the Connecticut State Open with a PR of 1445. Those are your top 4 in this heat. And here we go.
Ooh.
So seniors out well.
Yeah, excellent start from Senior. He flew out of the blocks before everyone else even moved.
Whoa!
Wow.
1384
Wow.
on the prelims.
Good prelim there.
That looked good.
Yeah, even in these conditions, to pop that off. Oh, it's a plus 2.4, so that's a slight headwind. Correct?
Wow.
Yeah, with a slight headwind.
Wow.
Wow. Now we're going to have to adjust the hurdle height, so
Is that-
that'll take
wait.
a few minutes.
The headwind or tailwind? Do they have wind readings on? I don't know if we have wind readings on the live results, but the tailwind. Yeah. Weatherman Ben is informing us that it feels like a tailwind.
I just like to look at the flag.
I know.
Flag's
Where's their flag?
It's
kinda
moving
drifting all
from
around,
one
yeah.
side to the other.
Yeah, it's a little all over the place right now. So let's not listen to Weatherman Ben.
You know what's cool about that heat is Lombara was, pretty clearly one of the best in New Hampshire. And you come to New England, and he's just one of the mid-pack guys. It's incredible.
I know. It
really
just
just
it
that's what
shows
New
you
England is all about.
how competitive this meet is.
This is one of the only in the entire nation that has this regional competition.
Yeah.
I mean, when you think about it, like most states, it's just it's just practically you can't do it because it's so much distance.
Yeah,
the
I
fact
mean-
that we're able to do it in New England is pretty cool to do.
Yeah, New England's one of the few, if not the only area in the country that is kind of like a
It's a very defined region.
right,
Yes.
right. Like it's like, okay, you have this very small area that has all these different states, and it's kind of it's easily definable, and so you
It's
can have
because
these kind of competitions.
In the 1600s, everyone wanted to get away from Massachusetts.
yeah,
Everybody was like, "Oh, we're tired of living in Massachusetts. Let's settle in let's form another one in Connecticut. Let's get Rhode Island. Let's get New
Right.
Hampshire. Let's get out of
and
Massachusetts."
then by the time all of the more western states were added, they were like, yeah, we'll just
All this land,
a few 100 million miles. That's a state,
yeah.
And you also have like the Midwest. It doesn't really get defined as with certain states. You don't have like
Or you don't have like true groupings
Right, exactly.
of states where it's easy to be like, oh yes, these 5 states are whatever
some folks
region,
in Kentucky could argue they're in the Midwest, but people from Ohio might not think. Oh, you're
right?
in
Or
the Midwest.
are you like south, deep south? Are
Yeah.
you kind of like the Appalachian region?
Right.
Are you Midwest? It's like
Mid-Atlantic.
right.
Let's take some quick updates on the field events. Ule Junker of Thedford Academy, Vermont, 23-6, leading the long jump on his first attempt. Oliver Guzzi's in second, 22-8. That's just setting things out right off the bat in the long jump, throwing the gauntlet down. Joseph Adams of Barrington, Rhode Island, 157-8, is now leading the boys' discus. The boys' javelin, Josh Mawasa of Stoughton, Mass. 160. That's not the top flight yet. The girls shot put. Maya Cornada of Sacred Heart Academy is leading the way after her first throw. 40 feet, 4 inches. She's got more in the tank there. And in the girls' pole vault, we're up to past the first height, 9 feet, 9 inches. That's not bad in the girls' pole vault. We still got a lot of athletes entered in that. The boys is on the second height at 13.3. Girls' long jump, Sophia Chase of Bangor, Maine, 18.1 3/4 is leading right now after 3 jumps.
Ooh, Bangor, Maine, that's a hike to get here today. I hope they came down last night.
Yeah, I'm certainly did.
We don't want to leave at 1 in the morning.
What was it? Last cross country was up in, or 2 cross countries ago. It was up in Maine.
Last one was in Connecticut.
Yeah, 2 cross countries ago. That was about a 6-hour trip for me.
Yep. Well, outdoor New England's 2 years ago was Bangor.
Bangor, yep.
Yeah.
I remember being in Saco a while ago. That was a bit nicer.
Yep. A little farther south.
I'll tell you, when we were at Bangor for track, New England's, all of the Bangor, like the coaches, the administration people that we talked to, all of the grounds guys that we were talked to were amazing to us. Like, they gave us everything we needed. They came in, we're like, how are you guys doing? What do you need? Like, can we help out? They were amazing. It was made the drive worth it, I would say. Yeah, great people up there.
We're almost getting the hurdles on the track. They're getting their athletes. You want to introduce them, Davio?
Yeah, so heat 1 of the girls' 100-meter hurdles. We have Madison Martell of Colchester, Vermont. Angelina Boyvert of Maine Central Institute of Maine. Bristol Sherland of Coe-Brown Northwood Academy in New Hampshire. Isabel Lightbody of Reading Memorial in Mass. Janelle Thomas of Nashua North, New Hampshire. Sydney Schoenbeck of St. Johnsbury, Vermont. Madeline Ty of Bangor, Maine. And Maya Chigitelli of Cranton West, Rhode Island.
Top 3 seeds in this. Bristol Sherland, Coe-Brown in lane 4. 15:32 is her seed time. Only a sophomore, season best, 15:29. Isabel Lightbody is our top seed, Reading Memorial, Massachusetts. She comes in with a PR of 14:67. She was 5th in the Massachusetts Meet of Champions. Also 6th in the triple jump last year here at New England's. And Janelle Thomas of Nashua North, New Hampshire, was the New Hampshire Meet of Champions and D1 state champion.
Yeah, so Lightbody with a really good start. Janelle Thomas a little bit slower out of the blocks, but then she made up that loss into the first 2 hurdles, say.
Yeah, and they're about where they finished is where they were about 2 hurdles in. So
Yep.
they kind of held that the entire way.
Yeah, just Lightbody with a little bit better start, but both of them go 1-2.
14:79 unofficially, so just a little bit off her season best. Not too bad.
Yeah, Janelle Thomas has been competitive for a few years. She's in her senior year now. And Lightbody still a junior, so.
Next heat up.
Heat 2, we have Patricia Staubach of Stowe, Vermont. Victoria Zondon of Greeley, Maine. Reese Vital of Cranston West, Rhode Island. Vanessa Aguimang of Bloomfield, Connecticut. Chloe Dubison of Canton, Mass. Grace Dow of Hollis Brookline, New Hampshire. And Jillian Lewis of LaSalle Academy, Rhode Island.
Vital, the Ocean State girl from Cranston West, 15:29 is her season best. Junior. Anjaman, gotta love Vanessa. She comes in with a seed time of 14:52, second in the Connecticut State Open, season best 14:39. She was second in 3 events at the State Open. both hurdles and the long jump.
Wow.
Yeah, she was 4th in the 55 hurdles and New England long jump champ this past winter. And you also have Chloe Dubuisson from Canton, the
It
Bulldog.
Looks like we're missing her there
Nope,
in lane
she's
6.
out.
It's a very small
So we
lead,
don't-
actually.
Yeah, missing a few people here.
Anjuman, so tall, so graceful. Look at her as she just powers through each hurdle.
Yeah, barely even notices that the hurdles are there. She looks very smooth. We have 14 mid, right around her PR.
14:39 is her PR, so just a little over a tenth of a second off.
Yeah, pretty close.
Moving on to heat 3 of 4.
Yeah, we got Tegan Thurber of Brattleboro, Vermont, Natalia Rothwell of Noble, Maine, Avery Baumgart of Oyster River, New Hampshire, Robin Teshjian of Burn Burton Academy, Vermont, Phoebe Cora Smith of Joel Barlow, Connecticut, Jalen Huffman of West Warwick, Rhode Island, and Clara Maker of U32, Vermont. We got a young heat. There's only one senior in this heat.
Tashawn from Burn Burton, Manchester, Vermont. 14:64 is her seat time. 14:32 is her PR. Vermont Division I champion. Avery Baumgart of Oyster River is New Hampshire D2 champion. Seat time is 15:25. And then you have sophomore Phoebe Cora Smith of Joel Barlow, the Falcon. 14:69 is her PR. 14:86 was what she ran in the Connecticut State Open, where she was 4th.
That's impressive. We've got some competitive young hurdlers this year. A little bit unusual in the hurdles just because it is a pretty technical event, so typically favors the experienced a bit more.
Well, this is where youth track is really helping out because some of these sophomores, juniors, they've been competing for 5 or 6 or 7 years.
If you can start hurdling in middle school,
Yeah.
it makes a huge difference.
Well, almost any of these events, you know. Too many times we don't get it until high school. But here we go. Lane 5, as expected.
Yeah, Tashian out well. Cora Smith right with her. And then Baumgart coming up in 3rd. .14 high there for Tashian, and Cora Smith, I think, also maybe going under 15 or very close.
Next heat up, Davio, who do we got?
Heat 4, we have Hadley Perry of Falmouth, Maine, Tiana Brown of Nashua North, New Hampshire, Jordan Williams, Windsor, Connecticut, Deja Duncan of Bloomfield, Connecticut, Hannah Thomas of Fitch, Connecticut, Sophia Chase of Bangor, Maine, and Desleyan Robles of Rogers, Rhode Island.
Deja Duncan, the All-American heptathlete. She can do it all. But here, she comes in with a seat time and her PR of 14.00, trying to get under that 14-second barrier. She was second New England's in the 600 meters this winter and second in this event last year in the 100 hurdles. Hannah Thomas of Fitch, she's our next seed. She was 5th at the Connecticut State Open. This is her first time at New England. She comes in with a seat time PR of 14.91. And Jordan Williams of Windsor, the senior, 14.94 is her PR. She was 6th at the Connecticut State Open. 5th indoors in the 55 hurdles. So she's got some experience at this big level meets. As they settle into the blocks. And there's Duncan. Look at her just go. She's not tall as Anjuman, her teammate, but man, she gets over those hurdles so well.
Yeah, she you can tell she keeps her head nice and straight.
So meticulous.
Yeah, no extra movement over the hurdle.
I can't wait to see her at New Balance Nationals because she was All-American last year. And I got to tell you something. Her throws have greatly improved. She's getting a lot better in those. She set a school record on the javelin over 100 feet now.
Wow.
Yeah, she was like upper 20s in the shot put. Now she's low 30s in the shot put. She's improved like 3 or 4 feet in the shot put.
Yeah, that's a lot of extra points there.
She's an 18-foot long jumper.
multis.
Like, she can do it all. Plus, she loves the 800. Not too many heptathletes love the 800. She loves the 800.
Yeah, that's
She has
great.
a school record, I believe, in the 800, or second best in school history, I think, in the 800.
That's great. Because, yeah, typically, you know, the
They
800
dread it.
or the 1500 in the decathlon is pretty much everyone's least favorite event if you're a multi-eventer.
Were you guys watching NCAAs? We had a guy from UConn, 2 guys from UConn, as a matter of fact, the All-American, Josh Mooney, who won New England's 2 years ago. He's a sophomore, and you just watched him, like, just struggling through the 1500s.
I watched the 1500 decathlon final, and you know, it's funny to see it because, you know, all day long at NCAAs you're seeing, you know, all the top athletes in the country running their events, and then, you know, the decathletes, when they run the 15,
they are not the
they kind of look a little bit out of place, you know, and obviously they're such good just all around athletes, but you know, in the 1500
they struggle a little bit.
you know, they you can tell that that's not really their main event, and yeah, but it's amazing. I'll tell you, they put down some pretty fast times for you know, how good they are at sprints and jumps and throws and everything. It's like, I think you know, the top times were like 4:15 or
4:20,
something.
yeah, exactly.
It was like they were running pretty fast.
You want to announce this heat here?
Yeah, so boys 100 meter on the line. We're going to have 4 heats. Heat 1, we have Quinton Fortier of Champlain Valley, Vermont, Alik Brown of Monomoy Regional, Mass, Thomas Meek of Essex, Vermont, Octavius Richard of Manchester, Connecticut, Caesar Flan of Manchester Central, New Hampshire, Eli Crawford, Watertown, Connecticut, Rocco Cicciamancini of Deering, Maine, Ben Goodrich of Cumberland, Rhode Island.
Top seed in this heat in lane 5, Octavius Richard of Manchester. The Red Hawks was 3rd in the Connecticut State Open, 8th last year here. Comes in with a season best of 10:78. Caesar Flan of Manchester Central, the Little Green Men, 10:82, New Hampshire State champ. He's also New Hampshire State champ in the 200 meters. And he was 2nd New England indoors in the 55.
Yeah, he's had a pretty good season so far.
Thomas Meeks from Essex, Vermont, was the Vermont D1 champ. His PR is 10:97.
We got some cool names in this heat.
Yeah, Meek, Octavius, Caesar.
We got a Rocco. That's pretty. Cicciamancini. That's awesome. These are cool names.
And a Ben.
Oh, yeah, Ben. Yeah, look at that. No Tyler. Sorry, Tyler.
That's okay.
There was a DeLuca in the
Was
4x8.
there really?
One of
Nice.
the girls 4x8 runners. Yeah, it was a DeLuca. Yeah, okay. There was a sprinter in New Hampshire last year whose last name was Davio. It's the first time I've ever seen anyone else named Davio.
His last name was Davio?
Yeah, her last name was Davio, yeah. But yeah, that's the first time I've ever encountered another
We
Davio
got
of any
officials
sort.
walking on the track right now. I don't know if something's happening with timing or with.
Yeah, we're still sorting something out here.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, here we go. We're getting commands.
Looking for Richard from Manchester in lane
Wow.
5.
Yeah, interesting. In lane 1 here, we have no blocks.
Comes in with a seat of 11:33 and season best of 11:06.
Pretty good.
Probably
man.
get a little
11:06
faster without blocks.
11:06 without blocks. That's impressive.
Might have been a wind-aided performance.
Oh, Flan leading this one.
Flan from Manchester Central, my wife's alma mater. Moving into Heat 2 of 4 sections.
Looked pretty smooth. Yeah, Heat 2, we have Wilder Thomas of St. Johnsbury, Gustavo Varela of Greater Lawrence, Mass., Kieran Boyle of Ridgefield, Connecticut, Jack Davis of Fairfield, Connecticut, Jason Vanterpool of Bunnell, Connecticut, Joseph Forbes Jr. of Central Providence, Rhode Island, Carl Longstreth of Windham, Maine, and Quamon Gilliard of East Providence, Rhode Island.
And real quick, in that last heat in that first lane was Ryan Feeney. He's the entrant in the boys 100-meter para-ambulatory.
Oh,
event.
okay. Good. Top seed in this heat, Jack Davis of Fairfield Prep. He was second in the Connecticut State Open. He's greatly improved since last year when he was running mid-11s. Now he's running 10.75. Jason Vanterpool, the Bulldog from Bunnell, the senior. He was fourth at the State Open, but he was his conference champ and beat top-seeded Luke Richardson, we'll see in the next heat. So we have a couple of great Connecticut athletes here. Kieran Boyle from Ridgefield. Is he in this? Yes, he is. The junior comes in with a seed time of 10.95. His season best is 10.83. The Tiger from Ridgefield.
Fair start.
Looks like pretty even so far between a few guys.
Looks like Bunnell's. That was Vanterpool. The guy was awesome indoors. He really came out of nowhere. Just started popping off times. Incredible. He's finishing off a really strong season right now. We're moving next into Heat 3.
Heat 3, we have. Ooh, page reloaded here.
Ephraim Tia from Classical Magnet. Israel Tintika of South Portland. Alex Todorov of Xavierin Brothers. Zane Thomas of Attleboro. Jack Pollock of East Windsor is in 6. Kareem Chaplin II of Canton, Mass. is in 7. Gavin Buxton of Bow, New Hampshire is in 8. And Graydon Balomo of Rutland, Vermont is in 9. Top seed is Zane Thomas from Attleboro. He's a bombardier. That's their nickname. Cool nickname. Comes in with a seed time of 10.69. He was second in Massachusetts. But he did not break 12 seconds in 2024 last year. So
Wow.
What a great improvement.
That's very impressive. Yeah, one of our top overall seeds on the day.
Pollock from East Providence. Another great nickname, the Townies. 10.86 is his seed time. He was a Rhode Island 100 and 200-meter champ with his best of 10.71. He was 14th in New England indoors. And here we go.
Good
So
start
maybe Pollock
outside.
in front right now. Looks like Todorov is now coming back.
Todorov, didn't get to introduce him. He was 7th in Massachusetts. Indoors, he was 29th in New England, 55 dash. So he might be making the finals here.
Heat 4 on the line. We've got Matthew Chofe of Prout, Rhode Island, Samuel Bruno of Hollis, Brookline, New Hampshire, Drew Gervais of Bonnie Eagle, Maine, Luke Richardson of Bethel, Connecticut, Avery Wilson of Milford, New Hampshire, and Travis Cavallo of Pinkerton Academy, New Hampshire, Rowan Gagney of George Stevens, Maine, and Idel Lowe of Hartford, Vermont.
So our top seed in this heat, in lane 5, is Luke Richardson. Comes in with a legal best performance of 10.41. Excuse me, that was a wind-aided performance, but best was 10.66. He was a Connecticut Open champion. He's going to Embry-Riddle next year. Next seed in this heat is Avery Wilson of Milford. Comes in with a seed of 10.87.
It was second in the 100 and the 200 last week.
Okay. Drew Gervais of Bonnie Eagle, the Scots. Best was 10.89. He was second in Maine in the Class A, 100 and 200. And in winter, he was 27th in New England and 21st in the 300. 27th in New England in 55 and 21st in 300. Let's see if he makes the finals today.
Great start from Richardson.
He's just so tall, got great knee lift as he crosses the line, unofficially 10.85. Quickly makes her transition to the girls. Remember, top 9 will make the finals. New England meet record is held by Kate Hall, the great Kate Hall. Kate the Great, we like to call her. 11.41 from 10 years ago. Also, outstanding long jumper, too.
So heat 1 of the girls' 100-meter prelim. We have Madeline Ty of Bangor, Maine. Lillian Racine of Pontiac, Rhode Island. Saphir Brown of Bloomfield, Connecticut. Grace Saysaw of Concord, New Hampshire. Simia Eady of Manchester, Connecticut. Kyra McLean of Stratford, Connecticut. Caroline Gonzalez of Mount Blue, Maine. And Kayla Monahan of Brunswick, Maine.
Top seed in this is Edie from Manchester. Edie has a best of 11.99. She was third in the State Open, but she was State Open champ in the 200 meters, and she was all New England, got that 6th place medal indoors. Grace Saysaw of Concord comes in with a best of 12.04.
Yeah, that's 100th off of the New Hampshire state record. She ran last week.
I understand there's a bit of a headwind, so maybe she can get a little better here.
Yeah, almost had it, but she has the division record.
We also have Saphir Brown of Bloomfield, 12.09 PR. She comes in the seat of 12.33. She was 6th in the Open in the 100, 5th in the 200, 10th New England's indoors in the 55 hurdles, and 3rd in New England in the long jump this winter.
Yeah, so it looks like no Edie, actually.
Oh.
Saysaw a little bit slow out of the blocks there.
That's Brown there.
Yeah, Brown with a good start that first 20, 30 meters, and then
Saysaw took it over.
The top speed of Saysaw brings it back. Yeah, she was a little bit slow out of the blocks there. But, yeah, just that top speed brought it back. She's the state record holder in New Hampshire in the 200 meter.
Oh, okay.
So, you know she's got that second half speed.
The thing you might find here is that a lot of these athletes might be used to being able to take it easy in the first prelim, just saving it all for the final.
Yeah, I mean, if you're the top athlete, in your state, typically, invitationals, state meet all year long, like you can probably cruise your way through prelims where, at a meet of this caliber, that may not be the case anymore. Yeah, so a little bit of a different scenario for some of these athletes.
Only one person can do that. Who's that? Elisa Ray.
Well,
yeah.
Okay, who do we have next here?
Heat 2, we got Ellie Musica of Brunswick, Maine, Mallory Chicoine of Mount Mansfield Union, Vermont, Destiny Reed of Hill House, Connecticut, Nina Kiai Aboagi of Sharon, Mass., Brinley Gilfillan of Colchester, Vermont, Lavender Kozaka of Oliver Ames, Mass., Robin Tashian of Burn Burton Academy, and Fiona Corbett of Burn Burton Academy.
Key Obine of Sharon set the state record of the 200 of Massachusetts, 23:28. She comes in a seat of 11:62, and she's not in this field.
Yeah, a couple people missing. So that's Gilfillan of Colchester taking that one.
Gilfillan from Colchester, Vermont, had a PR of 10:14. She was the Vermont
12:14.
100 and 200 D1 champion. Yeah, I bet some of these top athletes are like, I wouldn't be shocked if Lisa does not run the 100, but I'll be happy if she does. This is not good sprinting weather.
Yeah, got to be a little bit careful in weather this cold.
Okay, let's get ready for Heat 3 now.
Heat 3, we have Precious Adafusi of Classical Rhode Island, Ava Lacasse of Belmont, New Hampshire, Shanae DeRoche of Hamden, Connecticut, Lauren Quorum of Methuen, Mass, Chloe Guthrie of Mansfield, Mass, Jada Murray of Windsor, Connecticut, Francesca Justin, St. Raphael, Rhode Island, and Adeline Canella of U32, Vermont.
We have top seed is Laura Quorum, 11:73 PR, second in the Massachusetts Meet champion. She was runner-up New England's in a 55 dash, and last year she was fifth here. DeRoche from Hamden, 11:12:11 is her PR, fourth in the 100 and the 200 at the Connecticut State Open.
But it's Guthrie actually who's the one leading.
Really good start from Guthrie. Looks like DeRoche catching her at the end. She might have taken that one. Yeah, I think DeRoche might have caught her the last few meters.
Guthrie was fourth in the Massachusetts Meet champion there, and eighth New England's in the 55 dash.
Heat 4, we have Maya Jacobs of Yarmouth, Maine, Leanna Corey of Portsmouth, New Hampshire, Jasmine Hurley of Middlebury, Vermont, Lisa Ray of West Warwick, Rhode Island, Keone Savoy of Tentasquaw Regional, Mass, Cameron Encanarcao of Reading, Mass, Nora Braille of Pinkerton Academy, New Hampshire, and Abby Noble of Yarmouth, Maine.
Lisa Ray, obviously the top seed. She has a season best of 11:16. That's her PR. She's been New Balance national champion and 12-time New England champion in various events. And she's foregoing her senior year to go to the University of Georgia with her sister next year.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah. Savoy, PR of 12:22. She was third in the Massachusetts Meet of Champions. And obviously we have Hurley of Middlebury Union, Vermont. Middlebury Union, Vermont. She comes in with a season best of 12:22, which is her PR. But she is on it. That's great. You know something? It's fantastic. All these runners that don't come to New England's, she never backs down from New England's, even on a day like today, which I understand she's had some hamstring issues earlier in the year.
Solid start.
Look at how she just lifts up. She's relaxed. Lisa Ray going for her 13th. She's going to be trying to go for her 13th New England Championship, 11:82.
That's about as comfortable an 11:82 as you're going to get. She was smooth.
What an incredible talent, the likes we probably won't see for a long time in New England. I can say that, but then like 2 years later, somebody's going to break the record.
It always happens, yep.
She has to be the best athlete we've ever had come to New England.
Yeah,
at
I
least
think
one of them.
I don't have the all-time New England records at my disposal, but I think that is. I can't picture anybody, you know.
I mean, she's winning on average like 2 events per New England's.
Yeah.
Which is incredible.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. First time I saw her was her freshman year. She won 4 events. I was on the broadcast call. She won 4 events at Rhode Island State Meet as a freshman. Yeah. She can hurdle as well, too.
Mm-hmm.
So
pretty good jumper as well, right?
Yep. But now
she did long jump and indoor.
It's looking like now we're going to get our start list. We have to get the girls. We have to get the girls 100 hurdles up. There are 9 in this. I want to remind everybody that we do have We do have live results on anysportstiming.com. And that we're sponsored by Marathon Sports and Hoka, plus Tim's Truck Capital in Epsom, New Hampshire. If you're up there, your car breaks down, good place to go.
Yeah, get a new truck. They got a lot of nice trucks.
Used and new.
Yeah.
We also have the pole vault going on right now, which we can see from here. We have, well, not clear who's going to. I'll say we got the boys and girls pole
It's
vault
getting
across the way.
pretty high for the boys there, it looks like.
Boys pole vault right now is up to 13.9.
Wow.
Yeah, we're getting up there. We got some 15-footers, so this will not be a scoring performance. It's looking like there are 7, 8 left.
Nice.
Yeah, that got up pretty high.
Yep. On the girls pole vault right now, let's give them a shout out. They're up to 10-3. And there are still, 11, 12, 13 still left in the girls pole vault.
So they're a little bit earlier on in things.
In the girls' long jump, we're into the finals now. Sophia Chase, 18-1, is the leader right now. Unless they maybe stopped. Looks like they stopped. No, they're on the fourth jump right now. Anjuman from Bloomfield, 18 feet, is the second place right now. Boys' long jump. Man, this guy, Uli Junker from Thetford, he just improved upon his performance. He's done a 23.6, 23.2, and a 23.7 on his third attempt.
Wow.
He'll be entering the finals momentarily.
Very consistent.
Oliver Guzzi, though, always comes up big at the end. He's second right now, 22.8. Let's see if he can get over that 23-foot barrier. What else do we have here? We got the throws.
We had, what was it? It was 22.7, I think, broke the state record in New Hampshire last week.
I'm not sure.
I think we had a new state record in the long jump.
I love how they have a guy down there blowing the track surface with a handheld blower just to make sure just to get at least the first few steps so they can dry it off a little bit. They're doing the best they can here at Woolbrook Park.
Yeah, got a leaf blower, all the puddles there by the 110 start.
Marshall Potter from Simsbury is dominating the discus throw, 189.8 right now. That's a 14-foot better than second place, it's looking like.
We had a clearance in the pole vault like 30 seconds ago where the guy clipped the pole, but it stayed up there, and it's actually still wobbling.
But if he doesn't, as long as it doesn't displace from the standard, it's good.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he hit it actually pretty hard, and it stayed up there.
Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good sometimes.
I'd love to see, I don't know if it's ever happened before, but if someone hits the pole, bounces up,
Yep.
and comes back.
Oh, yeah.
down
Yeah,
to
I've seen it
hang
happen
on.
before, too. I've seen it happen, yep.
Well, there was one earlier this season where the pole bounced up and it landed on top of the standard instead of on the actual, holders. And so they deemed it no good because
it's got to stay on the standard.
It wasn't right. It wasn't in official position anymore. But it jumped up and it landed perfectly on the very tips.
That's incredible.
I know.
Yeah. The boys javelin right now, Charles Frank from Pinkerton, sorry. His best is 185. The top seed, Tom Bannion's been a little bit off right now. He's taken 2 throws. He's in third place right now with a throw of 170. He just got bounced back, but he was at 175. He's now fourth place now. Girls shot put. Maya Coronado of Sacred Heart. She's leading on her 5th throw, and it's looking like there's Gonzalez is in second right now. She's about to take her final throw. So 42.6 is leading the way at New England's right now with 2 more throwers to go. Maybe a few more than that. What else do we have here? Girls ambulatory shot put. Alana Bodine of Brookline, Mass. 16 feet 2 is leading the way there.
Here we have we saw the para ambulatory competitor earlier in the 100 meter. We also have competitors in the girls shot put, the girls discus, and the boys shot put, as well as a wheelchair boys shot put competitor.
Very cool.
We got our finalists here. Who do we got for our finalists in the girls' 100 hurdles?
The girls' 100 hurdles, we have, starting in lane 1, Grace Dow of Hollis Brookline, New Hampshire. Phoebe Cora Smith of Joel Barlow, Connecticut. Robin Tajian of Burn Burton Academy, Vermont. Isabel Lightbody of Reading, Mass. Deja Duncan of Bloomfield, Connecticut. Vanessa Aguiman of Bloomfield, Connecticut. Janelle Thomas of Nashua North, New Hampshire. Jordan Williams of Windsor, Connecticut. And Sydney Schoenbeck of St. Johnsbury, Vermont.
Pair of Warhawks on the inside lanes. Here we go. Look for the orange. Orange and blue. There's Duncan staying nice and tall. Look at her. Like you said, keeping her head nice and steady.
Duncan with a little bit of a better start. Aguiman coming back.
But it's going to be Deja Duncan, 14-1-6 unofficially. Anjuman was second. And we'll let Northeast Sports Timing do the rest.
Nearly a PR for Duncan there. But, Bloomfield goes 1-2 at New England. That's pretty impressive.
Hey, Janelle Thomas ran a great race for third.
They're gonna have to make the transition and move the hurdles on the guys now.
Yeah, so the guys won 10 hurdles. We have Carter Engelman of Windham, Maine. Isaiah Saunders of Danbury, Connecticut. Sanjeen Hadzik of Essex, Vermont. Avery Gilbert of Mount Mansfield, Vermont. Delonte Sr. of Bloomfield, Connecticut. Kai Yin of Lowell, Mass. Joseph Cook of Southeastern Regional, Mass. Gavin Lambara of Monadnock, New Hampshire. And Marvin Escalera of Windsor, Connecticut. So we got Hadzik, Gilbert, and Senior all coming in with sub 14 PRs, 1379, 1374, and 1374 respectively for those three. So keep an eye on them, as well as Kai Yin in lane 6 has a season PR of 1414. Joseph Cook in lane 7, just under 14 with a 1396 this year. So like we said earlier during the prelims, this final in the boys 110 is going to be pretty close.
There's going to be meet record watch. Josh Mooney of Stonington has the meet record, 1372. And Josh, competing now for Connecticut, just finished 9th and is in the NCAA decathlon there.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That's super cool.
He actually won the javelin at the NCAA javelin.
That's cool.
At the Nationals. Yeah, he won the javelin. But I would have to say one of his hurdles is his better event. Mm-hmm. But he was I think he was New England champ in the javelin and the hurdles, 100 and 300 hurdles, I believe.
Yeah, so destined for the decathlon.
Yeah. Yeah, we actually hold a Connecticut decathlon here on this facility here. I think it's going to be Tuesday and Wednesday of this week. Mm-hmm. Vermont, they have boys and girls decathlons. In the Vermont, they have like a post-season there.
Yeah.
A girls decathlon or
girls? No, we hold the Connecticut heptathlon here.
Oh.
But Vermont, the girls actually do a decathlon. I think it's the only state that offers a girls decathlon, and they get like 50 girls to try. They do it.
That's cool.
Yeah, they have to do all pole vault, everything.
New Hampshire does an end of season decathlon heptathlon meet. I believe it's next weekend. Typically is.
Yep.
Same weekend as Nationals, huh?
I believe so.
Yeah, same weekend as Nationals. Yeah, New Balance and Nike.
But yeah, it's a ton of people try it. Whether you're actually into the decathlon or the heptathlon at all. Like everyone signs up for it and tries it, and it's a fun time. It's a whole day of track and field. So I think I did it my senior year. It was pretty fun time. Me and all my friends, we signed up for it.
You probably enjoyed the 1500. Everybody else was dreading it.
Well, yeah. That was pretty much the only event that I could get any decent amount of points in.
Yep.
And unfortunately, it's at the end of the meet, so you're a little tired by the time you
But,
get around
yeah,
to the 1500.
people, they never, like the distance runners that do the Calphalon, they always think, oh, I could run those times so easy, I can win that. And they don't realize how the other 9 events take so much out of you.
I was exhausted by the time the 1500 came around.
Especially as a distance runner, like throwing the javelin, it tires your arms.
Oh,
you know,
yeah,
throwing
like
the shot put, doing
hurdling,
the long jump.
jumping.
Yeah.
Oh, my whole body was exhausted. I was like, I am not ready for this.
Now we are ready for the boys' finals of the 100 meters. Who do we have, Davio?
Boys 110 hurdles. We've got Engelman of Windham, Maine, Saunders of Danbury, Connecticut, Hadzik of Essex, Vermont, Gilbert of Mount Mansfield, Vermont, Senior of Bloomfield, Connecticut, Yin of Lowell, Mass, Cook of Southeastern Regional, Mass, Gavin Lombara of Monadnock Regional, New Hampshire, and Marvin Escalera of Windsor, Connecticut. So, yeah, we got all the hurdles set up, and then just doing some final practice starts and making sure the blocks are ready to go.
Senior looked really great in that prelim, but he's not necessarily the favorite by a ton in this heat.
Yeah, we got a lot of guys very, very close together up front.
It wasn't that long ago, just running under 14.5 would guarantee you a spot at the medal at New England's. Now it's, I mean, even with his bad day, it's still going to take probably a low 14.
I know.
14.2 or better.
We've got we've got 4 guys sub 14 in this heat. Could have had 5, but unfortunately we had that false start earlier. But yeah, I mean, there's multiple athletes in this final that are challenging the New England record.
And here we go. Senior's getting challenged.
And you can see how close it is. Everyone's even through the first, 3-4 hurdles.
Hadzik looks really good.
Oh, he had trouble on that one there. That lost his momentum.
Yeah, Hadzik's going to take it.
Senior had the lead there, but with 2 hurdles to go, he clipped it. And Hadzik just a little bit of extra momentum there through the last 2 hurdles and takes the New England title.
I always say you can never count on the hurdles until you clear that last hurdle, because the number of times I've seen people clear the last hurdle and nip it, and then somebody else comes by. That 9th hurdle just was it.
And it doesn't take much. You don't have to crash through the hurdle. It's like if you just clip it a little bit more than usual, it just kind of slows your whole body down. You lose that momentum that you've built up through, the first 90, 100 meters. And, someone nips you right at the end.
Deja Duncan won the 100 hurdles, 14:16. Anjuman, 14:31. That's her PR. Janal Thomas of Nashua North, 14:72. Jordan Williams of Windsor, 14:81 was 4th. Phoebe Cora Smith of Joe Barlow, 14:84. And Robin Toshjan of Burr and Burton Academy, 14:86, grabs the final medal. And the girls' 100 hurdles. We're going to wait for the official results to come up. And the boys 110, that might take a little bit. We'll probably get them at the end of the boys 100 finals.
Yeah, so while they're clearing the hurdles away and finalizing those results, we'll get the start list of the 100-meter finals. So for the boys' heat, we have Drew Gervais of Bonnie Eagle, Maine, Samuel Bruneau of Hollis Brookline, New Hampshire, Zane Thomas of Attleboro, Mass, Alex Todorov of Zaverian Brothers, Mass, Jack Pollock of East Providence, Rhode Island, Luke Richardson of Bethel, Connecticut, Jason Vanterpool of Bunnell, Connecticut, Travis Cavallo of Pinkerton Academy, and Caesar Flan of Manchester Central, New Hampshire.
Richardson and Vanderpool have had a great rivalry going back and forth. One wins a dual meet, one wins their class meet, one wins the open, one beats them at New England. They've been going back and forth this whole year, running fantastic times. They're in lane 6 and 7 right now.
Yeah, this whole heat is very, very close together. This should be a very interesting final.
Yeah, a lot of accomplished athletes here with some serious credentials. All of them are going to think, all of them have that attitude, I can take this today. I can take this.
Yeah, that's the attitude you got to have at New England's.
Here we go. They're into their blocks.
Pretty even start from everybody.
Look at Richardson, though, picking it up out in lane 6. Stay nice and tall, but it's tight.
Vanterpool catching him. Oh, that
really
was
close.
really close.
I think Vanterpool is my guess for who got that one.
I think Vanterpool might have gotten the lean.
As I said, they've been going back and forth this whole year since the beginning of winter.
That was super, super close.
10:57. We'll have to wait officially what it comes down to. It's a legal wind. They've had faster times, but it's been without a legal wind.
And probably on a warmer day than today, I would think.
Let's hope when we get down to Philadelphia next weekend, they can run a little bit faster.
Yeah, if we can finally have a weekend without rain in New England.
It's been 16 Saturdays in a row we've had rain in Connecticut.
Wow.
Yep.
6 on Saturdays, yeah.
Yep. I remember earlier in the year we were at a meet in New Hampshire, and one of the officials was complaining that it had been 10 weeks in a row with rain, and haven't broken the streak yet.
Well, my grass looks great, so that's an advantage. But here we go. We've got the finals of the girls' 100 meters.
Yeah, so the girls' finals, we have Jasmine Hurley of Middlebury, Vermont, Saphir Brown of Bloomfield, Connecticut, Chloe Guthrie of Mansfield, Mass., Grace Sasaw of Concord, New Hampshire, Lisa Ray of West Warwick, Rhode Island, Brinley Gilfillan of Colchester, Vermont, Keone Savoy of Tantasqua, Mass., Shanae DeRoche of Hamden, Connecticut, and Lavender Kozaka of Oliver Ames, Massachusetts.
This is a phenomenal race for second place. 3 girls within .02. 3 girls within .02 for second place.
Yeah, but this is going to be the last time we get to see Lisa Ray, the New Balance Indoors National Champion, in the 200. What an incredibly gifted athlete. This will be the last race we get to see her in New England. She's going to forego her senior year of eligibility. She's graduating a year early, going down to the University of Georgia. Her father said she's just not getting the competition in New England, which is true. And, you know, she even in California, she won Arcadia early in the year with a time of 11:13. I mean, that would probably make NCAAs right now as a high school junior.
Yeah, so impressive. And obviously going to Georgia, which is a great program.
Here she is opening up, just staying nice and tall. Look at that, pulling away, not even close for second place.
Yeah, it looks like Sasaw will get second there, leading the rest of the field. But
Keep
Lisa
an eye on
Ray
that state record
just,
for New Hampshire.
Yeah, Lisa Ray just completely alone.
The boys' 100 hurdle finals was won by Hadzik of Essex, Vermont, 13:86. Delante Sr. hitting that 8th hurdle settles for second by 0.02 of a second. Kai Ying of Lowell, Mass., 13:98 is the new Massachusetts number 4. That's his PR. Avery Gilbert of Mount Mansfield, Union, Vermont, 14:02 was third. So we had 3 under 14 seconds. Joe Cook of Southeastern Regional was in Massachusetts was 5th, 14:57. Identical time as Marvin Escalera of Windsor. Came down to, 9 thousandths of a second. Takes the final medal. At least he gets the medal. The boys' finals. Jason Vanterpool declared the winner by 100th of a second from Bunnell, the New England champion. As I said, Luke Richardson settles for second, 10:60. Jack Pollock of East Providence, 10:73 was third. Alex Todorov of Xavier Brothers, Mass. was 4th, 11:81. That's his PR, Massachusetts number 13. Travis Carvello of Pinkerton, New Hampshire, Pinkerton Academy, 10:85 was 5th. And Zane Thomas of Attleboro, Mass., 10:85 was 6th. Now, we're going to have the 1600 on the boys' side. We have 2 sections settled.
Yeah, so 16 in each section. First heat, just doing their last strides here. We have, starting from the fastest seed, we have Elliot Fontaine of Burlington, Vermont, Cole Page of U32, Vermont, Will Samard of Conval, New Hampshire, Andrew Sharon of Darien, Connecticut, Elijah Bodanza of Fall Mountain, New Hampshire, Jason Roby of Pinkerton, New Hampshire, Samuel Brondike of Montpelier, Vermont, Daniel Dahlbeck of Kearsarge, New Hampshire, Carson Fitzgerald of Londonderry, New Hampshire, Donovan Connell of Hall, Connecticut, Carson Fisher of Bishop Girton, New Hampshire, Jacoby Soder of Bellows Free Academy, Vermont, Alex Gilbert of Freeport, Maine, Ethan Keller of Scarborough, Maine, Toby Hurdo of Bellows Free, Vermont, and Connor Smith of Freeport, Maine.
Tough thing for Samard here is that he kind of jogged in that last 100 meters at New Hampshire Media Champs.
He
and that's
did.
gonna
He has a season PR of 4:14.
Yeah.
At the BSR Elite Mile.
So expect him to kind of go out and try to take this.
Top seed Fontaine from Burlington. He already finished the 4x8. Let's see what he can do. He was anchor there. Let's see if he can do something in this.
Yeah, because Samard actually by season PR would be ranked 3rd overall in New England. But he gets seeded based on his time from last week at the Meet of Champions.
And Fontaine has a PR of 4:01.92 for the 1,500, not the mile.
It's always interesting how they convert over the 15 to mile. You wonder if it's too much or too little. It's kind of hard to compare.
Well, it's funny. That's the reason why I keep a separate list for the all-time Connecticut list for the 1,600 and mile, because I don't want to convert, because people argue about what the conversion is.
For at least 1,500, I hear it's normally about 20 seconds or so you give yourself in this range.
Yeah. But when you're trying to do statistical comparison, is it 20.5 or 19.8?
Yeah.
And different
It comes
formulas
down to
do
that stuff,
different.
yep.
Yeah.
I don't even bother with that. Just straight up. And I, you know, a lot of times they have like the 1,600 meter split at races. I don't do that either, because not every race has a 1,600 meter split in the middle of a mile.
Yep.
Looks like Soder maybe he was the one in the front.
Yeah, or
BFA
even,
St.
you know,
Albans.
sometimes they have a timer at the 1,500 meter split.
That's BFA in the lead.
Yep, so Jacoby Soder.
Comes over the 4:22.
Going out in 103.4. That's aggressive, but it's a good start for these guys that they want to try to place in that top heat.
Yeah, we got some fast sophomores in this race. We have Cole Page with a 4:21 as a sophomore, and then Elijah Bodanza with a 4:22, and Jason Roby with a 4:22, both sophomores.
And Bodanza's a guy who was hurt for a lot of the year, and he's kind of built up and gotten better and better each week. So expect him to continue that progression to this race.
Yeah, he's really come on strong the end of this season.
But
yeah, I mean, running, you know, almost 4:20 in the mile as a sophomore is very impressive. And we've got 3 guys in this heat running low 4:20s.
I always like to say the difference between the fast heat and the second heat is usually they all go out in the same time for the quarter, but it's the faster heat always has another gear. They always run negative splits, where the next heat oftentimes can't. But 2:09, pretty solid through the 800 meter mark.
So yeah, Fontaine's on pace to break 4:20 right now. If he can keep his pace up, we'll see
a lot of times, the first 2-3 laps will be pretty much the same, and then all of a sudden, the faster heat, they'll close in
60 seconds or
right,
something, 61
right.
seconds, where the
Something-
other heats
something
are like
crazy.
65, 66. But this is what we're here for, to get the better competition. Less likely for you to fall asleep in the middle.
Yeah, you really got to focus in that third lap. And it definitely helps to have people around you at that point in the race.
Andrew Sharon from Darien is in second place right now. Second/third place. Going to try to get the lead. Comes in with a PR, 4:21.65.
So yeah, we're still right above 420 pace. Where are they going to close in? We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, this whole field should be pretty close together because from the first seed to the 13th seed is 1.5 seconds.
Let's see who can do it on the day. But now it's coming down to the final stretch. There's still 4 in contention.
Sharon's moving up now. He's looking pretty strong. Fontaine's been leading since about 300 meters into the race.
Samard with a quick look behind him.
Is that Page of U32 moving him to 4th? Maybe coming up with these guys?
He's coming on very strong here with 150 to go.
Any one of these 4 guys could take it.
Getting tight like a glove compartment here. All getting packed in. Sharon, 8th place in the Connecticut State Open, trying to win the first heat.
That's actually Donovan Canole.
Here
Ball.
Samard coming up in the middle of that formation. Looks like he's gonna take it. 422 low for Samard, winning that first heat.
Setting up right off the bat. Once again, another strong performance.
Samard going to UMass Lowell next year.
Gotta love Coach Gary Gardner, what he's developing at UMass.
Yeah, great program.
Yeah, they were great in Division II. They moved to Division I. It took them a couple of years. Now they got people going to NCAAs. They had a girl doing the Olympic trials. Great, and still mostly just mostly New England area is where they get the bulk of their team. Occasionally get somebody else, but
a ton of their team is all local
Yeah.
talent that we've seen run, through the years in high school.
yeah, we
and,
get some
the
Connecticut,
surrounding
Massachusetts.
states.
But yeah, getting it done with local kids. He knows how to develop athletes to get to the next level.
Yeah, it's nice too because a lot of the guys on that team, are familiar with each other already.
And here-
just from racing each other.
We've got 13 names in this. Who do we have here, Davio?
All right, we got Nathaniel Asa of Marblehead, Mass. Sam Leone
16.
of East Lyme, Connecticut. Christian Manos of
Woodstock.
Woodstock, yes. Colby Flynn of Bishop Hendricken, Rhode Island. Miles Napolitano of Barrington, Rhode Island. David Hayes of Bishop Hendricken, Rhode Island. Sam Laverdiere of Lake Region, Maine. Emmett Johnson of St. Johnsbury, Vermont. Arthur Ferris of St. Raphael, Rhode Island. Matthew Denardis of North Haven, Connecticut. Fred Russell of Bishop Hendricken, Rhode Island. Aaron Johnson of Portland, Maine. Julian Silva of Fitch, Connecticut. Atticus Merriam of Scarborough, Maine. Tyson LaBelle of Griswold, Connecticut. And BJ Karachki of Bishop Hendricken, Rhode Island.
Asa's a top seed.
And
412.
not by much, though.
412, 5th in the Massachusetts Meet of Champions, but he won the 2 miles up in Massachusetts, won indoors the 2 miles at New England's, and he was 6th at the New Balance Nationals in the 5K. He's going to Purdue, so let's see what he's got.
Is he not here in this race?
He's not here?
Yeah, I don't see him anywhere.
Right now it looks like maybe Leone was in the lead with Flynn in 2nd. And they're kind of pulling away from this group.
Leon's going to try to make it a duplicate here. He won the indoor mile at New England's, and he was 5th last year here at this meet. Comes in with a PR of 4:12.71, so this should be an honest pace.
And Colby Flynn's a guy who knows how to compete in big races, and he's been in a lot of really exciting sprint finishes in the past year.
Yeah, Colby's only a sophomore. He won the Rhode Island 1,500-meter champ. He was 10th New England in the 2-mile indoors, but he was 8th at New England in cross country. He was a top sophomore in New England.
Yeah, and experience in these competitive races is so important. It's like a different style of racing once you get to these big meets.
And they're on a hot pace right now. Looks like it was around 2:07 maybe. So 2:06. So actually, they're on pace for the top seed in this heat. That was Sam Verdier.
Laverdier was second indoors in the New England Mile, and if
He's
you
moving
might
up
have
to the
remembered,
front.
there was a spill in there, so the top two guys had taken out, and it allowed and allowed Leon and Laverdier to kind of win.
Yeah,
but now they're going to try to
got
put
a
it
little
up.
messy that race.
But hey, these things happen, especially indoor track with such tight conditions. But look at the top three just going at it, battling it out.
Yeah, it's really anybody's race of this top three. I like Flynn's position, but we'll see if these guys can pull away over this last lap. They're on a really quick pace. Leon looks really good.
East Lyme won the Connecticut State Open the first time ever, and they did not double and triple their distance guys like they normally do. 3:12 through 1,200 meters, so he's got some fresh legs. He only ran the mile, the 1,600 last Saturday.
So he's all in on this one then.
Yeah, they're getting ready for the 4x-mile at Come Outdoor at the New Balance Outdoor Nationals.
Yeah, we got some company
Yeah,
here.
wow. It's actually going to be a much closer race with the rest of the pack closing in.
200 meters to go.
Yeah, quite a few guys from that other pack reconnecting with the field.
And here comes the move. Oh, look at that. Laverdier is now actually going around Leon. Leon trying to hold him off, though.
Let's see what they got into the last 100. You can see him going to the arms.
Hayes is in there too, but here we go. It's coming down the final steps.
Wow, it was Laverdier, I believe, who got the win there. 4:13 of 101 last lap.
Yeah, Leon held on until like 10 meters to go. And Laverdier just a little bit stronger to the line.
A lot of really exciting sprint finishes today.
Hey, that's what we get at the New England
Yep.
Championships.
Laverdier came in as a 7th seed, walks away with individual. Well, they get top plaques, right? They get plaques to win, correct?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
That's got to be a good feeling.
I wouldn't know.
Yeah.
The only reason why I know is I watch it a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen the ceremony from this side of the track. All right, girls 1,600 meters, heat 1. We have Sofia Holovatska of South Windsor, Connecticut, Lydia Donahue of Champlain Valley, Vermont, Brianna Bellinger of Thomaston, Connecticut, Olivia Wahlberg of LaSalle, Rhode Island, Katie McMorrow of New Fairfield, Connecticut, Georgia Moon of Falmouth, Maine, Acadia Enman of Mount Mansfield, Vermont, Madeline Harris of Burn Burton, Vermont, Ilis McKenna of Newmarket, New Hampshire, Caitlin Lumbra of Bellows Free Academy, Madeline Cook of Oyster River, New Hampshire, Lacey Dinsmore of Brunswick, Maine, Aria Deeb of Hanover, New Hampshire, Erin O'Shea of Messinic, New Hampshire, and Paige Goodwin of Lawrence, Maine. Quite a field.
Holovaska from South Windsor, the junior. She was 8th in the Connecticut State Open in her PR of 5:06:09. Not sure if anybody in this pack can break 5 minutes, but we'll see.
That's a ridiculous time for, the second heat.
Yeah. These girls are all, the top few girls are all just under 5'10".
We got a freshman in this field as well. Enman of Mount Mansfield, Vermont, runs a 5:12 as a freshman.
Probably has the coolest name in the meet, Acadia.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. We also, in the second heat, we have a freshman running a 5:04.
Especially notable, compared to the last few years, I feel like there's a lot more milers competing at New England's today than you might have seen before. Maybe it's just me, but I feel like a lot of the milers have sat out in the last few years.
Yeah, I think it kind of depends on the year. There's some ebbs and flows of.
Well, now they have the new entry system where you have to pay for it online, by Tuesday, I think the deadline was. So that means, and if you don't pay for it, you can invite the next person up.
Oh, nice. That's a great way
Yeah.
to do it then.
So-
That's probably what it is then.
Yeah. So it's like, so we can get close to the 36. The number of times, I remember up in Maine, the number of people that didn't show up to Maine 2 years ago. So this kind of allows,
Yeah, that's good.
If you finish 10th in your state meet, you didn't get top 6, but I'd rather get 6 kids from each state showing up here rather than.
Exactly.
I hate when you see these kids that finish 4th and don't declare, or they declare and they don't show up, and that denies somebody else the opportunity.
Yeah, because it always used to be the case that, the top kids would be entered into the meet, and then whether they decide to go or not, like the spot doesn't really get filled ever,
Bellinger's in yellow in second place right now. She's the dominating force up in northwest Connecticut. It's, not a real populated part of area, but if you ever think about, going up vacation, the Litchfield area, that's where she's from and around that area. And she's just winning her conference meet. I think she's already won like 10 conferences, and she's only a sophomore.
My parents are there right now.
Oh, really?
Going to the highest point in Connecticut, Mount Frizzle.
I've never actually been there before.
Yeah, we're all high pointers in our family, and they were
So
excited.
you do all the big.
Yep, all the state high points.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I've never actually. It's
It's
funny.
beautiful up
I
there.
thought you meant you all went to High Point University.
Yeah, Thomason's just up Route 8. But yeah, if I would ever win the lottery, I'd love to get a little house up there. It's a great little area. Instead of traveling all the way to Vermont to get rural areas, Litchfield County is a lot like that.
We've just got an update from one of our New Hampshire commentators, Mike Smith, who says Acadia Enman is Cassie Enman's daughter, who is a professional ultra runner.
Oh,
and,
jeez.
and mountain runner.
That would explain the name then.
Yeah, that would make sense. So that's pretty cool.
Well, right now, Holovatska is in the lead with 1 lap to go. We're
Trying
just
to go
above
wire to
5 minute
wire.
pace, yeah. But the pass did just happen. And so we're on about 5:04 pace right now, something around there. So really strong running from this group.
Yeah, Enman is 2011 World Mountain Running Champion.
Oh, awesome.
That's pretty sweet. And, here you go, Tyler. Multiple-time winner of the Vermont City
Hey.
Marathon.
It's a great marathon.
Got my buddy from Foss Running Camp giving me a shout out on the message board. Hey, Art Demers, what's going on? One of the mainstays up at Foss Running Camp for 30 plus years. Gotta love this little announcements here. Everybody gets to give a shout out. If anybody has any information about who the people's relatives are, write something in the chat. We'll check it out. And here comes Bellinger trying to win. She's going to win the first section of the girls' 1,600 meters.
This is going to
She
be
could
a
have
really,
approached 5
really good
minutes.
time. This is going to be an
Wow.
excellent time.
She going to just miss 5 minutes, but just.
Wow.
Oh,
five
she,
flat.
oh, she got it! She got it!
Well, we'll see what it rounds up to. Maybe it will be just above. Hopefully not.
I think she got that.
I think she got it too.
5:07 was her PR coming in today.
Wow, what a run.
That's
a gutsy run.
awesome.
Yeah, when you're running and you see the clock and it's like you think it's only 10 yards away and I've got it and the clock keeps ticking down, ticking up.
Oh, you know that feeling. You come around the corner and you're like, oh, I've got 10 whole seconds until
But
like
it's a
what
long-
whatever, and then I'm like, wait, I can't run a 10-second 100.
She ran that really smart though, kind of hung back and made her move at the right time.
Yeah, so huge PR.
That gives Connecticut now 7 girls under 5 minutes for the 1,600.
Wow.
Well, speaking of sub 5, we should see a lot more in this heat.
Yeah, this is where we're going to see a lot more sub 5.
Yeah, so second heat, we've got Chase Gilbert as the number 1 seed by a pretty decent margin from Lyme, Connecticut. Kiara Evans of Newton North, Mass. Laura Driscoll of Scarborough, Maine. Haley Kavanaugh of Oyster River, New Hampshire. Charlotte Tuxbury of Wellesley, Mass. Alexandra Morgan of Fairfield Ward, Connecticut. Lucy Stowe of North Kingston, Rhode Island. Natalie Martin of Northwood Senior, Mass. Ginger Long of U32, Vermont. Allie Call of Portsmouth, Rhode Island. Alyssa Parento of LaSalle Academy. Cora Wasiolik of Mercy, Connecticut. Laura White of Nashua North, New Hampshire. Ava Hayden from Thetford, Vermont. And Charlie McHugh of Cumberland, Rhode Island.
Chase Gilbert's going to go right to the lead probably. She should be in this now.
Yeah, so she comes in with a PR of 4:44.
So it looks like the barrel is going to have all 4 of their athletes go to the lead.
Yeah, sometimes that happens with the barrel
It's
where
hard to pace things, yeah.
you can't really tell where you are in relation to the rest of the field, and so sometimes you just kind of pick a pace, and occasionally it's too fast.
Ava Hayden of Thetford. Gotta love Thetford. That's where we have our New England Championships. One of my favorite courses in New England.
One of my least favorite courses. Nothing against Thetford, but it's really, really hard.
But talk about
quite hard.
help from the community. They do a great job there.
Oh, yeah, it's a great course to watch.
Well,
I
be
love
a broadcaster on,
Yeah.
Yeah, for a hard, true cross country course, it's very spectator friendly.
Yeah.
Okay,
So Gilbert's finally in the lead heading to the first lap.
not blasting anything out here.
Yeah, 74, 75 through the first 400, which
Gilbert's coached by Olympian Jan Merrill Morin, 76 Olympian.
wow.
Yep. She actually is one of the few people that have actually beaten Brooke Strauss. She set the state record for 1,600 meters indoors at the state open. Great race. She kind of just took it out on her, and Brooke was coming back from the 1,000. So
Smart.
I guess that was enough. It was a bit of an upset, but she was also a Foot Locker finalist.
It looks like we're picking it up a little bit here. You can see the
Kinda
field
got
getting
a train starting to form.
getting pretty strung out. Whereas that first 75 should have been pretty comfortable for almost the entire field, really. So we'll see what this second lap split is.
Very curious to see how Evans is going to play out this race in second place, because she seems to just want Gilbert to do the work here, which would be the smart strategy, and then just try to make something happen towards the end.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
Evans was third in Massachusetts.
And they definitely picked up that lap.
That was about a
70, 71.
Yeah, so quite a bit faster there. Maybe a little too fast, but we'll see how they hold on here.
Well, Gilbert is now starting to make a gap.
Yeah, she won indoors, so why not get the bookends, you know?
Well, and the best way to really put some hurt into someone is to make the second and third laps hard, because those are the hardest laps of the race in the mile.
Yeah, it's hard physically in your body and also just hard mentally. Like, you're at that point in the race where everything hurts, and to see someone push the pace at that point, you kind of just in the back of your head, you're like, I don't know if I can hold on to this pace.
That's about 3:02 through the 1,000 meters, so they're
Impressive.
definitely looking about 5 seconds under 5-minute pace. But it looks like she just kind of decided to run a 1,200 today. Like the first lap, like she usually gets out, like last week, she got out in like 71 or so.
Yeah, a little bit slow, but they've really picked it up.
Third place, number 3, Laura Driscoll of Scarborough, Maine.
Okay, Haley Kavanaugh in fourth. See what she can do to close down, maybe take a second place.
Yeah, or at least a podium finish,
Yeah, for
possibly.
sure.
Driscoll was 6th in the New England Indoor Championship. But now, look at this. The second pack is really mixing it up here, but the day belongs.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, she looks strong, too.
Everybody's chasing Chase. 200 meters to go. She's definitely going to be under 450 now, it looks like. She just needs like a 40.
Yeah, and great race for second. That's Driscoll and Kavanaugh. All right, Gilbert, the 100 to go.
Yeah, Kavanaugh's been running by herself this whole year, so it's great she has some company here.
Yep.
But obviously, without Brooke Strauss in here, Chase Gilbert is all by herself. Here she comes. Should be under the 450 barrier.
448, nice run.
Wow.
Just misses the meet record set by last year, 446.
Yeah,
Haley
Kavanaugh with a
perfectly timed race to get second
great
place.
last lap there. Runs about 4:55. I know, nice for her to have some good competition. I think probably her number one competition this year is her own teammate.
Her teammate, yeah.
It must be nice for those two to train together.
Yeah, a lot of smart races, though, in these miles. Gilbert ran really smart, kind of letting everyone go out easy that first lap and then just drop in the hammer.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as she basically dropped, a 70 on that second lap, it was done at that point, yeah.
It's kind of cool to be at that level of your career where you're like, I can just go whenever I want to go, you know?
Yeah, I mean, if you can drop a 70 in one of the middle laps of a 1600, you know, you're in pretty good shape, because I imagine that's not too far off the 800 pace of a lot of the girls in this field.
That's
you know?
true.
Right, a 220 is probably right around where a lot of these girls run in the 800, and so if you can just pull that out on the second and third lap of a 1600. There's not a lot of people that are going to keep up with you.
Well, and even if someone's close to you time-wise, that the shock to the system going from 75 to 70 is going to be quite drastic.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're going to notice that one.
Yeah, so if you're the one making the move, you can really get a jump on someone.
Yeah, but when you're a low 440 girl, that's within your wheelhouse.
Yeah, no one's with her in that one.
So here we are, moving on from one of the longer races of the day to one of the shorter races of the day. The boys 4x1 as the athletes walk down the home stretch. And
Here we got
set up
four
their
heats
blocks.
in this one. First heat a little small. We've got only 5 teams in this one. We've got Brattleboro, Vermont in lane 3. Lane 4 is Lincoln, Maine. 5 is Thetford, Vermont. 6 is Rice, Vermont. 7 is Rutland, Vermont.
Thetford comes in with the best of 44.66. The others in the 45-second range. Brattleboro on the inside in lane 3, 46.08. Hopefully they'll get under that 46-second barrier. But I love the 4x1 because it's not only about talent, it's about teamwork, it's about timing. You can't just, I mean, it's, yes, having the 4 fastest runners certainly helps, but if you don't have good handoffs.
If you can't pass the baton,
yes.
It doesn't matter how fast your legs are. And, you know, hopefully at this point in the season, you would imagine that the handoff should be pretty smooth. Probably these guys have been running together for, you know, at least a decent portion of the season.
See, that's what I like about the end of the season is you might have a team of 50, 60, 70 runners, and by now you're down to the 4 or 5 or 6, so you get to spend more time just working with your 4. You don't have any other runners that you're going back and forth with, like who you're going to put in the relay.
Right.
You know who's going to be the relay.
Yeah, it's kind of finalized, and you can really focus on really getting those little details down, which in the 4x1, as we said, is very important.
Well, we're getting some field events coming in here. We'll have to take a break at some point. Well, let's see. We're not lining up yet, are we? We're still waiting. Real quickly, hey, Marshall Potter just set a U.S. number 32 in the discus, a PR, 192.7. He's going to UConn next year. Wow, wins that. Michael O'Reilly from Medfield, Mass. takes second in the boys' discus, 183.1. Riker Paradis from Lewiston, Maine, 181.1. Thomas Matlock of East Lyme, 175.6. That's his PR. Eben Konzigi of Nipmuc Regional, Mass, 171 feet 3 inches is fifth. And Barnaby Dine of Mascoma Valley Regional, 167.2 is your top 6.
Yeah, Mascoma actually very, very small school, Division III in New Hampshire. And their throws program is incredible. They have some amazing throwers in both discus and shot.
Potter just came within 3 inches of the Connecticut state record, Gary Moore's state record, 192.10. Came within 3 inches of the Connecticut state record in that event.
Wow.
Yeah.
Ooh, rough handoff
Little
there.
yellow flag up, so 2 officials saw it.
Yeah.
Somebody's not going to get an official performance.
Yeah, that one was pretty obvious. I think they
Oh, you see the last exchange on the outside.
yeah.
Little
Took
fall.
a dive, but it was
Yeah.
actually pretty smooth.
No yellow flag up, so it was clear.
Yeah, the baton actually transferred pretty smoothly.
45-10 unofficially. Marshall Potter moves up to number 2, Connecticut all time. And hopefully he'll see what he can do at Nationals next weekend.
Heat 2 of the 4x1. We have Thornton, Maine, Essex, Vermont, Bonnie Eagle, Maine, Greater Lawrence, Mass, Nashua North, New Hampshire, Classical, Rhode Island, U32, Vermont, Wyndham, Maine, and South Portland, Maine. Top seed is Nashua North with a 43-35.
Incredible performance in the boys' discus, though. Got to interview Marshall at the Throwhawks indoor meet. He just had a great end of the season indoors. Got All-American in the shot put. He was 3rd in Connecticut State Open, but popped one out at the New Balance Nationals indoor meet to get All-American. Let's see. We also have results of the girls' shot put as they're getting the runners on the track. 6th place, Lauren Smith earns an All-New England spot from New Canaan, 37 feet, 11 inches. Gifty Badeko of Classical, Rhode Island, 37.11 and a half inch, just a half inch out of 6th. Peyton Goulding of Cumberland, Rhode Island, 38 feet, 5 inches was 4th. Sloan Gardner from Cape Elizabeth, Maine, 38, 5 and a half inches was your bronze medalist. Madeline Gonzalez of Haverhill, Massachusetts, 39 feet, 4 and a half inches is your runner-up. And leading the entire way was Maya Cornada of Sacred Heart Academy in Hamden. She's going to Yale next year, but she wins with a distance of 42 feet, 6 inches to be your New England champion.
We had a previous New England champion get All-American at NCAA's this week, Ruth White in the 10K.
That was great.
Awesome performance from her. Multiple-time New England champion.
Oh, she dominated New England's for her 4 years here.
Yeah, in cross-country.
Or 3 years, because freshman year she didn't get to run freshman year. But
yeah, cross-country and outdoor in the 2-mile.
Yep.
But she ran the 10K at NCAA's and ended up getting
9th
All-American.
place. Yeah, she ran 32.20, set the New Hampshire school record for the
which,
3rd time.
I believe is also a U20 record.
No, really?
Yeah.
Also in the same race was Chloe Strimminger of Georgetown, finishing 5th. She's a Conard graduate. She ran 31.48
Wow.
in the same race. Yeah,
So
we have
a
some
few-
local kids doing great.
Yeah, a few New England alumni.
She's also in the 5K. I think that's today, I'm not sure if they're done
yes.
yet.
Yes, women's finals are today. Should be later this afternoon.
Yep. Back on the track. We've got going into the second exchange. No, looks like no flags going up. White flag, so we're good.
That's
I don't have that sheet up, so.
yeah. I was gonna say Essex was leading that, and then they actually got overtaken by Lawrence. U32 also on the outside was in it for a bit, but Greater Lawrence, their anchor leg just blew everyone away. They were in 3rd or 4th, I think, at the handoff, and then just took off down the straightaway.
Yeah. Now, we always have to point out you can take any heat can possibly get a medal or the win. So sometimes whoever wins the third heat of 4 will oftentimes squeeze and get the medal. So we got to pay attention to the.
Yeah, if you run a good enough time, then that counts as the placement, regardless of what heat you're actually in.
Heat 3, we have Monomoy Regional of Massachusetts in 1, Barrington, Rhode Island in 2, Milford, Massachusetts in 3, Attleboro, Massachusetts in 4. Then you have the Wildcats of Bethel in 5, the Little Green Men of Manchester Central, New Hampshire in 6, Nashua South in 7, Lexington, Mass in 8, and Lewiston, Maine in lane 9 on the outside.
Yeah, this is pretty funny. Attleboro, Bethel, and Manchester Central, all with a 42.66.
And this isn't even the fast heat. It wasn't that long ago. If you ran low 43s, you're going to win New England's, and now you don't even make the fast heat if you're in the 42s.
Yeah, people are getting quite speedy.
Okay, all set, guys.
Yeah, speed in the Northeast, Global warming, I guess. I don't know. It's getting warmer here. Not this year, but.
No, not quite.
Bethel has Luke Richardson, the New England runner-up in the 100 meters. He's on the anchor. So they can be a couple steps behind and still come back from that. Settle in their blocks.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, 42.66. Anybody can break that today. And at least it stopped raining out. There's not as many umbrellas up anymore.
Yeah, still a little gray and cold, but at least it's dry.
Here's Jackson Cerbello from Bethel on the turn. Lane 3, that's Milford, Mass. They've got a big lead now.
And Nashua South coming up on the outside, as well as Lewiston, Maine. But Milford's going to take that one.
42.64 unofficially. A little better than their season best time, despite the weather. Now we're in the hot heat now. This is where all the action is going to take place. Lane 1 will be Hamden, the Green Dragons. East Providence, Rhode Island's in 2. LaSalle Academy Rams are in 3. Bunnell Bulldogs are in 4. With the Windsor Warriors in lane 5 are top seed and defending champions. Pinkard Academy, the long red line of New Hampshire is in 6. Catholic Memorial of Massachusetts in 7. The Jesuits of Fairfield Prep in lane 8. And on the outside, the Greenwich Cardinals, one of the farthest points in New England, just outside New York City, is in lane 9. All these teams come in with 41.65 down to 42.58.
And so Windsor coming back with that 41.65, a couple tenths ahead of the next fastest team, which would be Pinkerton, who actually set the New Hampshire state record this year.
Set that like 3 times.
Yeah.
Yeah, they actually broke it multiple times throughout the season.
The state records, at least in New Hampshire, for the 4x1s have been going down.
Yeah, left and right.
Yeah, I mean, multiple times a year on both.
Girls
boys
and
girls side.
and boys. Yeah.
But I'm excited to see Windsor. Every year I've been at New England, they've been one of the 2 or 3 best in the.
Well, they have the New England meet record, 41.61, set in 2013.
Yeah, so that's
Yeah.
in
That
danger
gets right
today.
under that.
Yeah, 400ths off. I mean, it's tough in these conditions, but still. Bunnell's a 3rd seed, 41.94. They were 2nd at the Connecticut State Open, at 5th best time in New England. LaSalle Academy was 4th last year here. So we've got some experienced runners. And Bunnell, you have to remember, as Jason Vanderpool, the New England champion in the 100 meters, he's on the anchor.
I think Pinkerton and Windsor are going to have a good battle here. Pinkerton looks like they got a little bit of a better leg or opening leg. That was Cavallo. He made the finals of the
100.
Open 100. But Windsor's right there.
Coming in, this is where we start seeing it on the turn. Windsor has a smooth handoff. They're in the lead right now.
This is going to be close. I think
On the
Pinkerton's
outside,
got it.
Pinkerton's right there too, but here comes Windsor. Windsor and
Great
Pinkerton.
handoff.
Oh, now a good handoff.
Pinkerton with a great handoff. Windsor a little bit slow there. Let's see if they can come back.
Bunnell's coming up. Here comes Bunnell. They're going to take it.
Oh, my goodness. Pinkerton had such a lead into that last leg.
Well, that's what happens when you're going against the New England champion there in the 100 meters.
Yeah, that saved Bunnell there.
Now, I'm sure Bunnell was not happy getting second in the state open.
Yeah.
So they wanted some revenge against the Warriors of Windsor.
A huge anchor leg for them.
great
Wins
race.
them the New England title.
That's what I was talking about earlier, how exciting it is to see, like, you not only have to have 4 fast runners, they have to have perfect handoffs. Windsor made one mistake, and that's all it took.
Yeah, because they were in control of that race until that final handoff. Pinkerton almost capitalized on that mistake, but then the New England champion just runs everyone down.
Real quickly, let's look at the high jump right now. We're up to 5-7. Timberland Regional, New Hampshire. Daniel Bates is in the lead right now. She's cleared 5-7 on her third attempt, along with Ella Palisano, the 6-foot high jumper. So they're the only 2 left in the girls' high jump. They're going up to 5-9 next.
Yeah, we got a jump right here. Just hits the bar with her front shoulder, looked like.
Girls pole vault, we're up to 11-3 right now. We still have several girls left. Looks like we have at least 7 still in at 11-3, so that's going to be the cutoff probably. Boys pole vault is on the inside of the track. Right now we have Carter Engelman of Wyndham. It looks like he's the only one left, and he's cleared 15-3. So he's going to be your champion.
Yeah, it's nice. It helps. We have the pole vault 2 pits going at once.
That's a huge advantage. You can't. We'll be here all day if we have only one
because
pit.
pole vault is typically the event that takes the longest at all these big meets, and to have 2 pits going, girls and boys competing at the same time, really helps speed things up. So nice that this facility has that. Heat 1 of the girls 4x1, we got Bucksport, Maine, Yarmouth, Maine, People's Academy, Vermont, Edward Little, Maine, and U32, Vermont.
There was a movie maybe 30 years ago, Welcome to Bucksport. It was like 2 old guys. I think one was I think they were former presidents living in Bucksport or something. I think Walter Malthau or something. And it was a really old movie. You guys before your time.
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, you young guys, here's something you want to do. There's a list. AFI, American Film Institute, puts out a list of top 100 movies of all time.
Okay.
Your goal is to watch the top 100 movies.
All right.
See how many of them you can watch. Some of them are kind of obscure.
Might take a little while. I'll do
No, but you've probably already seen like 15 of them, 20 of them probably.
Yeah, I've probably seen a lot. I've seen a lot of the
You've seen a
top
lot of
movies.
Stuff, yeah.
Looks like U32 in the lead of this one.
Look at them. They're great in cross country all the time, and they're also good in sprinting. They always seem to come to New England's from Vermont.
A second and a half faster than the seed time there.
We always like to say, it's just great how they just pop in somebody new onto here.
Yeah, it should be a season PR for them.
Bunnell runs their season best in the boys 4x1, 41.88. Pinkerton, 41.93 was second. Windsor was third, 42.04. Catholic Memorial, 42.26. Milford, Mass, 42.63, their season best. And Lewiston, Maine, 42.95. Takes sixth and the last medal.
Oh, Pinkerton 100th off of breaking their own state record again.
Well, I'm sure they've qualified for nationals. They going down. Do you know if they're going heading down
They
to?
have qualified,
Yeah.
And I believe their plan is to head out there because I interviewed them earlier in the year, and they said that was That was the plan. That was the focus this year. So
And Bunnell, 41.94 was their seed. So 41.88, their new time, keeps them at number 5 all time in Connecticut history.
So heat 2 of the girls 4x1, we have Hampton Academy of Maine, Fitchburg, Mass, Barrington, Rhode Island, Oyster River, New Hampshire, Nashua North, New Hampshire, Carahoe Regional of Rhode Island, Bangor, Maine, Bedford, New Hampshire, and Scarborough, Maine.
I've seen 13. 13 on the list I've seen. I just looked it up.
All right, we're off. Looks like we're missing Oyster River.
Interesting.
One of the inside lanes, but we still have Nashua North from New Hampshire's top seed.
Yeah, so maybe Oyster River focusing on individual events today. Because we know they're here, right? Because I saw
Avery in the
the
hurdles,
yeah.
but the other ones I don't think are in anything other than this.
So interesting scratch. Let's see who leads coming off the turn. Ooh, a little wipeout there in lane 6, looks like. So this is going to be Bangor, Maine. Fitchburg, Mass, trying to catch up there in lane 2. Almost took it, but Bangor holds on for the win in heat 2. Heat 3 heading out onto the track. We're going to have Essex, Vermont, Westboro, Mass, Portsmouth, New Hampshire, Milton, Mass, Methuen, Mass, Amherst, Pelham, Mass, East Providence, Rhode Island, North Kingston, Rhode Island, and Colchester, Vermont. Methuen with the top seed of 49.09.
Trying to get into the 48s.
Just got word Bates just missed her third jump. She's out of the high jump right now. At this point, not sure what the height is at.
We're up to 5'9" right now.
Wow.
Palisano is, it looks like they both cleared 5'7" on the third attempt.
So this will be her third attempt for the win?
If she has to clear, if she doesn't clear it, it's going to be Bates. Bates will take the win if she doesn't clear this. And she missed it. Girls pole vault is up to 11-3 right now. Then a Quill, the Southern Connecticut commit.
Oh, she almost had it.
So that moves her to second place.
That was very close.
Boys pole vault, Carter Engelman of Wyndham has cleared 15-3. Now he's going 15 feet 7 inches in the boys pole vault. That's a big boy height.
Yeah, what's the New England record?
It's
got to be close, right?
No, it's over 16 feet. I remember it was over 16 feet. There was, yeah.
Here we go. We're off for heat 2. The girls 4x1. Now Methuen had the second fastest seed time in the 100 dash. Unfortunately, she did not race, so I'm interested to see if she's going to be in this 4x1 here.
Pole vault is 16 feet 9 inches.
Wow.
By David Slavinsky of Brunswick. I remember I was there for that. I think that was in Vermont, if I remember correctly. University of Vermont there.
That's Amherst Pelham taking that heat.
Maybe none of Methuen is here.
I think Milton comes in second. Milton.
Now we're going to need some action on the track here. We're going to have heat 4, the girls, 4x100. Oliver Ames, Mass will be in 1. Pinkerton, New Hampshire will be in 2. Richfield Tigers in 3. Hill House, the Academics in 4. Windsor, like their boys team, comes in as a top seed. They're in lane 5 with a time of 47.95. Season best of 47.37. Hamden, Connecticut, season best of 47.96. They come in lane 6. Naugatuck, they should have Lauren Croppo on the anchor. You could see a surprise from them. She was a state open champ in the 100 meters. She pulled out of that today. So 48.68 is their seed time. 48.45 is a season best with her on it. Classical Rhode Island is in lane 8. And Manchester, Connecticut is in lane 9.
Yeah, almost an entirely Connecticut final here.
Yeah, with Massachusetts not supporting New England as much as the other states do, New England has more population. I mean, Connecticut has more population, so we tend to have deeper relay squads.
Yeah, and Windsor with that season best of 47.37. That is a monster of a time.
Yeah, every year they have a great team. Now, West Warwick, unfortunately, they're not bringing the Ray sisters in here. They're defending champs. But Windsor, we were second last year to West Warwick. Hampton, Hill House, Naugatuck. Yeah, I'd like to see if Lauren Croppo runs this. Lane 4 is not there. Looks like Hill House is not there. Here comes Windsor, the Warriors. Clean handoff on the stick. Big lead.
Handoff.
And she's extending upon it. On her outside, looks like it's Hamden.
Yeah,
but
good
Windsor is
final
going to
leg
grab the title, 48-19 unofficially.
Yeah, good solid last leg for Hamden, but Windsor just with a huge gap going into that fourth leg.
Yeah, not a season best, but still a good performance, and it's the title that counts.
A win is a win.
Yeah, we'll wait for, let's see the results of the boys 100. Bunnell, 41.88. Connecticut number 2. Pinkerton, 41.93, just missing a state record. Windsor, 42.04 was third. Catholic Memorial was 4th. Milford, Mass was 5th. And Lewiston, Maine was 6th. Quick, let's call it the girls 1600 reading. Let's get their results. 6th place was Charlotte Tuxbury of Wellesley, Mass. 4:57.42, her PR. Laura White of Nashua, North New Hampshire. 4:57.33, that was her PR. Sierra Evans of Newton, North Mass. 4:57.08, her PR. Then you go in the top 3. Laura Driscoll of Scarborough, Maine. 4:56.77. Haley Kavanaugh of Oyster River, New Hampshire. 4:55.10 was the runner-up. And everybody chased Chase Gilbert of Lyme, Old Lyme. Like her indoor title, she claimed the indoor and outdoor 1600-meter title, 4:48.33.
A great race. Boys 400 lining up on the track. We've got 4 heats. In Heat 1, we have Wyatt Richardson of George Stevens, Maine, Caden Schiller of Colchester, Vermont, Theodore Washburn of Rice Memorial, Vermont, Ratangel Silva of Lewiston, Maine, Elliot Rowe of Lamoille Union, Vermont, Brad LaForest of LaSalle Academy, Rhode Island, and Caleb Bernal of Mount Mansfield, Vermont.
We want to give a shout out to our boys shot put para ambulatory from Melrose, Massachusetts. Ryan Feeney has a chuck of 19 feet 9 inches to win the event. The girls paraambulatory, Eliana Bodine of Brookline, Mass., 16 feet 2 1/4 was first, and Madeline Greenhour of Douglas, Mass., 10 feet 9 inches is your runner-up.
Oh,
That didn't sound like the.
no, it didn't.
That was loud.
Yeah, that was.
That's the backup. That's the backup starter there, I think.
Yeah.
Looks like Diane Wright, the starter, is going up to meet ref. Looks like they're conferring, so somebody might have false started there. The boys shot put now. They're still in the prelims. Chris Amy, the Connecticut State Open champ indoors, 58-10 is leading the way. James Oberg of Guilford, 56-7.
What color card is that?
Somebody's-
Yellow.
Just a warning.
I still got to figure out where they give the warnings. What's maybe his hands are on the line or something? Who knows? Boys shot put. Boys shot put is still active now. In the
This is probably going to be my favorite race of the day here.
Why is that?
Just excited for a 46 guy to come in and
That's
and
pretty
run.
crazy.
Oh, Lamafa, yeah.
Yep.
We'll
Unfortunately,
be talking about him in a little bit.
we had another 47 guy, state record holder from New Hampshire. He is
And
not
new
racing
state
today.
record from
Yep.
last week.
Yeah, I saw the interview you guys did on him. I'm not
Yeah.
sure which of you guys did it, but he was saying he's going to probably pass. He's going to run the 4x4, I think, right? If I remember
That
correctly.
would make sense. They also
Yeah.
they had the state record in the 4x4 earlier
Yeah.
this year, which got broken at MOCs by like 3 teams.
Yeah, so, yeah, it's kind of nice. I mean, you don't have to run the same thing every single week, especially if you're that talented.
He's only a junior as well. This is a tight heat.
Yeah, very close. It's going to be Silva in lane. Oh, no, wait.
Thought that
Was that Washburn? Yeah, that was Washburn, lane 4.
Okay,
Was.
quickly, let's go over the boys' javelin results. We got some exciting action in the boys'
I know
javelin.
this is one I was excited about.
Andrew Hennigan of Hampton Academy, Maine, 165.6 was 6th. Trevor Dixon of Haddam Killingworth, 165.11 was 5th. Luke Rogerson of Reading Memorial, Mass., 166 even was 4th. The bronze medal goes to Kai Sorlin of South Kingston, Rhode Island, 176.5. Charles Franks chucks the baton from Pinkerton Academy, 185.5. And a new U.S. number 6, Connecticut all-time number 3 personal record. Tom Bannon re-breaks the school record, 211 feet 9 inches.
211.
U.S. number 6.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, we've had some pretty good javelin throwers from Connecticut. We just had a boy from Central Connecticut, or young man, excuse me, from Central Connecticut. Where is his name here? Colin Winkler just got All-American with a throw of 245.11. Finished, where was he here? I think he was top 10, I believe it was, from Northwestern Connecticut, Northwestern Regional. And he ended up getting All-American. So Connecticut's got some good stories in the javelin. But here we are on to the second heat of the boys' 400-meter race. You guys also might remember James Katowski of University of Lowell. He finished 8th in the javelin. 246 feet, 7 inches from Stoneham. Another Connecticut high school boy doing really well at nationals. It's got a tight battle here. Coming through 50 flat even. Woo. Hopefully it gets rounded down to 49.99.
That Miller of Betford. Yeah, he is a season PR of 50.26, so that should be a PR for him. Possibly sub 50. If he gets the benefit of the rounding.
And we're moving into the third of 4 sections. Who do we got here, Davio?
We have Theo Beatty of Portsmouth, New Hampshire, Lorenzo Lewis of Wacona Regional Mass, Wyatt Lawton of Profile, New Hampshire, Thaden Limensa of LaSalle Academy, Rhode Island, Cameron Williams of Greenwich, Connecticut, Isaiah Leffers of Hamden, Connecticut, Usman Yusuf of Taunton, Mass., Justin Jardine of East Providence, Rhode Island, and Desmond Snyder of Burlington, Vermont. And now we are solidly into the 48-49 second range for all these guys.
Williams of Greenwich was 5th at the Connecticut State Open, 48-78. So let's see if he can improve upon that. He's our top seed in lane 5. Leffers from Hamden is our second seed, 48-84. That was his season best.
Caleb Yu just said that Cam Williams is going to win the whole event. He's calling it right now. Is he racing or missing someone?
Yeah, he's in lane 5.
Nope.
Oh.
No. I think we're missing Thaden.
I think.
Okay, let's see what they come up with. That's probably going to be a red card. Because that went off right as, is that a red card coming out?
Let's see what we get here.
Red card in lane 9. And he knew it, too. He's not even there.
Yeah, he's gone. It's too bad.
So unfortunately, Snyder is not going to be competing.
Come all the way down from Burlington, but hopefully they'll get to enjoy some of the sights in Connecticut at least.
Some fried dough, maybe.
Yeah, that was looking pretty good before.
Yeah, our cameraman Tyler had some earlier.
Leffers was the FCAC champ, 6th in the State Open. Class Double champ, he's the second seed like we were just talking about. So those are still our top 2 seeds. Pair of Connecticut boys.
All right, let's see if Caleb Yu is going to be right. Oh, Mr. Williams here.
Caleb Yu, I met him at FCAX. Shout out to the Greenwich for winning double L's and FCAX this year. First time in like 40 years. They've really come up as a program. Thanks to Williams.
He's already made up this stagger. But the staggers kind of holding their own.
Yeah, this is going to be close.
That's
Him and Leffers.
Leffers.
Here comes the Green Dragon holding off the Cardinal. Leffers is looking great as he drives through the line, unofficially 49-1-5.
I don't know, Caleb.
Green Dragons are taking that heat. Let's see what holds up. But we've got 9 in the next heat. It's going to be kind of tough to kind of score out of this heat, but you never know. Who do we have in? Ooh.
We have Ethan Thevenin of Lowell, Mass. Jai Gonzalez of Blue Hills, Mass. Mitchell Dinkins of Wilbur Cross. Matthew Peterson of Daniel Hand, Connecticut. Samuel Lamalfa of Portland, Connecticut. Brendan McCabe of Immaculate, Connecticut. Ryan Pulpy of Reading, Mass. Christian Reynoso of Lawrence, Mass. And Ross Stevens of Conval, New Hampshire.
Okay, the New England meet record. Denard Barnaby of Weaver, the 2012 Olympian from Canada, was 47:31, set in 2008. New England leader Sam Lamalfa of Portland, a very small high school on the coast in Connecticut, just east of New Haven, 46:83 he ran at the Connecticut State Open.
Yeah, so this could definitely go down.
Number 3 Connecticut all time, and he's going to Bryant University in Rhode Island. Brendan McCabe, who was injured all indoor season, he comes in second, 47:40. He was second New England last year. He's Connecticut number 7 all time. Matt Peterson of Daniel Hand, 47:95, was third in the Connecticut State Open. Ryan Pulpy of Reading, 48:08. He was the Massachusetts Meet a Champion. From Lawrence, we have Christian Reynoso, 48:67 is his PR. He was 4th in the Meet of Champions. 20th last year, so he's moving up in the ranks. We also have Mitchell Dinkins here, the Wilbercross governor. 48:67 was 4th in the State Open. He only broke 50 seconds for the first time in the Class double meet, so he's dropped some time in the past few weeks. Let's see if he can continue doing that. But all eyes are on Red Lamalfa from Portland in the inside as he's making up the stagger. Check him out. He's moving ahead now before even coming out of the turn.
Yeah, he's got a beautiful stride.
Putting his head down. Big lead. Brendan from Immaculate's trying to hang on, but this day belongs to Lamalfa. Look at as he hangs on. But Brennan, man, he's not going away.
There. Is this going to be a New England record?
47:10 unofficially. 47:31 was the meet record. Let's see what that rounds up or down to.
Yeah, he should get it.
Brennan ran strong. He has a great last 100 meters. I think he should be moving up to the 600 indoors maybe next year.
Yeah, he looked very strong towards the end. Really maintained that momentum where a lot of people kind of tie up that last 100.
Yeah, he's happy to be running. He had a pretty severe injury that took him out the entire indoor season, so glad to see McCabe back there.
47:07.
New England record. Barnaby, though, what a great story he was. From Weaver High School, moved his way up the ranks, moved up to Canada. Unfortunately, he died in a training, with his club team. They were swimming, they were training down in one of the Caribbean islands, and he drowned.
Wow.
But we always remember him in Connecticut and New England. What a great performer he was. And his name is still out there. Okay, we got the next heat. We don't mess around here at New England's. We've got heat 1 of 4, the girls 400 meters. Who do we have, Davio?
We have Maddie Carbino of Hartford, Vermont, Darlene Abidi of Colchester, Vermont, Addie Burkhart of Lisbon, Maine, Amelia Vendongen of Mount Desert Island, Maine, Katarina Lemelson of Stowe, Vermont, Fiona Corbett of Burr and Burton, Vermont, Jays Matz of Rice Memorial, Vermont, Izzy Lacey of Rice Memorial, Vermont, and Scarlett Brooks of Hartford, Vermont. I'll tell you, Mount Desert Island, Maine, that's even more of a hike.
Well, that's northern Maine, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Bar Harbor.
Bahaba.
Yeah.
We've got 6 Vermont girls in this race.
Basically a duplicate of the Vermont State Championship.
We'll see if Corbett can get under a minute for the first time. She has a PR of a minute exactly.
Oh, so only a freshman, though.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
she's got some time. But, yeah, her PR is 60.00.
And this is a strung out 400. Wow.
All
She
Green
looks
Mountain
pretty
State.
good. Should get sub 60 here. She
As the
holds
clock's
on.
ticking up, though.
It assumes I don't think so.
Oh, just over. Just over.
Yeah, they tied up that last 100.
We have results of the girls' high jump. Give them a shout out to the jumpers. Sydney Schoenbach from St. Johnsbury grabs a medal, 5 feet 3 inches.
Oh, she's had a busy day.
Emily Brown of Sherho, Rhode Island, 5 feet 3 inches, was 5th. Eloise Mulready of Glastonbury, the Connecticut State Open champion, clears 5.5. Star Parham of Attleboro, 5.5, is 3rd. And then our top seed, Ella Polisano of Mount St. Anthony's, 5.7, was 2nd. Danielle Bates grabs the win from Timberlane Regional, 5 feet 7, based on misses, is your New England champion in the girls' high jump.
In Heat 2 of the girls 400, we have Cassandra Armstrong of White River Valley, Vermont, Madeline Poteet of Exeter, New Hampshire, Natalia Charles of Hampton Academy, McKenna Pratt of Colchester, Vermont, Marisha Bryant of Classical, Rhode Island, Olivia Lorenz of White Mountains, New Hampshire, Ellie Musica of Brunswick, Maine, Aisling Madden of Hopkinton, New Hampshire, and Rebecca Osanya of Pinkerton, New Hampshire. Here we go. Few people making up some ground here. Looks like Lorenz is in a pretty good spot here. Pratt looks pretty good as well, but it's honestly going to be pretty even coming off the turn. Quite a few girls in this race. This is Lorenz in the lead. Runs a 58 high to take the second heat of the 400. All right, third heat. We have Ava Lombardo of Framingham, Mass. Angela Koneska of Manchester Central, New Hampshire. Charlotte Bodoin of Timberlane, New Hampshire. Alex DiMatteo of King Philip, Mass. Alexandra Golder of Hall, Connecticut. Abigail Bilodeau of Blackstone Valley, Mass. Kate Pierce of Barrington, Rhode Island. Lauren Downer of Haverhill, Mass. Emerson Flaker of Scarborough, Maine.
I'm looking at the live feed here. We've got 381 people watching now, but by next year, there'll be over 10,000 people watching these broadcasts. So thank you to Marathon Sports and Hoka for sponsoring this broadcast.
Flaker out pretty well in lane 9 there. Be able to see a little bit better once they come off the turn.
Looks like Golder of Hall is running neck and neck with Bilodeau.
Yeah, but Flaker there on the
Oh,
outside.
Blaker barely on the outside. We could barely see her. She's sneaking by everybody.
Yeah,
She's got
she's
a PR of 56.06, so this doesn't really shock me.
which
that she
might
was
be
up
around there. Yeah, she just ran 56 low. Yeah, so she was seeded with a 58.69, but her PR is a 56.06. So
Which must have came last year because her season best is 56.12.
She doesn't used to running out on that lane. Let me tell you, she's
Yeah.
probably always out in the middle lanes.
yeah, so she's a little bit faster than her seed time indicates.
This is going to be an awesome 400 here.
Yeah, we have some really, really fast girls in this final heat. We have Jamila Tukor of Brantford, Connecticut, Zariah Brown of Hope, Rhode Island, Lauren Kropo of Naugatuck, Connecticut, Paige Wilson of Windsor, Connecticut, Brianna Braham of Dennis Yarmouth, Mass, Zinnia Ray of West Warwick, Rhode Island, Mariah Luchin of Amherst, Pelham, Mass, Tamaya Chapman of Plainville, Connecticut, and Deanna Moore of Hill House, Connecticut.
Gotta take a look at, obviously, we had the inside lanes. Zaina Ray, the defending champion, 54.73 is her PR. She's going to University of Georgia. She's going for the 3-year-old state meet record of 54.10 set by Moses Brown great Sophia Gorian, who just run NCAAs.
Kropo just had an
for Harvard now.
unbelievable start. She's already made up the stagger on Wilson.
She did the 100, 400, 200 triple at the Open. She was New England indoor 600-meter champ. Probably one of the best interviews I've ever done. She's such a great personality.
Yeah, Braham there in lane 5, though. The number-one seed coming in with a 53.7.
Yeah, she's just powering through
Seed
right now. This
time.
is unbelievable.
And, yeah, she's going to be in the lead coming off the turn.
Kropo's in a great spot.
Kropo's looking good. She's accelerating, but nope. Braham, the top seed.
Now,
53.
Braham holding on strong here. She's actually extending this lead over the last 100. The fight for the rest of the podium is going to be
54
really
flat,
tight.
unofficially. Really great race.
Massachusetts meet a champion winner.
Wonder where that stacks her up in the nation. Her PR.
Well, her best of 53.7 was 53.7, but it's funny. It's when you start comparing the nation, it's probably like 100th. It's just crazy.
I know, it's so competitive.
Well, with a click of a button, we can figure it out here.
I know, we had a good run there on the outside for second place. That's Mariah Luchin with a late push for second. Out kicking Ray and Kropo in that tight fight for the rest of the podium spots.
Tyra Cox is leading the nation 51.44. And 53.7 brings us down to 38th nationally.
Wow.
You know what's crazy? What's crazy is
You?
yeah, me. Sorry, got a little distracted there. No, that's what Sydney McLaughlin runs in
The 400 hurdles. I know. That is crazy. It's a whole nother level. Okay, we
screen
did
right
the
now.
boys. Okay, girls pole vault. We're still up to 12-3 right now. Looks like we're finishing up. They're about to be announced officially, but Liliana Quill will be our New England champion. She's tied right now, with Ruby Kopp of Bedford. They're tied for first, so they're going to have to go into a jump off, it looks like.
Yeah, Ruby Kopp, the Division I record holder in New Hampshire, state champion, and headed to Marist next year.
And we have the girls' long jump results. Isabel Lightbody of Ready Memorial, 17.7.5 is sixth. Ella Polisano of Mount Anthony Union, Vermont, 17.11. Got second in the high jump and comes back here to take fifth here. Taylor Jackson, surprise Connecticut State Open champion. She takes fourth from Bloomfield in the high jump. Her teammate, Vanessa Angeman of Bloomfield, 18 feet, half an inch. That's after she takes second in the girls' 100 hurdles. Nina Alawu of Exeter West Greenwich, she takes second, 18 1.5. She's a junior. As a matter of fact, the top three are juniors. And Sophia Chase of Bangor, Maine, grabs the victory by a quarter of an inch. 18 feet 1 3/4. Wow, that came down to a quarter inch between the two juniors. There's only one senior in the top 6 in the girls' long jump.
Wow, so that'll be a competitive event next year.
We got some arms in the camera over there. Unfortunately, it's the best we could do. Put a camera right on the end of the bleachers there. Get you the start of these 300 hurdles, which are going to be very eventful race. If you go and look at the live results, you'll notice that in the faster heats, there's like 104s in there, and 54s, whatever. It's because Mass, I believe, does 400 hurdles.
Yes, they do.
300 hurdles. So the seat times for Mass had to be converted down to 300 hurdle times.
And I have no idea what that conversion is.
I have no idea either.
Yeah.
Maybe like 15 seconds ish. But
Okay, we're getting ready for the next heat.
Yeah, so first heat of the boys 300 hurdles. We have Xavier Traver Adolphus of Burn Burton, Vermont, William Carter of St. Johnsbury, Vermont, Henry Dimitrov of Essex, Vermont, Peter Thalander of Lincoln, Maine, Godot Buanza of South Portland, Maine, Caven Farrell of U32, Vermont, Brandon Keller of Bellows Falls, Vermont.
Hilander of Lincoln Academy, 41.01. That is his season best and his qualifying time. Trying to get under that 41 barrier. We got a few athletes in the low 41s. I'm not sure what the holdup is. Have we got the starter going yet?
we got the race
we're-
on the
we're-
track.
Oh, there we go. Oh, I missed it.
No way. Yeah, it was
We
a little.
missed
It
it
was a little
too.
hard to hear the start gun from over here.
I think we
Plus, I
missed
got
it
the,
too.
I got the big
yeah, you
pillar
got
right in front of me. I can't.
A big pole in the way. Yeah.
It's like at Fenway Park here, you know.
Yeah, but Buanza of South Portland takes that one.
Quick results in the boys' long jump. Ule Junker of Thetford Academy, 23 feet 7 inches, is your New England champion. Oliver Guzzi, last year's State Open champion from Xavier, 22 feet 8 inches, was second. Suana Kamara of Central Catholic Massachusetts, 22.3, was third. Oshanachi Nabizer of Pelham, New Hampshire, 21 feet 11.5 inches, was fourth. Adelaide Lowe of Hartford, Vermont, 21 feet 11 is fifth. And Derek Rays of Windsor Locks, Connecticut, sets his PR to grab the sixth medal, 21 feet 11 inches. And who do we have in Heat 2?
Heat 2, we have Carter Engelman of Wyndham, Maine, Gavin Edgecombe of Pinkerton Academy, New Hampshire, Matt Fontaine of Cumberland, Rhode Island, Antoine Dube of Gorham, Maine, Joseph Marcotte of Alver, New Hampshire, Elizardo Malenciano of Greater Lawrence, Mass, Wayne Crowell of Keene, New Hampshire. We have Rory Good of Wyndham, Maine. Did I say that? Jasper Sparks of Bangor, Maine.
A little bit of crazy stuff going on up here. Sorry about the last two events. Yeah, I had a rough start. But this is a great race.
This is Marcotte way out in front. Clips that hurdle a little bit, loses some steam. Let's see if he can hold on. He does. He's going to take that one 39.4, looks like. Yeah, he had a great race going until he clipped that second to last hurdle and lost a little bit of steam, but still ends up winning that second heat.
Okay, moving on. What are we on to now? Heat 3?
Heat 3. We have Cam Lee of Cobrown Northwood Academy in New Hampshire, Devin Tavares of St. Raphael, Rhode Island, Bobby Wind of Barrington, Rhode Island, Eric Pacheco of Shelton, Connecticut, Javen Stigler of Stafford, Connecticut, Kyle Lasoskis of Newburyport, Mass., Owen Brum of Fairfield, Ludlow, Connecticut, Dylan Calcetta of Ellington, Connecticut, and Aiden Tucker of LaSalle, Rhode Island.
Stigler is a top seed, 38.41. His PR is 38.26. He was third at the Connecticut State Open. Next seed, Eric Pachenko of Shelton, 38.77. Pachenko was fourth at the Connecticut State Open. Then we have the Massachusetts boy, Kyle Lisakas of Newburyport, 55.55. I have no idea what that's going to be converted to.
So Pacheco in the lead.
Here's the Gale, looking great, coming up, approaching the last hurdle. And he hits it, but he still gets across the line, 38.60.
Yeah, it was actually kind of good. He hit it with the front of his foot and just kind of pushed it down and maintained his speed. He didn't really like clip it and lose balance or anything, so didn't hurt him too much.
That's unofficially his PR. We'll see how that gets rounded up to. But now we're moving on to the fastest of four sections. Avery Gilbert of Mount Mansfield Union, Vermont is in one. Gavin Lambera, Moonadok, Regional New Hampshire is in two. Charles Dallas from Coggins-Chog, the Connecticut State Open runner-up. He won the Adidas Nike Nationals indoors, and also New England 600-meter champion is in three. Jalen Mosley of LaSalle Academy is in four. Devion Johnson, who was disappointed in the 110 hurdles when he false started, he's in the top seed in lane 5. 37.28 is his seed. Jared Mighty from Brockton, he's in lane 6, moving down from the 400 hurdles to the 300 hurdles. Jaden Francois of Quincy is in 7. Aiden Calzano da Silva is in 8. And Ryan Jameson of Winnicott, New Hampshire, one of your boys, is on the outside in lane 9.
It's had a really great season. I'm pretty sure Dallas, he won from the he wasn't in the fast heat in the 600, was he?
No, he was not. He
Maybe
won it from the slow heat, yeah. So Devion Johnson, his PR is 36.48. Number 2, Connecticut all-time, going for the Connecticut State record of 36.48.
These two in, what's that, 4 and 5?
Yeah, Mosley is in the lead right now, looks like.
Johnson's coming back fierce now.
Dallas looks good.
They battled it out at the Open. They came in with identical seat times. Let's see what Dallas, if his strength's going to hold on. But Devion Johnson looking strong to the last hurdle. And there's Johnson, 36.89.
Gets under 37.
That is the New England meet record.
Wow.
Aaron Hayes' time from 1993, my first year of coaching. I remember him when
That's
I was
an
a
old
young
record.
coach. Wow. Yeah.
32-year-old's record.
Pretty good.
Older than you guys.
Yeah, much older.
Almost.
Right there for Davio.
I was close.
Year or
Davio,
two.
wow. You look young. You look young, Davio.
I'm a young man.
Young soul.
I wouldn't call 30,
I'm,
31.
did you say 30? Excuse me.
But now we just have to adjust the hurdle heights, and let's take a look at some of the field events. What do we got in the field events? A lot of them are done now. We're on to the boys' high jump now. Nothing started yet there. Girls' pole vault results are up. Okay, and tied for 5th place with Amber Shaw and Sophia Carliaggio. Amber's from Ponegonset, Rhode Island, and Sacred Heart Academy's Carliaggio, 10 feet 9 inches. Kinsley Klein of Parker Charter is 4th, 11 feet 3. Kaylin Diglio from Guilford, the freshman, 11 feet 9, is 3rd. Liliana Quill from Amity, the Southern Connecticut commit, 11 feet 9, takes 2nd in a jump off. That's her season best, though. Ruby Kopp of Bedford, New Hampshire, clears 12 feet on the jump off to claim the New England Championship in the girls' pole vault.
Good job, Ruby.
In the boys' pole vault, Sean Arms of Daniel Hand, the Tiger, 13.9 is 5th, tied with Zach McCower, going to Naval Academy next year. Carson Dean of Bishop Hendricken, 13.9 is 4th. Alexander Campbell from LaSalle Academy, Rhode Island, and Daniel Velez of Westboro, Mass. Both clear 14.3 to take 2nd, but the day belongs to Cardell Engelman of Windham, Maine, 15 feet 3 inches for a new personal record. We already called off the girls' long jump and the boys' long jump, so the girls' triple jump is live right now. Hope Obremski of Sheehan is leading after her first jump, 36 feet 36 feet even, half an inch. Obremski only picked up the triple jump just about 4 or 5 weeks ago now.
Wow.
Just keeps improving about a foot per meet. So let's see what her top end's going to be here.
Yeah, that's impressive in a technical event like the triple jump.
We're in the first flight of the the boys' triple jump. Mancudo of Lewiston, Maine, 42 feet 1 inch. 42 feet 5 inches. And here we go. We've got the girls' 300 hurdles on the track. That's lane 3. That's Sazi Rentmore of Wayland. Moving down from the 400 hurdles, I'm sure she just set a PR of 45.70. So it's a PR for 300-meter hurdles. Probably the first time she's run that. Okay, we're going to move on to Heat 2 now.
Yeah, I imagine the 300 hurdles probably feels pretty nice coming from the 400 hurdles.
It's a different event, let me tell you. What do we have for Heat 2, Davio?
Heat 2, we got Elise Brighting Brown of Deering, Maine, Ella Johnson of Herman, Maine, Charlotte Farrell of Barrington, Rhode Island, Ellie Douglas of Mount Ararat, Maine, Maytree Clifford, Winnicott, New Hampshire, Sophie Beck, People's Academy, Vermont, Victoria Zandon of Greeley, Maine, Layla Bates of East Providence, Rhode Island, and Jillian Lewis of LaSalle Academy, Rhode Island.
Clifford's a top seed from Winnicott. Season best of 47.60. Also under 48 seconds is Beck from People's Academy. Let's see how many can get under 48 seconds here. This is Heat 2 of 4.
You got a couple freshmen in this heat.
As expected, Clifford is in the lead. Followed closely on her inside by Douglas.
It's a tight race here.
Yeah, Beck with a a little burst over that last hurdle. Ooh, and here we go on the inside. That's Ella Johnson coming up.
Beck's going to hold it, but Johnson with a great move at the end.
47-18 unofficially. That's a season best for Beck from People's Academy, Vermont.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty decent PR. Heat 3 getting in the blocks. We have Abigail Steinecker of Pinkerton, New Hampshire, Hadley Perry of Falmouth, Maine, Tiana Brown of Nashua North, New Hampshire, Reese Vitale of Cranston West, Rhode Island, Sydney Schoenbeck of St. Johnsbury, Vermont, Emily Brown of Chariho Regional, Rhode Island, Robin Tajian of Burton Academy, Vermont, Madison Rose of Bucksport, Maine, and Clara Maker of U32, Vermont.
Schoenbach from St. Johnsbury, 45.97, the junior. That's her seed time, but she's running 45.40. Top seed.
Yeah, she's been in a lot of events today.
She got the 100 hurdles. She was 8th in the finals, 6th in the high jump, trying to get a second medal of the day. I'm sure she's probably doing that decathlon we talked about in Vermont. Very multi-talented athlete. Here she comes. Schoenbach's looking pretty good right now. On her outside is Brown for Chariho. Schoenbach is trying to get to the lead here. But there's a late charge by Tashagan.
Ooh.
45-30.
Almost caught up.
Bit of a PR for her by about a 1/10 of a second. That's what we're here for.
Our final heat of the 300 hurdles. We have Jenna Loma of Ellington, Connecticut, Macy Salato of Amity, Connecticut, Phoebe Cora Smith of Joel Barlow, Connecticut, Vanessa Aguiman of Bloomfield, Connecticut, Deja Duncan of Bloomfield, Connecticut, Chloe Dubison of Canton, Mass, Abigail Clark of Cardinal Spellman, Mass, Juliet Allard of Woodstock Academy, Connecticut, and Janelle Thomas of Nashua North, New Hampshire.
We got the defending New England champion here and meet record holder Deja Duncan. 42.62 is her meet record. She's gotten her time down to 42.38. She has the third best time in Connecticut history.
Yeah, and keep an eye on Janelle Thomas in lane 9. Only comes in with a 45.6, but her PR is a 43.9, which would put her second overall.
She won both hurdle races up in New Hampshire. They're meet of champions. Womo in lane 1 was a Connecticut indoor high jump state open champion. And she was also all-state in cross country. Multi-talented girl.
Oh, that's impressive.
But Deja is easily taking charge.
Here we got Dubison in lane 6.
Deja's going for that record. Here she comes in the orange and blue. The Warhawk from Bloomfield approaching the final hurdle, and she gets down to 42.48 unofficially.
Yeah, and then Dubison in second. Duncan's teammate Agimang in third, and then looked like Thomas right behind her.
We got results of the boys' 300 hurdles. We'll kind of announce them real quickly. Ryan Jameson of Winnicott, New Hampshire, 38.69 is sixth. Eric Pacheco of Shelton, 38.59 is fifth. That's his PR, Connecticut number 5. Jared Mighty of Brockton, Mass, 38.44. I guess that's probably the Massachusetts leader because they don't run it that much. Avery Gilbert of Mount Mansfield Union, Vermont, 38:24. That's his PR. That's a top time in Vermont. Then we have Charles Dallas from Coggeshall, the indoor New England champ in the 600, 37:42. That's his personal record. And we have our New England champion and new meet record holder, Devion Johnson of East Hartford, 36:90. Wow. Breaking a 32-year-old meet record there. First New England boy at this meet under 37 seconds.
All right, we got the boys 800 meters lining up on the track. First heat, we have Grant Scrupin of Milford, New Hampshire, Elliot Fontaine of Burlington, Vermont, Tracy McKinney of Champlain Valley, Vermont, Alex Ramos of St. Raphael, Rhode Island, Bjorn Peterson of Burlington, Vermont, and William Morris of Dorigo, Maine.
I like this. They're giving them a chance to run in lanes for the first 100 meters. They're going to have to cut in on the back straightaway, which whenever you watch the Olympics, Davio, it's so cool because you watch them all as they converge in the back straightaway. Unfortunately, things happen as they converge, so you always have to hold your breath on that back straightaway.
When you have fields this competitive, they're all going to get to the break at relatively the same time.
Yep.
Which can lead to some incidents.
Yeah.
Some incidents. As Charles Leclerc would say.
Yeah, I watched Ting Mu. He's one of my favorite athletes out there. She got tripped up on that back straightaway. Let's see what we have here as they get them set up. We've got the girls, the boys shot put. What are we up to now? Chris Amy is still in the lead on his third throw, so they're getting ready for finals in a little bit. 61 feet, 8 inches. Marshall Potter, his longtime competitor, is second, 60 feet, 5.5 inches. And Caden Thomas of Rogers, Rhode Island, 59 feet, 2 is third right now. That's the boys shot put.
Heat 1 is off.
And you can see they're all getting to that break-in point pretty even, so hopefully they can all slide into lane 1 without any incidents.
Ella Cameron in the girls' discus is leading the girls' discus, 126 even. Georgia Condi from New Hampshire, 114.6 is second right now, and Cassidy Hardy from Maine is third. But back to the track.
So pretty quick here. Looking like a 57. Yep, right at about 57 through the 400.
Well, these boys should be under 2 minutes. Top seeds are all in the 159 range. That looks like lane 8. Morris, William Morris.
Skarupin's coming up on the outside. He's going to make the pass.
One of your New Hampshire boys trying to win heat 1. There's going to be 4 heats of this. Here we go, 100 meters to go. Check out on the outside, though, in red. That's Treason McCaney of Champlain Valley trying to make a run for it, but it's not going to be.
Skarupin.
158 low.
Wow. He just kept getting faster the whole year.
Now, that was a season best right there. He's finishing up on a good note.
Now heat 2, we got our boy.
They're all our boys, aren't they?
Yeah. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't pulling for Luke Kerouac here. That's my guy.
Well, in lane 1, we have Josh Toomey of Londonderry. Daniel Chun of Barrington, Rhode Island's in 2. Charles Jack of Portland, Maine's in 3. William Cole of Greeley, Maine's in 4. Henri Rivard of Marshwood, Maine is in 5. Nicholas Leslie of Amherst Pelham, Massachusetts is in 6. Your boy Luke Karak of Co-Brown is in 7. Brady Sloop from Thetford is in 8. And on the outside, Chris Janes of Falmouth, Maine in 9. Looks like Janes going,
I think it's
lane
at
1
the
and
front.
9, so that's going to be Toomey and Janes. Janes getting out hard. I love how they, whoever gets out hard, let's see if they can hold it. It's so hard to win this wire to wire. The Dairy Boy. Just south of Manchester. Going through in 56.1 approximately. Let's see if we can hold it together. I always like to say it's this turn. It's like you gotta maintain your rhythm here, and a lot of kids fall off as you're starting to see. But Tui is maintaining his rhythm and extenuating his lead.
Toomey's running really well right now.
Went through in about 113 through 500, so he's still on sub-2 pace. Let's see if anybody gets a tiger on their back there, a bear on their back. 126 through 600. The pack's starting to come a little closer.
Yeah, they're catching them.
Toomey's trying to go wire to wire.
There goes Kerouac on the outside.
That's your boy, right?
That's my boy.
Any relation to Jack?
I have no idea. I don't think so.
Jack Kerouac. Oh!
This is a great race. What's that? Is that from Greeley there? Cool.
156.48. Waiting to the last 100 to make your move. That's the way it's done.
Yeah, runs right around his PR.
Okay, we got the second fastest heat. We've seen it before in the past. People have won from this heat. It does happen occasionally. Doesn't go to expectations, but it could happen. So in lane 1, we have Ryan Collins of Boston Latin, oldest high school in America. In 2, William Haught of Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Then in 3, we have Xavier Ohl from Moses Brown. In 4, Nico Perker of Arlington, Mass. Eamon O'Brien from LaSalle is in 5. Greenwich brings us Ryan Newcomb in 6. Sean Johnson of Westfield, Mass. is in 7. Levi Riggs of Morris, Maine is in 8. And Mello Burdica from Dover, New Hampshire is in 9.
Yeah, watch Eamon O'Brien in this one. He's run 152 this year. He's
the Rhode Island State champ.
Yeah, and he won the BSR Invitational
He's
against
trying to make it happen right now
against
for
a really competitive field in that race. So I would keep an eye on him even to put a decent time compared to the first seed.
They're out quick right now.
53 flat.
We'll see who wants to go with him. Can they maintain this pace?
Yeah, so he's actually going to put some pressure on this fourth heat.
Yeah, he's not slowing down at all.
He's maintaining his rhythm there. That's O'Brien. The boy knows how to win. Like we said before, you could win this from this heat. 123 through 600 meters. He's looking great. He's not letting up at all. The guy was 10th indoors in a 600 and moving up in distance seems to be more towards his liking. But here comes the Cardinal, though. Newcomb is looking good. He's trying to move up a little bit. He's got another gear. He was 8th at the sale open, and here comes Newcomb just passing him at the line. 154.81. Let's see if that holds up.
Yeah, I think he needed a little bit faster than
You
that
gotta be down in the low 150s if you
yeah,
want to win
to
this.
compete with these boys in the fourth heat. We got Ryan Zumbach of Winnicott, New Hampshire, Dylan Stoeffler of Tallinn, Connecticut, Dylan Bathrick of Cromwell, Connecticut, Yendry Ruiz of New Britain, Connecticut, Andrew Thornton Sherman of St. Johnsbury, Vermont, Bennett Moreno of Hartford, Vermont, Alexander Medina of Hamden, Connecticut, Logan Walsh of Ludlow, Mass., and Thomas Conklin of Lyman Hall, Connecticut.
What can't you say about Andrew Sherman Thornton? The Hilltopper has a season best of 150.99. He was second last year. He won the Adidas Indoor Nationals. He knows how to win. Ruiz is on his home track. He was a Connecticut State Open champion. Medina was a New England champion in the 1,000 meters. Bathrick, he was fifth at the State Open.
Yeah, this is a very, very strong field.
Logan Walsh was second in Massachusetts, so we've got the best of the best right here. Thomas Conklin was last year's State Open champion. He got third indoors. He won the fast heat indoors in the 600, but got beat by two other people. Conklin is a great racer. You could see him make a move with 50 meters to go. Never count him out.
Vermont's had a really good run of 800 guys over the past few years, and
I think they're all named
Moreno is
Thornton
looking to make a
Sherman.
pass.
They're all Shermanators.
Yeah.
Moreno goes through in just under 55. It's the two Vermont boys up front.
Conklin in orange in third place is a great racer. He always seems to know how to he always likes to come from behind and go after people the last 100 meters.
Thornton Sherman's used to just big races, though.
Yes, he is. He travels all over the country.
Great battle. Moreno's
Yeah,
holding them
I
off.
like this move from Moreno to keep him on the shoulder. Thornton
I just don't know
Sherman.
how much you can.
Thornton Sherman really surged to try to take the lead there going into the corner, and Moreno absolutely would not let him in.
We always like to say, just don't count. Nothing's ever determined until you cross the line. Let's see if anyone from the back can move on up.
Wow.
Medina's trying to move up and get in third. Bathrick's trying to get up.
Moreno's going to take it.
The pack is narrowing up. It's going to be Bathrick in third place. And
Wow.
what a
Great
great race.
race for
152.40.
That was a perfect move to hold off Sherman on that backstretch.
Yeah,
Sherman's
that was
second
awesome.
2 years in a row now in the New Englands.
You could tell Sherman surged and tried to go around the outside,
Yeah.
and Moreno basically kicked, on that back
With
stretch
250 to go, yeah.
just to keep him on the outside, which is exactly what you want to do in that situation. You want to do everything you can to keep that spot going into the final corner.
That was really impressive.
Great race. And I think Bathrick and Zumbach were pretty close there for
That chase
that
pack
final
was
spot.
Very fat. It was all just, compact.
That's what I love about the 800. It always comes together. No matter what people do throughout the race, it always comes together. The last 100 meters. Okay, we're on to the girls section now.
Yeah, so first section of the girls, we've got Natalie Johnson of Holton, Maine, Laura White of Nashua North, New Hampshire, Shaylee Murdo of Hopkinton, New Hampshire, Nicole Blake of Pinkerton, New Hampshire, Hannah Pulowski of Bow, New Hampshire, and Brunswick, Maine.
I like the way you say New Hampshire.
What?
I like that.
New Hampshire?
Yeah, you're saying it weird.
What does that mean?
New Hampshire?
Hampshire.
New Hampshire. New Hampshire.
That's how you're saying it, man.
That's how you. That's how you say it.
No. It's a big New Hampshire and Maine heat here.
How do you say New Hampshire?
I don't say it like you say it.
What?
Now I can't
No,
say
Ben
it
says
because now I'm gonna say
New
it. and it's gonna be-
Hampshire.
Man.
I don't know what I'm saying. Weird.
You're fine, Davio.
Yeah,
You're
you
the
are
man.
fine. I'm just making fun of you.
These girls all come in 220.
Yeah, don't start, Ben. I got some ammunition for you.
I know. Blake is
Murdo
leading it
from
out.
Hopkinton, 219.64 is a top seed. A lot of everybody else is around 220 there. 108 through the 400. That's lane 6. It's looking like Blake from Pinkerton Academy is taking the early pace sitting duties.
Yeah, White takes over. Yeah, we got a New Hampshire train going on here.
New Hampshire.
New Hampshire. Is that what I said?
I forget.
Wait.
You guys are getting punch drunk here.
I know. It's my Boston accent coming out.
Okay, Laura White from Nashua North is extending her lead. Looking pretty good with Nicole Blake in second from Pinkerton. But White is white hot in this first of 4 sections of the girls' 800 meters.
I'm not wrong in saying that she was just in the mile, wasn't
This is
she?
almost a, yeah, she was.
Yep.
This is almost a negative split.
2:22.08 for White. Just a couple seconds off for PR.
Yeah, after doubling back from the mile, that's
Yep.
pretty good.
I believe she was in the fast seat of the mile as well.
Yeah, she was.
Yeah, Laura White was in the 1600, where she ran a 4. She's the one that she broke 5 minutes for the first time, I believe. 4:57.80, season best.
Great day for her.
She finished 5th. She got 1 medal. Doesn't get a second one, but man, she's going home pretty happy with that New England medal. Okay, we're moving on to Heat 2 next.
There we got Zadie Buckley of Bedford, Mass., Addison Elliott of Hampden Academy, Maine, Emily Harris, Burren Burton, Vermont, Madison Bowdoin of U32, Vermont, Carolina Terlato of LaSalle, Rhode Island, Rosalie Naveau of Nashua North, New Hampshire, Ava Hayden of Thetford, Vermont, Audrey Nielsen of Champlain Valley, Vermont, and Eilis Murphy of St. Johnsbury, Vermont.
Now all these girls are under 220. Turtolo, top seed from LaSalle, 2:17.06. That was her season best. Only a sophomore. Let's see if she can duplicate that performance as they all bunch up on the back straightaway. About 31 high, 32 low. And that's lane 1. That's Buckley from Bedford. 2:19.46 is her seat time. They got out pretty strong here, but nobody wants to concede anything. There's a gaggle of girls right behind her. Looking pretty smooth on the outside in red. That's lane 6, I believe. That's Naveau of Nashua North moving in the second. Still, Buckley's got the lead. She's extending it. She's not the top seed in this at all. She just took a quick look behind, and she's like, where is everybody? She's able to pull this out, win this heat. This will be a bit of a shock. Lot of racing to go. 2:50 to go.
Yeah, and this is where things always shake up in the 800.
141. So she's still solidly under 220 pace right now. Trying to get contact is Elliott, though, of Hampden Academy. But here we go, 100 meters to go. She is not giving up at all. Buckley looks stronger than she did, but coming out from 3rd place, that's Boudon of U32. Will she make a run for it? It's a battle for second. But the lead, 2:16.79, new personal record. Zadie Buckley of Bedford wins that. That's nearly a 2-second PR. Ooh. Actually, it's only a few tenths of a second PR, but it's 2 seconds better than her seed time.
Looks like we got the high jump, girls high jump awards being given out.
Boys high jump is just starting off right now at 6 feet. It's opening height, so we got a while till we get any results there.
Yeah, so that's Danielle Bates of Timberlane, New Hampshire, on the top step of the high jump podium. Heat 3 of the girls' 8 is on the line. We have Lane Stevens of LaSalle, Rhode Island, Margaret McCoe of Greenwich, Connecticut, Laura Hogue of Rogers, Rhode Island, Zoe Carroll of York, Maine, Sasha LaMakina of Framingham, Mass., Isabella Gravina Budis of Champlain Valley, Vermont, Gemma Hardwick of Greenwich, Connecticut, Samantha Moore of Portland, Maine, and Faye Carnamola of Woodland, Connecticut. And here we go.
Yeah, we have 2 girls from Greenwich in this heat. They were runner-ups in the 4x8. Let's see if they got anything to give after that great effort they had. Top seed is Lamanca of Framingham, sorry. Farmington, Connecticut, Framingham, Massachusetts. 2:14.50. Pack groups together there. This is the thing. Whenever I always have, other coaches say, "Oh, they got to learn to get out of the box. They're in the box." I always tell them, no. At the higher levels, you have to learn to be in the box because everybody always is. That's Lamakina from Framingham.
Yeah, she had a big surge at the 200 mark to take the lead.
About a 65 through the quarter.
It's pretty quick. But she does have a PR of 2:11.
Yeah, I think maybe we all start going to season best performances for our seed times. Lane 6, second seed. Graviana Budis from CVU. Remember, they were the New England cross country champions, made NXN in cross country. Let's see if she's got another gear at her disposal.
Yeah, she's catching coming off the turn.
We've got Framingham and CVU. Framingham looks like they're going to hold it, but she squeezed out into lane 2, giving lane 1. If someone wanted to pass her, they could have gotten her. But here we go. Unofficially, 2:14.69. CVU takes second place. That's a pretty solid performance. Let's see if all these girls can improve upon their seat time. But we have a really hot heat now. Everybody but one is seated under 2:14.
And so we got Tia Pagnotti of Westwood, Mass., Rowan Berry of Greeley, Maine, Abby Nicolopoulos of North Kingston, Rhode Island, Sarah Roberts of Mercy, Connecticut, Kylie DeFusco of Cumberland, Rhode Island, Brooke Strauss of Glastonbury, Connecticut, Skylar Maxwell of Moses Brown, Rhode Island, Hayden Robinson of Seekonk, Mass., and Eliana Daplin of Greenwich, Connecticut.
It was a great race at the Connecticut State Open between Strauss and Roberts. They both battled it out the whole last 100 meters with Strauss barely inching ahead. What a great race that was. DeFusco greatly improved. She's always one of the top girls in New England, but she's been dropping her time this season. She's gotten down to 2:09.30.
Is that a red or a green?
That's a green. Got a green card out there.
What does that mean?
Yeah,
Oh,
good,
everything's
yeah.
good to go.
Okay.
So,
Should
Yeah.
probably know that.
yeah. Seems kind of self-explanatory.
Skylar Maxwell of Moses Brown. The Quaker comes in with a 2:11.70 PR. She was second in Rhode Island. Indoors, she was third in the 600 meters.
Are you confused because they don't have green cards in soccer?
I think we should give out more red cards.
Yeah, not green cards? I think just in the middle of the soccer game, they should just be like, green card.
Nico Pololis from North Kingston. She's also a pole vaulter, too. She's cleared 10.9, but she was third in Rhode Island. And Robinson from Seekonk, her PR is 2:13.22. She was fourth in Meet of Champions. Let's not forget Eliana Daplin, the Greenwich Cardinal, 2:13.94. She was third in the Connecticut State Open, also in the 4x8. She has a sister that's running, I believe, for Princeton now, Esme.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty quick through the 400. Wow.
That's the
It's gonna be
Fusco. Whoa,
really-
101.
really fast through the 400.
It's funny. That's what Roberts did last week, and then Brooke Strauss was able to walk her down,
Yeah.
and then they
Strauss has-
raced the last 100 meters together. But this is setting up to a magical performance we're going to
I
see.
think
Strauss just picked off second place there.
there's going to be some debris the last 200 meters.
Roberts has got great range. She made New England's in the 600 and the 3,200 meters indoors.
It's going to start to hurt right here.
Strauss, though, the New Balance Nationals indoor champion in the mile. Here she is moving down in distance.
I think she's going to get her. This is going to be tight.
Strauss always seems to have last gear the last 50 meters of the race. Here she comes, the outside. She's got more to give.
Wow.
DeFosco's in the back in the rearview mirror.
Yeah, no response.
Roberts is trying to hang on for third. But here comes Brooke Strauss running an incredible race. 2:09.47 for the New England champion.
That's exactly what her seed time was.
Yeah, just a bit of a roundabout way to get there.
Yeah.
Running, 61.
I
Well-
think she came through in about 63.
Yeah, Strauss,
Yeah, okay, yeah, so
Strauss and
hers
Roberts were back a
A
little,
little bit more reasonable, yeah.
But hey, DeFusco's been running great this season. And why not just throw it down, see what you got?
Yeah,
Might
go
as
for it.
well.
Absolutely.
This is the meat to do it.
Now we're going to take the action to the other side of the track, to the boys' 200 meters. There's looking like there's going to be 4 heats. First heat of 3, then the rest will be heats of 8.
Yeah, so in that first heat, we have Jordan Anderson of Lincoln Academy, Maine, Devin Tavares of St. Raphael, Rhode Island, and Jonghyun Jin of Rice Memorial, Vermont. You can see the gray clouds still.
Just lingering over us. At least it's not raining anymore, but
Yeah, but a
it's
bit
kind
of
of
a,
teasing us.
bit of a cloudy, cold day.
Welcome to New England, folks. This is classic for the New Englands.
Yep. Sometimes it's like
95 degrees.
Right.
Other times.
boiling hot, and then sometimes it's really cold.
I've been up to New England's in cross country where there's been snow on the ground. Others, it's a beautiful 60-degree day. You never know what to expect in New England.
Mm-hmm.
What did Mark Twain say? If you don't like the weather in New England,
Yeah,
just
wait
wait 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, he's who I'm giving credit to. I'm sure somebody else has said that.
Yeah. He said it at some point,
Yeah.
right?
Let's give a quick update. They're
He
still
probably
waiting.
thought it, at least.
Yeah, he's an old New England boy. Okay, we do have results of the boys' shot put, one of the highlight events of the day. Ari Levine of Hopedale, Massachusetts, 58.7 3/4 is sixth. Caden Thomas of Rogers, Rhode Island, 59 feet 2 1/4 is fifth. Marshall Potter of Simsbury, 60 feet 5 1/2 inches is fourth. It took you top 4.
60 plus
You
doesn't
can't even get a
even get you
plaque
top
if you're over
3.
60 feet.
Yeah.
now.
Well, I was surprised when you started at 6th place and it was 59
Yeah, I
feet.
know.
I was like, what?
Chris Amy from NFA, 61 feet 8 inches is your bronze medalist. Tom Matlock of East Lyme, 62 feet 5 1/2 inches is your runner-up. And Riker Paradis of Lewiston, Maine, 63 feet 2 inches. The top 5 are all seniors. So Levine is the sole junior that's getting a medal.
All right, here we
Got
go.
our 200s on the track.
We got a trio in this one.
I always like seeing these small races. You know,
No.
I like seeing 1v1s on the track.
No, I want 18 people in the 200.
Make it a contact sport, I guess.
Yeah, waterfall. I want like NCAA 10Ks, but the 200.
Like 30 people. Well,
Yeah.
24 people. Penn Relays 10K. They
Yeah,
put like 50
yeah.
runners on the track.
Yeah.
Whoever survives the first lap gets to win.
Yeah, and then
Yesterday-
6 people in the 10K in lanes.
Yesterday, it was a 6-lane track, and there were 14 in the waterfall and 6 in the barrel. It
Yikes.
was ridiculous.
The Connecticut Distance Festival does something really interesting. This meet either at Hall High School or Xavier High School. They mix it up. They'll run 3 separate sections at once. So you have somebody in lane, like 8 runners in lanes 1, 2, and 3. Then you have another 8 in lanes 4, 5, and 6, and then on the outside you have 8 other runners. So they all cut in on the home stretch, but you can get like 30 runners because they have like 30 heats in a mile. And
Yeah.
it's one of those
Really?
big meets. It's
Yeah,
pretty
but
interesting to do
if
it.
the seed times are spread out and you like line them up like that, it probably
that's what
works
they do.
out, right?
So while there's 3 races, the inside lane might be like 4:40 guys, the middle lanes might be like 5-minute guys, and the outside lanes might be like 5:30 kids.
Right.
So they kind of mix it up that way
Yeah.
too. So it immediately spreads out.
Yeah, and it doesn't really make a difference because you're not lapping anyone with
Nope.
that much of a difference. So
But you might have over 1,000 kids running the mile in like less than 4 hours. It's pretty
yeah,
cool.
It's like a BU meet.
Yep. What do we have here in the 200? Did you already announce these kids? Yes, you did.
Not the second heat, no. We have Noah Kopsko of U32 Vermont, Amari Montero of LaSalle, Rhode Island, Desmond Snyder of Burlington, Vermont, Avery Gilbert of Mount Mansfield, Vermont, Rocco Cicciamancini of Deering, Maine, Carl Longstreth of Wyndham, Maine, Eli Wood of Prout, Rhode Island, and Rowan Gagney of George Stevens, Maine.
Let's give the next race their due.
I know we're rolling right through these 200s. The third heat is going to be Thomas Meek of Essex, Vermont, Garrett Giroux Pizzulo of LaSalle, Rhode Island, Samuel Bruno of Hollis Brookline, New Hampshire, Alex Todorov of Zavirian Brothers, Mass, Jack Pollock of East Providence, Rhode Island, Drew Gervais of Bonnie Eagle, Maine, Eli Crawford of Watertown, Connecticut, Israel Ditanduka of South Portland, Maine, and Jameson Isaac of Pinkerton, New Hampshire.
Yes, Kevin, the 100 was one of the first events. If you want to check it out, though, you can head to, what's the timing service?
Northeast NES timing.com.
NES timing. You
Yeah,
can head over there
or-
and check out the results.
Or you can
just rewind the
and
live
watch
stream.
it. That's
good
right.
point.
And
You
you
can
can
rewind.
watch
Yeah, YouTube, baby. You gotta love it. If you missed your heat, go back and watch. Go watch it. You can go. All these athletes can watch at home tomorrow if they want to.
Yeah, as soon as, well, I mean, you can rewind right now, but then as soon as the meet is over, you can immediately replay the entire meet. I mean, you can go watch our archive of
Oh, 7, 8 years ago. I
yeah,
know.
all the New England races. Get a whole marathon of track. This heat's pretty close.
Is that Pollock there from East Providence?
I think inside. Who's that on the inside? Was that LaSalle?
That
Yeah, Giroux Pizzulo.
Yeah,
in
he
lane
was-
2.
he was 5th indoors in the 300. I remember that name. He's one of the top guys indoors. I remember him from the Yale Invitational when he broke 35 seconds. He was also fifth. He was also 5th last year here in the 200.
All right, Heat 4, final heat. We have Sheldon Simpson II of Windsor, Connecticut, Samuel Lamalfa of Portland, Connecticut, Christian Reynoso of Lawrence, Mass., Avery Wilson of Milford, New Hampshire, Luke Richardson of Bethel, Connecticut, Caesar Flan of Manchester Central, New Hampshire, Uli Junker of Thetford, Vermont, Jack Davis of Fairfield, Connecticut, and Kieran Boyle of Ridgefield, Connecticut. I'm going to assume that Wilson will not be running this because I think I saw him
Yeah, he pulled
pull up
about
short
30
in
meters
the 100. Yeah, with the
He did finish, yeah.
some pain in his leg. I think he has been dealing with that late this season.
As they're settling into the blocks, Luke Richardson of Bethel is top seed. He's run a 31.30 to win his conference meet, set their conference record. Flan from Manchester Central swept the sprints at the New Hampshire Meet of Champions, stud up in the Granite State. Avery Wilson from Milford, the Division II champ in New Hampshire. And Junker, who won the long jump.
Richardson and Flan are out really well.
Yeah, so we're missing Reynoso and Wilson.
Richardson has great top end speed, but here
Oh,
we go. It's
right on
coming
the
down.
outside.
That's Junker on the outside. Ooh,
think
that
he
was
got it.
That was like a three-way close finish.
Both are trying to get 2 gold medals. Let's see what they
What?
come up with. Northeast Sports Timings, where we'll get the live results. We'll have to call it out once they kind of announce the official results on that. I'm excited to
he
see
got
because
it.
I could not see who it was from there.
I think it was Junker. And he won the long jump as well.
Yes,
didn't
he did.
Wow. Great
Double
day.
And
New
Richardson
England
won the
champion.
100, so we have the best long jumper versus 100 coming together for the 200 meters.
Wow, pretty good.
Yeah. Well, they're calling the boys 800 here. We'll quickly go over the boys 800 results. Bennett Morano of Hartford, Vermont, 152.55. Way to go from the Granite State. Andrew Thornton Sherman, St. Johnsbury, 153.27 a second. My buddy Dylan Bathurst of Cromwell, 153.35, takes the bronze medal. Ryan Zembach of Winnicott, 153.41, personal record. Tom Conklin from Lyman Hall, 153.49 was fifth. And Alexander Medina, the indoor 1,000 champ from Hamden, was sixth.
All right, first heat of the girls 200, we have Adeline Canella of U32 Vermont, Ellie Musica of Brunswick, Maine, Kayla Monahan of Brunswick, Maine, Natalie Thomas of Nashua, South New Hampshire, McKenna Pratt of Colchester, Vermont, Darlene Abidi of Colchester, Vermont, and Caroline Gonzalez of Mount Blue, Maine.
Junker did get the nod in the boys 200 from Thetford, 21.52. That's his personal record. Luke Richardson from Bethel, 21.60 was second. Sam Lamalfa, the 400 champ from Portland, 21.68 was third. Alex Todorov of Xavier Brothers, Mass, 21.80 was fourth. Sheldon Simpson from Windsor, 21.81 breaks his personal record. In sixth place from the third heat, Garrett Garreau Pizzillo of LaSalle Academy, 21.89, gets another New England medal. And they're still not getting the block, so we can quickly go over the girls' 800 results. Abby Nikopoulos of North Kingston was sixth, 2:14.9. Sasha Lamakina of Framingham, 2:14.75 was fifth. Rohan Berry of Greeley, Maine, 2:13.65 was fourth. Then from Connecticut, we have Sarah Roberts of Mercy High School, 2:13.10 was third. Kylie DeFusco of Cumberland, Rhode Island, 2:18.84, that huge early lead. And our champion is Brooke Strauss of Glastonbury, takes another New England championship after she won the 1,000 meters as indoors, 2:09.57.
have the arrowhead formation in this one.
Well, that's the way it's supposed to be. You don't have to
25
see it
mid.
properly.
That looks like Justin of St. Raphael in lane 5. Only a freshman runs
Wow.
25:58.
What's up next here?
Heat 3. We'll have Ava Lacasse of Belmont, New Hampshire, Liana Corey of Portsmouth, New Hampshire, Mackenzie Bell of Trumbull, Connecticut, Maya Nicole Johnson of Manchester, Connecticut, Ava Lombardo of Framingham, Mass, Brinley Gilfillan of Colchester, Vermont, Lillian Racine of Ponegantset, Rhode Island, Linda Jenner of Sharon, Mass, and Cameron Incarnaco of Reading, Mass.
Top seed, Lombardo of Framingham. The Flyer has her PR of 25:31, where she was 4th at the Massachusetts Meet of Champions. Gilfan was the D1 champ in Vermont. Let's see what we have. Lane 2 is looking pretty strong. That's Corey of Portsmouth. Is she going to be able to steal it? But on the, it's looking like it's going to be Corey on lane 2 from Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Unofficially 25:06, which would be better than her season best of 25:45. And she's only a freshman.
Yeah, that was that heat had no seniors in it.
Well, we'll get to know those girls. We'll probably see them next year too, hopefully.
Yeah, we had two freshmen and 2 sophomores in that heat. So
In
the future.
Heat 4 now, we have Sapphire Brown of Bloomfield, Jasmine Hurley of Middlebury Union, Vermont in 2, Grace Sayshaw of Concord, New Hampshire in 3, Lauren Cropo of Naugatuck, the Greyhound in 4, Brianna Brom of Dennis Yarmouth, Massachusetts in 5. Samaya Edie, is she out there? We'll see. She was not. She did not do the 100, so she's in 6. Shanez DeRoche from Hamden is in 7. She was 7th in the 100. And 8 is Emerson Flaker of Scarborough, Maine. And 9 is Zahara Brown of Hope, Rhode Island.
Yeah, Bram coming back from that 400.
Yeah, she's been running fantastic. I mean, my goodness. This indoor, she was 4th in the 55 at New England's, 2nd in 300 at New England's, so you know she can double. PR is 23:63. Let's see if she's got it.
Yeah, she's the only girl in the 23s at this meet. A little bit behind coming off the turn, but now she
finds her gear, gets up nice and tall. And she's going to be a double champion. 23:85, double champion for Brianna Brom, the senior.
I think Saysaw might have just broken the New Hampshire state record again.
Well, give us
She got the 100 record.
Did she get the 100 record?
12 flat.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
I didn't realize that.
So that could be a double state record day for her.
Wow, quite a day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't realize she got the 100 record. But yeah, the 200 record that she broke earlier this year was New Hampshire's oldest state record. It was from the 70s, I think.
Goodness. Wow. Really? Well, they always like to say records
Yeah,
are meant
it
to
was
be
like-
broken.
It was like 78
Maybe
or
not that one.
79, yeah. And she just broke it earlier this year, and I think she just broke it again. So she's got 2 state records in one day. But no competition for Bram. That
Okay.
was impressive.
So now for all you sprinters out there, you're going to go take a break. Distance runners, come on back.
Yeah.
This is what the distance runners are all about.
Yeah, so this is heat 1 of 2 in the boys 3200. We have Emmett Ratty of Bidgepennican, Rhode Island, Trainer Mayo of Pinkerton, New Hampshire, Evan Small of South Portland, Maine, Benjamin Hollock of Champlain Valley, Vermont, Sam Laverdiere of Lake Region, Maine, Lucas Gomez of Salem High School, New Hampshire, Will Sousa of LaSalle, Rhode Island, Jay Borland of Montpelier, Vermont, Teddy Tremblay of Bellows Free, Vermont, Ben Warfield of U32, Vermont, Oscar D'Amelio of Pinkerton Academy, Vermont. Not Vermont, New Hampshire. Nico Conathan Leach of Brattleboro, Vermont, Pi Crosby of Cheverus, Maine, Aiden Roberts of Lake Region, Maine, Pierce Coughlin of Messalonsky, Maine, and Ben Arsenault of Orono, Maine.
Before we start, I want to give a quick shout out to Teddy of BFA St. Albans, who gave me a high five during the Vermont City Marathon.
That's awesome.
I can't say it helped me much, maybe a little bit. But
Does he go to Stowe?
no. I'm friends with his brother, and I follow him on Instagram.
Oh, okay.
I guess I don't really know his brother that well, but I know his brother's former teammate. They may have been teammates at one point.
That's
so.
pretty funny. I know. I'm still trying to figure out. At Boston, like, I ran by a bunch of people that were cheering for me, and it's like, I don't know who they were because.
Well, one of them was
like,
me, so.
It's but it's like, it's so hard to tell who's yelling at you in the in the middle of the marathon. So I would hear my name, and I'm like, I don't know who said that, but thanks.
So we are off. On for 8 laps of running.
Of fun.
Looks like Trainer. Oh, actually, the two Pinkerton boys are going together.
Yeah, Trainer and Oscar going out in front.
They've got a good squad.
I ran by it was right in like Brookline. I ran by these 2 girls that were cheering for me, and like I made eye contact with them, and I was like, I don't know who these people are. Like, I've never seen these people before in my life. How do they know who I am? Right? And they saw me like looking at them like really confused, and they're like, "We're your sister's roommates." And I was like, oh, "Okay, thanks." All right, let's see what this first split is.
Yep. Early on in the lead.
It's going to be pretty fast.
Yep. That's our mile champ, Laverdiere.
68. So that's 9:04 pace.
So yeah, the mile champ is leading this heat so far. And he's we'll see what kind of time he can put up, especially off that effort. I mean, he's run a 9:12 before, but seed time coming into this is 9:37 off of the state meet in Maine.
Yeah, so obviously he can run quite a bit faster than that.
But it was also a very big effort in the mile, so
right.
Really depends on how he's feeling. Maybe an energy boost here, a New England champion, new confidence.
Yeah.
So we'll see what he can do in this first.
Yeah, and you know he's already feeling good today.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, not a ton of time in between 2 events, but enough that you could recover a bit.
Yeah, it's better than doing it right afterwards. So he has about maybe 10 meters in the field over the 2 Pinkerton boys. And one thing I find at New England's is that you end up kind of working with the guys from your state.
Yeah, I mean, that's who you run with all year long. That's kind of like how they pace themselves. you're kind of familiar with running around
Yep.
those guys. So
And there's some state pride with that too.
yeah, all of a sudden, it's instead of like competing with them at your state meet, it's like, okay, now you get to New England's and you're like, oh, we're like kind of almost on a team now,
Exactly.
So yeah, no, it's pretty fun.
So Laverdier, he looks pretty good right now. Out in front.
Yeah,
Kinda
nice and
just building
smooth.
and building and building, and he's on a good pace so far. Looks like he's going to be on pace for about a 9:14 or so through these first 3 laps. 3:29 roughly, 3:28, something like that. And compared to the other guys in the first heat, I mean, that would I should get him to a decently placing spot.
Yeah, I mean his PR is not too far off most of the guys in the fast heat. So you would expect him to kind of be up in that all New England range.
It is tough being in this heat, as the guys have actually not let him go that far away. They're keeping it kind of close.
No, and there's a big pack there.
Yeah.
There's still probably 8 guys, kind of all in a bunch there. So yeah, he's running pretty even. He's slowed down slightly.
That's Ben Warfield moving into second place of this pack. Or sorry, first place of the chase pack.
Yeah, so he goes through right in 440, 441.
He's definitely eased off the gas a little bit in that lap.
Yeah, we'll see. Looks like that pack is going to try to push their way back up to him in first.
Yep. Once again, Ben Warfield is in second place, and he's kind of gapped that chase pack and has really started the charge back to Laverdier.
Yeah, so we'll see if Laverdier has a response once he feels the company of everyone, coming up on his shoulder. Because, I mean, there's still, you can see there's a big line of guys right there that are gonna catch him. So
Lets him go on the inside, so maybe that was just kind of let him go by, no worries there, and just latch onto his back. Come up to 2K now. Third place is Benjamin Hollock of Champlain Valley. I believe Lucas Gomez is in fourth. It's definitely interesting first few laps. As Laverdier, who once again is our mile champion, is now in second place to Ben Warfield of U32.
yeah, and I think Warfield right now is he's pushing, which is I think a good thing to do, just because that Laverdier has already run a pretty hard mile, obviously. So I think these next couple laps, the 6th, 7th laps, is where you're gonna try to take it out of his legs if you can. But Laverdier also, is probably the strongest runner in this first heat. So
Watch for Lucas Gomez now, who's going to maybe try to make a move towards the front.
yeah, I think the only issue is a lot of these guys are running pretty much on their PR pace, if not faster than their PR pace. Whereas Laverdier obviously with a 912.
It's all a very interesting scenario.
Yeah, because he should be
Well
comfortable
ahead,
with
yeah.
his pace, but having that mile in his legs from earlier kind of changes things. So
Yeah, does that take his kick out, or is his mile speed going to still win the day?
right,
Because he
and
obviously has the
then-
kick that's good enough to win the mile championship. But
Yeah, and then the rest of these guys, it's like, okay, they're kind of in uncharted territory in terms of pace is concerned, because this would be a PR for most of them. So do they have anything left the last lap or two?
And the last guy we haven't mentioned is Will Souza from LaSalle. He's on the back of that pack. We'll see who ends up winning this. Benjamin Holock is now going to the front with 1 lap to go at 8:20. So they're going to run really well here. All of them should beat their PRs, besides Laverdier, of course.
Yeah, I would almost just push the entire last lap, because I wouldn't wait until 100 to go and see if you can outkick him.
Yeah, and Sam's doing what the right thing is. He's just staying right there, and he's probably going to have the best shot at winning in a kick. But Holock has timed it perfectly if he is able to hold on and win this, because he's kind of sat back the entire race and waited till the last lap to make the move, the classic strategy.
Yeah, and it's like the whole field. Basically, Laverdier pulled them out to an excellent time. So I think a lot of these guys are going to get pretty good PRs.
Good finish here. Both of them are coming down the stretch.
Yeah, so this is what I was saying you got to be worried about.
Yep, and there you go. Hey, it's still not a bad time. 9:23. That was about a 63 last lap. Wow.
Yeah, and
Gomez
this,
a great
this
run,
is going to be
too.
an awesome time for all these guys. We're going to see a ton of huge PRs.
Yeah, really fast heat here.
Yeah, almost that entire field is going to run a PR. So that's awesome. Yeah, even that looked like is that Arsenault of Orono finishing up there? Breaks 10 for the first time.
Nice, good for him.
So yeah, it was PRs all the way down the line.
Hey, speaking of Orono, last night or 2 nights ago, Ruth White
Yeah.
finished, what was it, 9th place at
All-American.
10K.
Pretty cool.
It's great for a New England champion and UNH runner.
Yeah, we've been trying to throw in some of our alumni in New England have been doing fantastic. So competing against everybody throughout the best in the country.
I know, it is really cool to see them compete on that national stage.
Yeah, Michaela Page from North Carolina via way of Tewksbury, Mass. She got third in a semifinal. She made the finals of the women's 800, 159.92.
Obviously indoor champion as well, so she's got a good shot.
Yeah, and of course our New England favorite, Sophia Gorian. She's at Harvard now from Moses Brown in Rhode Island. She finished 12th in the semis, did not advance. She ran a 2:03. So we, a couple girls right there doing really well. And Najee Muhammad, last year's Connecticut State Open champ in the high jump, he ended up getting 20th with a height of 6'10". He already cleared 7 feet to make it to the finals.
I think Gararian was on the record-setting relay team in indoor.
Yes, they were. Yes, she was. Yep. Okay, this is the hot heat now of the boys, 3,200 meters.
Yeah, so we've got Sean Gray of Portsmouth, Rhode Island, Sean McCauley of East Lyme, Connecticut, Nathaniel Asa of Marblehead, Mass., Luke Cushing of Amity, Connecticut, Joseph DeLuise of Oxford, Connecticut, Bram Bulow of Avon, Connecticut, Nicholas Kidder of Spalding, Joel Thornton Sherman of St. Johnsbury, Vermont, Nicholas Kidder of Spalding, Vermont, Jonah Schulman of Hall, Connecticut, Andrew Valentino of Hanover, New Hampshire, Sean Finnegan of Hopkinton, Mass., Ellis Wood of Deering, Maine, Ethan Fisher of Bishop Girton, New Hampshire, Luke Allen of East Greenwich, Rhode Island, Arthur Ferris of St. Raphael, Rhode Island.
So it looks like Asa out to the start, and then De Luise is right with him. Gray is on the inside.
DeLuise always likes taking it out hard all the time. He's really kind of advancing as he's coming along here. Sean Gray was 5th last year. Comes in a seat of 904. Macaulay was the state open champ, 3rd last year here at this event. Asa of Marblehead was a senior, comes in with 911, 31 seat time.
Yeah, so now we see Asa racing the 3200. Obviously, we mentioned that he was entered but didn't start the 16 earlier.
Yeah, he's got a good shot. I mean, he won this event at New England's, and it's really
In indoor, yeah.
Yep.
Right now in 2nd place is Joe DeLuise of Oxford. He has a 913 PR, but he has a 601 steeplechase, 2K steeplechase, which is I believe US number 3.
Wow. Yeah, that's a pretty good time.
Yeah, it seems, and he ran like a low 15 indoors at Nike Indoor Nationals, like 15 something. I love how guys nowadays, they just seem to clock off 70 seconds, 70 seconds, and then they kick. So they might go through the mile in 440, 438, and then they run negative splits all the time with like a 60-second last lap to win it.
I feel like it's almost just like a psychological thing. It's just so easy to run like a flat time like that. You go, okay, just 70 seconds, like.
It's a round number kind of, you know?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's like if you ever look at you can look at like the mass distribution of marathon times, and there's huge spikes at every like
even number or something.
time,
like
yeah,
240.
like
That's pretty cool.
and it's like you can see it. There's like these huge spikes at 230, 240, 250, 3 flat, like all the way up, and it's because it's like you aim for that time, and and that's so if that's what you're aiming for, that's what you run.
Well, our top 5 seeds are the top 5 right now in this race.
DeLuise is in the lead. The first time I saw him indoor, he went out really hard. He went through, I think it was like 435, 440, somewhere in there through the 1200. Through the mile at the indoor class meet. And I was like, who is this kid? And then he did the same thing at the Open. Neither time stuck. He didn't win either race. But it's just kind of funny as he's gone along. I've been following him for a while now. He keeps getting better. Like, he keeps getting out hard, and he's able to hold it longer as the months progress. He's a junior.
Yeah, that's a fun way to race. It makes the races exciting, makes them fast. And even if you don't end up winning, it brings the guys who are with you along further.
Well, yeah, that's exactly what he does a lot of times. But like I say, he's finishing farther up in the standings where he was like 7th indoors in the 3,200 meters. But then a few weeks later at Nationals, he ran like 15 something, whatever it was. And it just seemed like he's getting better as the months progress. He didn't do cross country. I believe he's a soccer player.
Okay.
Now we have a lead change.
Well, he's got one more year to learn from that mistake of doing soccer.
441. I'm kind of rooting for him that he does do cross country.
for
you know,
sure.
We always like to say, "Come over the light
Yeah,
side,
right,
get out of the
yeah.
dark side of soccer."
Maybe we're the dark side.
Yeah.
So that's awesome. Now went to the front, it looks like. And Gray's been sitting back the entire time, not making any noise, just letting the guys do all their work, but always being right in that front pack. So if anybody makes a move, he's ready to strike.
Well, usually in the 3,200 meters, the people that lead early are not the winners. It just, because the
Unless
really
you open up a big lead.
the really mature ones will just sit there in the pack, make their one move. Asa has 413 mile speed, so he's got some wheels. Season best is 9:13, and he's the Mass State champion. I got to tell you, it's interesting how a lot of the Mass runners don't come to New England's, but we have the Mass champion here.
That's great. You got Luke Cushing on the outside there. We've also got our 11 seed in right now.
Yeah, Luke Cushing was second in Connecticut in cross country. He's the top returner.
And still, it's really bunching on this straightaway now.
Like I said, they just like to clock off those 70 seconds and then
And there's Cushing going now. It looks like towards the front. Yeah.
Luke Cushing was interesting. Last year at the State Open, he was 7th in the 3200 meters. Comes to England, gets 7th there too. He was 7th in the 4x8, I believe, at the Open. I think they got 7th at New England's in the 4x800. And this year, once again, and this indoor season, he was 7th at New England's indoors. 7 must be his lucky number. It's not a good number for a runner when top 6 get the trophies.
Right, that's true. Well, he's hoping to change that today as he's right on the shoulder of Asa now. Sean Gray is now sliding through, looking to maybe make a move.
Here we go.
Yeah,
We're
so
approaching
Gray's now going to the front.
2 to go. You're right. This is where the favorite starts making his move.
And Gray's a guy who can go from kind of far out. Usually in Rhode Island, he and Marshall Vernon have some pretty good races. Marshall's not here today.
I haven't seen much of Marshall.
Yeah.
Has he been hurt?
I'm not positive, to be honest.
Yeah, I got to tell you, he's a great kid. I interviewed him a few times in the fall. His father helps out Steve Mazzone for the Ocean State. He takes pictures for them. He does a lot for them. Big supporters of the sport.
And that move did
Also
break everything open.
Sponsored by Marathon Sports.
Marathon Sports.
Yeah.
With 27 locations all over New England.
So now heading towards the bell, we're going to have Asa in the front, Gray, and then Cushing. And Cushing, it looks like he's not wanting to finish 7th place. Although, funny enough, 7 guys are breaking away. So we got now 2 guys who are really looking like they're going to be the ones fighting for the title. Nathaniel Asa and Sean Gray. Gray's now on the shoulder.
Sean Gray made it to NXNs, made it to Nike Nationals. He's 3rd in New England in cross country, so he's one of the favorites. He's looking awesome right here.
Yep. But Asa's holding him off in the corner. We'll see the straightaway if he makes a move. Asa's not letting him go by. He's trying now. And Asa's going to close the door on him.
They got one more shot, hitting 3K right around 8:35. Now we see how he falls back. Now he's got one more hope. Let's see if he's got the wheels over the last 80 to 90 meters.
Yeah, he's not falling off yet. Swing wide and go. Asa looks great, though. He's opening up a little bit. Can Gray close?
He's not going out to lane 2.
Nope.
Asa's leaving lane 1 open, but Gray does not have the final finishing gear. And Asa's going to be New England champion, 9:04.46. What a fantastic finish. Cushing's going to get 3rd, make his way to all New England.
Okay, Andrew Valentino with a 9:11. Great run for him, finishing 4th. He came out of nowhere to do that.
There was a lot of drama in that race. Came down to the very end. Well, I love to see fast times. I like to see times where they run fast, but there's people, there's some excitement at the end.
I like to see it when they run smart. And
Yes.
all those guys really did run good races there.
I really
Everyone
don't like
put
it
them
when
on
you have
spot.
one runner who takes out, dominates it from the gun. That's undemocratic. I just love to see everybody just kind of battling out, mano a mano, through the finish line.
That was a fun race to watch, though. And Asa ran a great last lap. He was able to he made the move right before the bell, and then Gray tried to go around him. He just never let him go.
Girls javelin, looks like they've gotten 3 throws in each, so they're about to start the finals. Lauren Smith of New Canaan is our early leader right now, 136.2. And my neighbor up the street, Emily Yerkison, all right, pops off a 126. That's her personal record right now. Got a shout out to her and her family. Mackenzie Cleary of Rhode Island, Burleville, 125 even. So the javelin is really heating up as they're getting into the finals. Lauren Smith was the State Open champion. I believe that's going to put her on my all-time list. The 136.2 that she has now. She's got 3 more throws to go. That moves her up to number 12 all-time in Connecticut history. And she's got 3 more chances to improve upon that. Girls discus. Emmeline Boyer of Melrose, Mass. is leading. Her second throw was 126.9. That's a top throw so far. Ella Cameron of Yarmouth, 126 even. And Megan Pryor of Arlington, Mass. Sorry, that was Yarmouth, Maine. Sorry about that. And Arlington, Mass is in third right now, 123 in the girls' discus.
All right, so in this this heat of the first heat of the girls 3200, we have Ludwig of Cumberland, Rhode Island, Pasalakua of Greenwich, Connecticut, Roberts of Mercy, Connecticut, Siegel of Billerica, Mass, Steigar of E.O. Smith, Massey of Advanced Math and Science Academy, Ferris of Hanover, Schmidt of Cheverus, Huggett of Freeport, Kavanaugh of Oyster River, Tilley of Guilford, Broadley of Bellows Falls Union, Morrison of Portland, Johnson of Holton, and Rumsey of South Burlington.
Solid field of 15.
So last week at the Rhode Island State Championships, it was held over 2 days because the first day was rained out as the hurdles were getting started. And before that happened, Cecilia Ludwig had one of the most exciting races I've ever seen in the first heat of the girls' 1500. Came down to the wire, and the race made it on mile split. If you have a chance, go check out their Instagram. It was a really exciting race where she ended up taking the win by 0.02 seconds.
Yeah, unless she's been doing middle school or something, it looks like this is her first season at high school.
Wow.
Finished 7th at the Rhode Island State Meet. Comes in with a time of 11:27 for the 3K. So that converts out to, 11:07 or so.
Well, she's seated 11:14 in this.
Like I said, I never know what the conversions are.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she's got a bright future in front of her. Pascalacqua, though, she already only a freshman also. She was top 10 in the Connecticut State Open in cross country, all New England cross country. Very talented. She's been all state.
So Passalacqua has the lead. Then it looks like Schmidt of Cheverus, Maine is in second. Coming through in 2:41. They're on pace for a 10:42 mile right now, 10:48 roughly. So they're definitely on an aggressive pace. And it really is strung out. Not a giant heat for this first heat, but they're on a good pace, so it's really everyone's trying to find their spot. Maybe some of them aren't going with the pace.
Pascalacqua is already broken 11 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she was 9th in the 1600 at the State Open, and then 5th in the 3200 meters at the State Open. And I guess she did not run the 4x8. She had they won the State Open without her in the 4x8, and she's very talented, but I guess other girls battle middle distance girls. But she ran 10:58 at the Locks games. That's a really big event, especially from Greenwich. Greenwich to White Plains is like a 20-minute drive. It's practically a home meet almost for them.
No, I went to that race my senior year. It's a great event. One of my favorites, really fast times. Great people from all over the region. So Ludwig's in third. We see a move now from Massey of Advanced Math and Science Academy. Maybe doing some calculations to determine what her best positioning would be. Some advanced math.
I coached a kid that was a New England champ one time, and he would do the competitions in his head. I wouldn't have to cheer for him, tell him to do it. I would just give him the numbers, and he
Cool.
would and he'd spit out like what pace he's supposed to go and change the rhythm, whatever he had to do.
Yeah, I can't do that.
I always like doing that. Like I do a lot of math in my head. I mean,
Yeah.
it's easier when you're doing longer distances than shorter distances.
I don't know. I feel like it gets pretty tough when you're like, towards the end of a marathon or something. You're trying to do math in your head, and it's like your brain just does not work.
Well, a friend of mine always likes to say, run the first half of the race with your head, the second part of the race with your heart.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
think the first half, and then just
Yeah.
the second half, just go with whatever you have left.
Yeah.
The question
'cause
always
your
is
head
in the
doesn't really work
marathon-
too well with
Well,
it.
is also where's the halfway point in the marathon?
20.
Yeah.
Yeah, for those of you math people out there, you're thinking it's 26 miles. No, but it's true.
No, halfway in a marathon is 20 miles.
I got to tell you, I think I ran the last 6 miles as about the same time as my first 20 in Boston.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you think it's funny, you hit 20 miles at Boston, you're done with the hills, but if your legs are shot, the downhills don't help you at all.
No.
Okay, what was that, 5:33 or so?
Yeah, definitely a good pace. Passalacqua is now on her own out front, with Ludwig now in second. They kind of have the exact same uniform except different colors. Red
So does
and
that
blue.
make it the same? It's the same but different.
Yes.
Is that it?
Opposites in a way.
Yes.
Yin and yang. I was just noticing that because I couldn't tell who they were from the front, and you look in the back, and there's their colors.
Yeah, Greenwich in cross country was a surprise double L champion, and they finished, I believe, second or third in the state open. They graduated a lot of people last year, and their coach was able to get a couple soccer players out, and then coming out of nowhere was this girl, Pascalacqua, who became their pace setter. So it's kind of nice when you think you're graduating all these people and you're going to have nothing, and all of a sudden, in comes this freshman.
Yeah, a lot of times if you can get some surprise soccer players, that can be huge. I'm pretty sure that's what happened with the girls 4x8 who won Exeter. They had a lot of soccer players who they were able to recruit to go run, and now they have a New England champion team.
Yeah, I once had an all New England runner-up 4x1 team. It was the goalie and the 3 fullbacks.
Wow.
Yeah, they were all best friends with each other. They would practice handoffs on their own. They'd come over the track on their own time. Okay, got 3 laps to go now. Pascalacqua still maintaining the lead, just clicking off the laps. I kind of wish, it's funny how some of the states use their season best to seed them here.
Mm-hmm.
Connecticut doesn't do that. They use what they ran in the class meet, and she ran that hard 1,600, came back, ran a hard 3,200 meters, but obviously that 16 put something in her legs.
Right. No, I think it's better if we were to use the season's best, just so we can get the best competition in every single race. Got, what was that, 1,000 to go now?
Yep. So that's a 2K mark. I used to love having my kids do 2K repeats for thresholds with the more advanced kids. 2K was a lot of fun. We had a 1,000-meter driveway
Oh,
loop
nice,
around
yeah.
campus, and it was just about almost exactly 1,000 meters within a
Yep.
few yards. Pascalacqua looking really strong. The Cardinal.
Second place is Lucy Huggett of Freeport, Maine. She's kind of been quiet earlier on, made her way up. And Caitlin Massey's in third. And those two are kind of trying to chase down Pascalacqua, but not being successful so far. I think she's extended over that last 100.
Yeah, she's definitely opening up. At this point, you just got to think of your rhythm. You got to be able to push yourself. It's always it's always easier when you have somebody right beside you to kind of focus on them, listen to their breathing. But I'm sure she's probably used to doing a lot of repeats by herself. While she has a very talented 4x8 team that I'm sure they probably do more middle distance workouts,
Sure.
and she probably has to do slightly longer workouts.
Yep, long runs on your own.
But Greenwich, they've really had an emergence. They've been very good for a while, but they just won their first Class LL title since 1983, I think it was, with the help of Pascalaqua.
So she's in a position where if she can really get moving this last lap, she can break 11 minutes. Attack her PR.
Needs, a 78 approximately? Definitely within her range.
Massey's at 950.
So possibly getting down under 11:10 with a little bit of effort. Pascalaqua is just opening up, though. She does not look worse
Yeah,
for
nice.
the wear at all.
Let's see if she can break 80 in this last lap. It's definitely a good heat so far. The girls in second looking like they.
That's going to take some effort, but she's within
possible.
range. She's got about an 80-meter lead on second place right now.
Yep, she's won this heat by herself. Been in lead basically the whole way, and she looks phenomenal coming to the line.
Look
About
at how
10 seconds left.
As she pumps her arms,
Yeah.
she's driving her knees. She sees the clock. The clock's ticking up. She's trying to get under that 11-minute barrier,
Not ticking
and
fast
she's
enough,
going to
though.
do
Great
it.
run. That's a phenomenal finish.
10:57.86 unofficially.
Now we've got Lucy Huggett making her way up into second place over Caitlin Massey. So great finish there. It's probably Megan Ferris, who was third. So we'll see how well those times can challenge in our top heat.
Yeah, definitely breaking an 11. Last year, I think it was just about 11:01 was seventh. So I think breaking 11, you just might be able to be there. Looks like they're all coming in now. Heat 2 is getting the last strider, coming on the home stretch. Just striding it out a little bit. Top seed is going to be Maddie Lane of Hopkinton. Margaret Tripp of Thornton, Maine is going to be 2. Kylie Donahue of Billerica Memorial in Massachusetts is 3. Then we have Lauren Parrott of Glastonbury. She's in 4. Tian Ewings of Holton, Maine is in 5. Anna Vleeks from Daniel Hand in Madison, Connecticut is in 6. Caitlin Donahue of Billerica got 2 from Massachusetts right there. The freshman is in 7. Rose Tumusto of Cumberland, Rhode Island is in 8. Aaron Geisler of Rutland, Vermont is in 9. Sarah Bogdan of Staples is in 10. Mackenzie Leichert of St. Raphael's, Rhode Island is in 11. Abby Ty of North Kingston, Rhode Island is 12. Allie Call of Portsmouth, Rhode Island is 13. Charlotte Crum of Champlain Valley Union, Vermont is 14. And rounding out the field is Sydney Reminar of Burr and Burton Academy, Vermont.
Yeah, so Maddie Lane is top seed, and she's looking for her first New England title today. Just a sophomore.
But she was the Meet of Champions winner in New Hampshire. Comes in with a PR of 10:34 from the Locks games.
Yeah, and she's so Hopkinton does not have indoor track, so she was not competing with the rest of New Hampshire during indoor. And they're kind of a smaller school, so you don't hear much from them, but you'd see occasional results from her, and she's obviously running very fast. And then kind of towards the end of the season, she's been running really, really well and ran extremely well in cross country too.
Yeah, she was 5th in New England in cross, and she also made Nike Cross Nationals. She finished 5th in the regional meet and 42nd at the national championship, so she is used to the big stage.
Definitely the kind of runner who's able to peak at the right time. And she's in the front right now.
Margaret Tripp seated second right now from Thornton Academy. We've had New England's there a few times. She's the main Class A champion. She's gone under 11 3 times. And she was 4th in New England indoors at 3,200 meters and 8th last year outdoors at this event.
And Tian Ewings of Holton, Maine is right now in second, trailing off Lane. To come through a bit under 120. It's a good start.
Ewings of Maine comes in with a best of 10:29. That's her PR. Very talented senior. She's been a mainstay at this level of competition.
So yeah, these two should be a bit ahead of the field, but it looks like Lane does have a small gap opening up.
I just have a song in my head now. The Beatles have a song called Penny Lane, and I keep hearing Maddie Lane now. She's from a running town, though, of Hopkinton, New Hampshire. We've had some successful athletes from the town.
She looks smooth to start, so we'll see how the solo effort suits her. Now, I wasn't at the Media Champions last week, but do we know, was she leading? Avio. Did she lead most of the race last week, or was it kind of Cook who took most of the work?
I think she was in charge most of it.
So we're getting reports that that Lane was the one who was leading last week, so her 10:41 was run from the front.
Is that Ewing still in second place right now?
Yep.
She was the Maine state champion in cross country. And she was 4th at New England. So we have some of the girls that should be familiar with each other from the New England championships in cross country at least.
Yeah, this is when you get to the distance events, you see each other 3 times a year versus only twice for the sprinters.
Or sometimes not even that much, because some of the sprinters might do basketball in wintertime or something.
True.
Yeah. Lauren Parrott's in 3rd place right now. She was 2nd at the Connecticut State Open. Her PR is 10:52. She was a State Open champion indoors for Connecticut in 3,200 meters. And she was 9th in New England in cross country and 5th at the Connecticut State Open as a freshman.
Well, Ewings is now making up that gap a little bit, trying to make it a bit more of an interesting race. As Lane still has the lead, but it's down to about, only about 2 or 3 meters at this point.
Parrott in the 3,200 meters at the class meet indoors, her and Brooke Strauss were running together. And it was kind of cool. I was on the call, and that's one of those clips that MileSplit sent out to everybody. And I said, I think Brooke's gonna let her win, because she just ran right beside her the entire time. And my partner was like, no, I don't think so. And she let her win in the last 50 meters.
Awesome.
She kind of encouraged her along, let her get in front, and she won the class title.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I mean, and that stopped Brooke Strauss from winning 3 class titles. Like, she already won the 1,000, she won the 16, and she was going to do it all, sweep the distance events, but gave it to her teammates. Kind of shows the kind of person Brooke Strauss is. She's not just a great runner; she's a great person.
Yeah, and it's one thing to be an incredible runner, but it's really a rare thing to see someone who's an incredible person.
Yes.
Maybe not rare, but that's more important.
At distance events, you see a lot of them. You
Yeah,
really
yeah.
do. They go through just about 5:20, so they're on 10:40 pace right now. This is going to be big PR for Parrott if she's able to hang
Yeah.
on to this effort.
She's got to just close that gap a little bit, and then it should be just ride on them for a while, and then try to see what you can do at the end.
See, this is the sticking point. That we've talked about this before. It's the third quarter of whatever race you're running, whether it's the third 200 of the 800 or the third quarter of the mile, whatever it is, the third quarter. If that little gap grows, then Parrot's going to be in la-la land.
Parrot's doing a great job right now making sure that's not going to happen.
She's just hanging in there. I think the other two are a little more relaxed, but look at how Parrot just kind of links back up. This shows her mental tenacity. Because this is hard when you're, she's obviously well ahead of her PR pace right now, but you have two better runners with you. Just go with it.
All right, so now we see our first move. Ewings is now in the lead over Lane. We'll see how Lane reacts to this, or if she's just going to stay right there. I think it's early enough where it's not like it's the last lap and you can't respond. And that move kind of shifted the pace a little bit, and now Parrot's kind of fallen off the back now. We'll see if Ewings is able to lift them a bit quicker over these next few laps.
Like we said, 10:52 is her personal record. But it's great about all three of these athletes, though. It's like they're throwing punches at each other, and they keep standing. They're still there. Now Parrot's off the pace, but that kind of shows like she's willing to go as hard as she can. She could have, fell back or something like that. Nope,
Yep.
She went as hard as she could in the middle, and she's not that far off.
No, and that's going to set her up well.
Now we've got 1,000 meters to go.
And Parrot's she's not lost much ground. She's about the same distance back that she was when we hit that last lap.
Yeah, she's not known as like a middle distance runner, like she's much better at the longer stuff. So I don't know if she's going to have a finishing kick to kind of like just hang on and then blow by these girls at the end.
Yep.
But it looks like we're going to have a really fast top three. Then we have Bogdan in fourth and Daniel Hans Anna Vleeks. I like the name Bogdan. Sounds like my last name, Ogden.
Yeah.
Anna Vleeks is my buddy from Foss Running Camp. We play foosball together every year. Last year she was seventh, just missed the All New England, but she looks like now she's in the top five comfortably. She's barely got under the 11-minute mark at the Open. I don't think Bogdan's been under the 11-minute mark yet.
Well, they're hopefully going to see if they can race this together and try to get them both underneath it. As Lane's now getting really close up on Ewings. We got 600 to go. Parrot has fallen back a bit more, but she's still fighting well. And Lane's right in the shoulder now. So the question is, I'm sure there's going to be an attempted move, but when is it going to be? And will it be successful? It could be heading to the last lap.
Lane has run a 5:05 for the 1600.
Here we go. She's going to try to do something here. Maybe not. We're on a good pace right now, looking right around 10:40. We'll see what the last lap's going to be. Lane's going to tuck back in. Ewings is still in the lead. She's held the lead for 800 meters now. Bell lap at 9:21. Parrot running great right now. She's at 9:28. Lane's now on the shoulder. And they're both increasing the pace. Ewings is trying to hold her off, but Lane makes the move towards the front, and she's going to have the lead with 300 to go. Can she open up a gap? The gap is forming. Did Lane make the move at the right time? She's pulling away now.
Ewings is hanging on there, though.
Yeah,
she looks pretty good.
She's starting to fight back now. The gap started to form a little bit, but not enough. 200 to go now. Now Ewings is in the best spot.
Just about 10 minutes.
Yeah, we're going sub 10:40 here. Lane looks great. There's definitely still a gap, but it's not monumental. Can Ewings close back up on the straightaway?
Ewings has been under 5 minutes for the mile, so she's got some wheels, but will she have the strength right now?
Yeah, Lane looks great. Ewings is fighting, but Lane is maintaining that gap.
Ewings is going out into lane
man.
2, the lane of high hopes. That's where dreams come alive. Can she come together? But no, it's going to be
Maddie
Lane.
Nice job. 73 last lap. New Hampshire is going to take another title today.
Here comes Parrott for third place now, and there's a battle. There's Vleeks, then Bogdan taking fourth and fifth.
Trying to go sub 11.
Vleeks sees the number on the clock. She's trying to go for it.
And she is going to get sub 11. Can Bogdan get there?
That's a PR.
Nice,
Bogdan
five girls.
just dips under the 11-minute barrier. That previous heat, wasn't that one in like 11:01 or 2 or something? That just
Something to
might
check.
have squeezed into a top 6.
10:57. Yeah.
Oh, that's going to
Nice.
squeeze in. Wow, so the top 5 in this heat get all New England, but that's it. Pascalaqua. So we're going to have 2 freshmen in the top 6 here, the New England 3,200 meters. On the boys' side, Nathaniel Asa was the winner, 9:04.57. Sean Gray from Portsmouth, 9:05.27 was second. Luke Cushing from Amity, 9:10.67 was third. Andrew Valentino of Hanover, New Hampshire, 9:12.21. Big PR for the senior. Ellis Wood of Deering, Maine, 9:12.62. Another PR was fifth. And Nicholas Kidder from Spalding High School in Vermont, 9:13.33. Another PR. That boys' 3,200 meter was smoking. But now we're getting the final sections, the final races of the day. We're moving on to the the boys 4x4. In the boys 200, we had a double champion. Uli Younger of Thetford Academy, 21:52 was your winner. Luke Richardson gets a gold in the 100 and a silver in the 200, 21:60. Sam Lamalfa gets his second medal of the day, wins the 400, takes third in the 200, 21:68. Alex Todorov of Xavier and Brothers, Massachusetts, in fourth, 21.8. Sheldon Simpson, the second from Windsor, 21.81, sets his PR. And Garrett Guru Pizzillo of LaSalle Academy takes home another New England medal. He takes sixth. In the girls 200, Brianna Brom of Dennis Yarmouth, 23.86 is your champion. Grace Seyshaw of Concord, 24.29, sets her personal record. Samaya Edie of Manchester, 24.69 was third. Lauren Kropo of Naugatuck, 24.72 was fourth. Shanez DeRocha of Hamden, 24.92 was fifth. And taking the last medal was Saphir Brown of Bloomfield, 25.06. Moving on to the first section of the boys 4x400 meters. You gotta love when you finish off a meet with the 4x4. This is a small heat, only 4 teams, all from Vermont, the Green Mountain State. Essex will be in lane 4. Burr and Burton Academy, Vermont, will be in lane 5. Thetford Academy in 6. And Colchester will be in 7. So this is almost a Vermont State meet all over again. These runners are quite familiar with one another. Burr and Burton has the best seed time, 3:32.56. So look for Burr and Burton and Thetford, the 2 inside teams.
Thetford's having a great opening leg here. Is a 3-turn.
It's hard to get that split, I know.
So I can't really figure out what that split was, but they're way ahead. Looking really good. They come in with a seed time of
3:32.
3:32.
I wonder if Younger's going to be on this, though.
I'd assume he would be.
I mean, comes in with, the long jump champ, can run the 200. I don't know if he likes to go a little bit farther, but he can definitely shake things up for them. They also could have Brady Sloop on here, too. He's a 157.5 miler today.
They're just extending this lead.
Yeah, look at this.
Right under 3:30 pace at the halfway point.
The Panthers are pouncing. They have a good 50-meter lead at least at the halfway. Looking nice and smooth. Look, check him out, how he's running nice and upright. No wasted energy.
Now, I don't think Younger's here on the anchor leg. I don't believe that's him.
Well, it looks like he still has enough cushion, this third leg,
Oh,
doesn't matter who it
100%.
is, to win this heat. And even if you can't win overall, you can come home and say, hey, we won our heat. And I'm sure there's obviously some personal rivalries, team rivalries between these schools. They're all from Vermont. So what was that? It was a 2:38, so they can get down with a 52 seconds. Maybe they get down to 31 maybe, instead of season best. Yeah, the 400 is definitely an event that's awfully hard to do when you're by yourself. Just to kind of feel somebody else breathing on you. It's so hard to kind of, like, you're constant in extremis all the time.
You can definitely get a few more seconds, especially in a 4x4 at a big meet like this. You feel someone coming up behind you, and you can just hit another gear.
Yeah, it's so hard to kind of pull that within yourself. But he's looking fantastic as he comes on the home stretch. It looks like he accelerated off the turn. Can he hold it together the last 50 meters to really get through? Look at this. He's going to break 330, 3:28.01 by themselves for the Panthers. He looks no worse for the wear. We are scheduled now to have 4 sections coming onto the track for section 2, heat 2. It's U32 of Vermont. In 2 is Moses Brown, Rhode Island. Milford, New Hampshire is in 3. Lewiston, Maine is in lane 4. Conval, New Hampshire is in 5. St. Johnsbury, Vermont is in 6. John Baptist Memorial of Maine is in 7. South Portland, Maine is in 8. And Portland, Maine is in 9. The last heat was all Vermont. This is a lot of Maine.
I'm interested to see if the Shermanator's coming back for the 4x4 here.
It's funny. He spent a lot of time in Connecticut earlier in the year. He ran the Connecticut Distance Festival, and then there was another meet he also did in Connecticut. I forget which one it was, but yeah, he definitely likes the Nutmeg State. And now we have another Shermanator coming up, another freshman. It's like how many great runners do they have? I wish Jimmy was here on the broadcast. He always seems to know the whole family history.
Jimmy knows everybody.
He knows everybody.
It's unbelievable.
Jimmy, if you're listening, we miss you. He's been my partner for a good 6 or 7 years up in the booth. It's getting tight in those outside. Looks like John Baptist. Yeah, lane 7. That's John Baptist Memorial from Maine. Now they got to break in on the back straightaway. I got to tell you, I've seen a number of times people do not teach them how to break in. You're really supposed to work your way down, not just cut right in at the turn. The Crusaders in purple keep the lead, but it looks like it's about to be overtaken.
Milford takes over, but who's that in the white?
We'll have to wait till they get to the numbers. Cool t-shirts they're wearing. Quickly overtaken now. Milford has the lead, but now the pack is coming together. Looks like St. John, that St. John's just came back into it, looks like, or in purple. Yep. St. John's the Baptist. One to go now. There's the bell. St. John Baptist has been in it the whole time, but Milford's not going to let them go quietly into the evening.
That's a 49. That's a 49 guy right there for Milford. So he's certainly gonna have a say in how this shakes out. Who's that in the blue coming up?
The hip number's falling off.
It's tough to see from all the way up here.
No, but I have binoculars on, and the hip number's falling off. You can't see it.
Is it Portland?
Lewiston, Maine is coming up. He's looking fantastic. Comes the outside, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Milford looks like they have another gear.
Wow.
As he comes across the finish line, unofficially 3:27.29. Milford, New Hampshire, improving upon their seed time by about a second and a half. Fantastic effort on that race with a lot of lead changes. Lining up on the track, Heat 3. This is where the surprises happen sometimes. In lane 1 is Gorm from Maine. Bishop Hendricken of Rhode Island's in 2. Winnicott, New Hampshire is in 3. Milton, Mass is in 4. Top seed is Nashua, South New Hampshire with a seed time of 3:22.11. They're 5. Moscow of Regional Massachusetts is in 6. East Providence is in 7. Barrington is in 8. And finally, on the outside of the track is Cranston West of Rhode Island. So we've got 4 Rhode Islands, a couple New Hampshire, some Maine, and all the Connecticut teams are going to be in the final section.
Now, a little team to look out for here. Winnicott, they had the state record from New Hampshire. They broke it earlier in the year. They just got broken last week at MOC's, but they do have a 47-second anchor leg.
Woo!
So
we're going to
he
take
was
a look
supposed
at
to be
that.
the 2nd or 3rd seed in the Open, but I don't believe he ran. Genettos.
Yes, I saw one of
Yep.
you guys did the interview for him last week, right? And he was talking about how he's going to skip the 400, just run the 4x4.
So I'd assume they're just going to go for a state record here, and that could be a scoring team coming from the slow heat.
It happens more often than not.
Yep.
Winnicott, the New Hampshire state record holders. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. These are all from Connecticut because there was a great state open championship in Connecticut. They just battled it out the entire way. Can those teams duplicate the effort a week later? Winnicott comes in with a seat time of 3:22.95. You're saying that's the New Hampshire state record then?
3:21.52 is the. Yeah. So 3 teams set the state record at MOCs last year. Nashua South, who's in this race, Exeter, who's next up, and then Central has the state record currently. Who
Geez,
is
so we could
also
see a state
next.
record here in this heat right
And
now.
then
huh?
the next one.
And the next, they could break the state record
Yeah,
and then get it
could
broken
be-
5 minutes
it could
later.
Be pretty exciting here. And you have 4 Connecticut teams under 320.
Yep.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's funny. We've been talking about the distance runners, how they're getting so much better. But it's also the throwers. It's also the relays are getting better. Everything's getting better. Okay, out in lane 8 is our early leader. That's Barrington, Rhode Island.
It's going to be Barrington and Winnicott coming off of the break here. Looks like Winnicott's going to take it.
Winnicott, the Warriors, they are battling right now, but they've got some competition. There's a whole field right behind them. But Winnicott's going to have a killer on the anchor, huh? So whatever lead they have is going to get extended. Here we are at the halfway, about a 142 approximately.
That's Zumbach for Winnicott right now. He was, I believe, ran 154 earlier in the Open 800.
Get a little speed workout. Half milers love to run the 400.
That's Nashua South right behind them. Another very solid team. And then you got a big chase group here.
Yeah, who says half milers can't sprint? Here he comes. Coming up, this is going to be a big one, folks. This is New Hampshire state record holder on the track right now. We could see something really big. Let's see him as he extends this lead.
I got his split coming up. Got the baton at about 232 there.
So all he needs is a 50 to get a 322.
But a 49 will hopefully mean a state record. This could be sub 320. I'm not sure. We'll see.
We're about to see history being made. The anticipation's killing me. I want to see what the Granite State's got here. He's got to extend his lead. That clock is ticking up.
He's got to roll.
Check him out as he's pumping his arms. He saved it all for this one race. Here comes Winnicott. 3:21.15.
That's going to be right there.
49.
That should have it.
49.1 split.
Wow.
Yeah, they broke it.
That's a new state record for New Hampshire.
Unofficially,
Winnicott.
we got to wait a few minutes for the
As
official
long
results
as,
to come
as
out.
long as the official isn't 0.4 slower, it should be. Wow, really great race.
History was made here at New England's a New Hampshire state record.
However, we have now the current state record holders in this heat.
Yep.
So they just broke the state record, and it could get broken 5 minutes later.
Yes, because Manchester Central broke it last week.
321.18.
Oh, and Exeter, yeah.
Well,
who is
21.16.
Let's call this race. Let's see who we have in this field first.
We got a bunch of Connecticut teams running
We've
sub
got
320.
Exeter, New Hampshire, from a Connecticut coach, right? They're in 1. Rockville's in 2. LaSalle Academy, Rhode Island's in 3. Then we got some Connecticut teams. Hamden in 4. Daniel Hand of Madison is in 5. New Britain on their home track, the State Open champions, is in 6. Excuse me, not the State Open champions, but they had the fastest time in the state. Naugatuck's in 7. Coggins in 8. And on the outside is the former New Hampshire state record holders, Manchester Central, the Little Green. They got named after the Big Green from Dartmouth because Manchester Central is the oldest high school in New Hampshire.
Did not know that. What's the New England meet record here?
New England.
Curious if Daniel Hand.
I think it's. I believe it's Prince Tech. I think. No, it might be Danbury. Let's see here. Yes, it's Danbury. 317.90.
Wow.
I actually helped out on that team.
317.
We got Daniel Hand with a 3:17.89 seed time, so 100th of a second faster.
Let's see. Daniel Hand is leading. They have New England lead right now. Newton North's not here. They are second. And LaSalle Academy ran a 3:18.32 at the Penn Relays. Looks like Naugatuck has an early lead, followed by New Britain, I believe. They're the maroon uniforms. No, New Britain's in the pack. Check that. Oh, that's LaSalle, another maroon uniform. Nagy, the Greyhounds, the Rams from LaSalle. Here comes LaSalle. 138 at the halfway. They are under 320 pace right now. Naugatuck, though, trying to battle out the team from Rhode Island. Naugatuck was fourth at the Connecticut State Open. Hamden's in the mix now. They're gaining ground with every single stride. The Green Dragons, they're in third. Rocky Hill, New Britain's coming up. This could be a huge upset for the Greyhounds.
They got a pretty decent lead going into the final leg.
Yeah, that's not enough for third place. I mean, I don't care what kind of anchor you have. LaSalle's trying to make a run for it, but Naugatuck, they are holding strong. LaSalle's going to try to make one more run, but it's still a 10-yard lead. That's going to be hard to make up. Here comes Naugatuck, digging in 100 meters to go. None other than Nagy. Coming across the line, going under the state. Oh,
wow, takes the New England meet record, unofficially.
Unofficial New England meet record, stealing it from the Hatters of Danbury. Winnicott did get the New Hampshire state record. We'll have to see where they end up finishing overall. But we just saw a New England meet record go down from Naugatuck.
That's crazy.
That was an 8-year-old record. Incredible performance all the way around. We're getting ready now for the girls 4x4. We'll slowly get. We'll definitely.
LaSalle. Naugatuck second. LaSalle
Oh,
takes the meet record.
Oh, was that? Oh, really?
I guess so.
LaSalle, I got to meet some of the runners indoors, and then again in the springtime. They came to Dan O'Grady Relays, which is a big relay carnival in Western Connecticut at Danbury High. Dan O'Grady is in the Rhode Island Hall of Fame because he was one of the instrumental figures that started off the LaSalle team. They won New England's with a meet record of 15 points one year in the 40s. 15 points. They swept New England's.
That's ridiculous.
And they had another team that same day go to Eastern States in New York City at Van Cortlandt Park. So Dan O'Grady's a legend in Danbury and Rhode Island. And LaSalle team, they came down and celebrated. They came down to run the O'Grady Relays in honor of their former LaSalle coach.
That was an awesome 4x4.
Let's set up the girls, and then we'll announce the boys' seed times.
Records left and right.
I know.
People's Academy in Vermont is in 3. Freeport, Maine is in 4. Colchester, Vermont is in 5. Champlain Valley Union is in 6. Bucksport, Maine is in 7. And St. Johnsbury is in Vermont, from Vermont, in 8. And the results now, 6th place, Coggins-Chog, 322.01 is 6th. Hamden gets all New England, 321.97 is 5th. New Britain, they are 4th, 321.52. Winnicott from New Hampshire, this is the state record. We're announcing it here, 321.18. Naugatuck takes 2nd, 318.80. That's their season best. And LaSalle Academy breaks the New England meet record, 317.61 by about 0.3 of a second. LaSalle Academy is your New England champions. That was some good running all the way around. Naugatuck, though, kind of surprised me. They were 4th in the Connecticut State Open, moved up, became the top team here, and gets runner-up spot.
See if the girls' races can live up to those.
That's going to be a tall order. That was pretty exciting. Naugatuck moves up to number 9 all-time among Connecticut school records. Let's see what other results here. We still have the boys high jump going on right now. They're up to 6'5". 6 feet 5 inches. Leading the way right now is Ethan Rowe of Bloomfield. Derek Shermer of Shewksbury, Mass. is in 2nd right now. And it looks like we still have 13 athletes in at 6'5". So, woo. We've got a lot of.
13?
Yeah. That's no, It's so funny when you see normal meets, you see 6 feet, 6'2", you think it's so good. You could be 13th here at 6'3". The girls' discus, Emmeline Boyer of Melrose, Massachusetts, 126.9 is your leader right now. Looks like they are about to go into finals. So that's the finalist. Eli Cameron of Yarmouth, Maine, is in 2nd with 126.2. We have results of the girls' javelin once it comes up. In 6th place, Heather Alexander of Lake Region Union, Vermont, 118.1. Isabel DeLuva Beauchain of Woodstock Academy, 119.9 is 5th. Alessandra Fragoni of Peabody Vet Memorial, Massachusetts, 123.11 is 4th. Emily Yergeson of Brookfield, the Bobcat, Connecticut number 4 with a distance of 126.6. Finally, next up we have Mackenzie Cleary of Barrelville, Rhode Island, 129.9. And finally, your New England champion with a Connecticut number 1 throw of 136.4, the Ram from New Canaan, Lauren Smith. Lauren Smith's distance, that should rank her all-time in the Connecticut top performance list. 138.4 moves Lauren up to number 8 all-time in Connecticut history. And that gets also a school record.
Second, Mackenzie Cleary of Burrillville, Rhode Island, 129.9. And the New England champion is Lauren Smith of New Canaan, 138.4.
4:15.67. wins Heat 1. Moving on to Heat 2 of 4 sections. Mount Desert Island, Maine is in 1. Bedford, New Hampshire is in 2. Nashua North from New Hampshire is in 3. U32 Vermont is in 4. Chiro Regional Rhode Island is in 5. Merrimack Valley, New Hampshire is in 6. Brunswick, Maine is in 7. Portland, Maine is in 8. And Burton Academy of Vermont is on the outside in lane 9. Top seed in this event is Shiraho, 408.42. Just getting the starters, getting them ready, getting them to get ready on their blocks. Boys high jump, looks like boys high jump's gonna be going on for a little while after the 4x4, so. But here we go, the girls 4x4, Heat 2 of 4. Mount Desert Island, Bedford, Nashua North, U32, Shiraho, Merrimack Valley, Brunswick, Portland, Burton. Those are your 9 teams, all trying to get down, possibly a school record, maybe an all-time top performance list for their schools, or maybe even just beating the team that beat them earlier in the season.
This is the awards presentation for the girls javelin. In 6th place, Heather Alexander of Lake Region. In 5th, Isabel Delevia Beauchesne of Woodstock Academy. 4th, Alessandra Forgione of Peabody.
This is a 3-turn stagger, so they're going to be handing off their lead in their lanes, going around the turn.
Perry of Burrillville. And the New England champion is Lauren.
That is lane 4 with our early leader right now. That's U32. Come with a seat time of 4:09.07.
And so they're going to get to the break well ahead of anybody.
This way they don't have to, push and shove.
Yeah, no traffic.
Yeah, that's
to
right.
Cut in.
There's some separation already now, but what I love about the 4x4 is there might be one of your better runners early on, and then it kind of comes together, and then it spreads back out again, but it always seems to come together at the end.
Yeah, gaps like this are not insurmountable.
That's a great word.
Coming up until it's getting tight, as we just said.
It's clearly not insurmountable.
The insurmountable is now surmountable.
It has been surmounted.
2:02 through the halfway. These teams come in with a 4:08, 4:10, that range there.
Yeah, it's closing up. It's funny how it's like they all spread out and then they all come back together again.
Well, they're all seated within a couple seconds of each other. So it depends on where you put your best runners.
Right, but the end result is
End
going to be
result
pretty
comes
similar.
out very
yeah.
similar. Yes, all the time. Got the Raiders in the lead.
Looks like Bedford and Nashua
Stick.
North moving up into second and third.
That's the bell. Last lap. You always like to put your most competitive athlete last. Let's see who can dig deep.
In sixth place, Hagenschad.
Knowing who Nashua North has right now in second, I think they have a pretty solid shot.
Yeah, that's Janelle Thomas, who ran the 300 hurdles earlier, and the 100 hurdles, actually, I think.
New Britain, 321.
But she's also a very talented 400-meter runner.
Who's that?
321.18. Second, Nagasaki.
Here it come. Here come the Raiders.
And the New England champion is the Sal Academy.
U32 Vermont is going to steal this race. Coming down to the line. Look at the clock, just over 4 minutes now. This is going to be a season best for them. 4:03.16.
They led pretty much the whole way.
They came with a seat time of 4:09.07. Now we're heading on to the heat of surprises. We often see this heat will score some points, or not points, but grab a medal. In one will be East Providence of Rhode Island. Ponegonset of Rhode Island is in 2. In 3 is Barrington, Rhode Island. 4, the Rams of LaSalle, Rhode Island. In 5 is Exeter, New Hampshire. In 6, Masconomet Regional of Massachusetts. Hamden Academy of Maine is in 7. North Attleboro, Massachusetts is in 8. And we have Portsmouth of New Hampshire in 9. Nine of the top 20 teams in the New England region are on the track right now. Before we move on to the fastest section, will be next. Exeter has a top seed time of 4:04. They're going to have to do something better than that to get into the scoring. Sal Academy's also at 4:04. And here we go. The excitement's about to start. East Providence, Ponegonset, Barrington, LaSalle, Exeter, Massachusetts, Hampton, North Attleboro, and Portsmouth. Check out lane 5, Exeter. Let's see what they've got for us today. LaSalle's all in white. They look like they got a nice little lead. Coming on there in LaSalle's inside is Barrington, Rhode Island. Stick and go.
Yeah, right about 60 at the handoff for those top teams.
Let's see who can get under 60 seconds for all 4 legs. Break that magic 4 minute 1600.
Yeah, that's really the key in the girls 4x4. Is, if you're under 4 minutes, you're doing pretty well.
Yeah, you're pretty elite. Got about a 10-meter lead between first and second right now. Is that Barrington, Rhode Island in the lead right now? Little action on the right behind them. But Barrington's going to hand off at the halfway.
Yeah, and then Portsmouth and Exeter battling it out in second and third there.
Just over 2 minutes at the halfway, about 2:01.
Barrington's still leading pretty well. I believe that's Exeter coming up on their back here.
Barrington's 4:05.65 was from the Rhode Island State meet. Let's see if they got another gear a week later, a little bit better. But Exeter's swinging wide. That means they know they're going to go by him with authority. Here comes the team from the Granite State. Exeter's coming into the final exchange. 3:03 approximately. But Barrington's not far out of it.
I believe Exeter's anchor's coming back from the 4x8.
I believe 3 of their girls came back from that 4x8.
No,
I know Paterno was one of them.
in the 4x8. Yeah.
And the opening leg.
Yeah, but the middle 2 weren't.
Oh, okay. So 2 of them.
Yeah.
Okay. Split it down the middle. We were both kind of right.
Exeter's hold on to the lead, but look how the pack is all coming together. 2nd through 4th is tightening up. Exeter still has a slight advantage, but it's getting tight for those other spots. Exeter finds another gear, shifts into high gear. Look at how she pulls away. Here she comes, trying to get across the line for a season best, and it's 4:03.63 unofficially.
Yeah, it should take
About a 2-second. Yeah.
second or 2 off their season PR. Not bad.
Good effort for the Barrington foursome. Here we go. We're on to the hot heat now. We like to say there's a lot wrong with the world, but finishing a track meet with a 4x4 is not one of them there.
Yeah, this is one of the best things about a track meet is you end the day with the 4x4. The crowd gets into it, all your teammates get into it. And,
you can have jumpers, hurdlers, distance runners, sprinters. Everybody can get thrown into the 4x4. You know, it's really a team event. So the final heat. We've got Lunenburg, Mass in 1. Sheehan, Connecticut is in 2. The Cardinals of Greenwich in 3. The Centaurs of Woodstock Academy in 4. Amherst Pelham Regional in Massachusetts is 5. Glastonbury's in 6. Windsor is in 7. Classical Magnet is in 8. And Norwich Free Academy from Connecticut is in lane 9. This is the final section of the day. Top seed is Amherst Pelham Regional from Massachusetts, 3:55.26. Woodstock Academy, 3:57.64 is in lane 4. Their second seed, and Glastonbury is just to their outside in lane 6. So we've got 4 teams that have already gone under 4 minutes. Let's see if there's anybody else that can possibly get under that. Amherst Pelham was the Massachusetts Meet of Champions winner. That's where they get their seed time from. Check out lane 5. What do they got?
Pretty quick first leg.
And she's got a slight advantage.
57 on the lead off.
No Glastonbury there, so that's Windsor to their outside.
relatively spread out.
Amherst, then Windsor. That's your top two. The Cardinals of Greenwich. They were in that 4x8 earlier today. Here comes the Massachusetts champ, 155 at the halfway.
Yeah, so another 57, 58.
New England meet record, Wilbur Cross, 349.10 in 2016. Anchored by Danae Rivers, who went on to become an NCAA 800-meter champion.
Yeah, so they're not too far off that pace.
Amherst is looking great as they approach the final exchange. 1 lap to go at the exchange. Windsor's solidly in second. Then Greenwich is in third. It looks like Woodstock's in fourth. About a 2:55.
Yeah, so they went 57, 57, 60.
Let's see if they can pull off another 55 to get close to that record. Windsor's making a go at it, but there's just too much territory to make up. But there's a battle. Looks like Woodstock there. They're in third place. Greenwich is in fourth. Sheehan is in fifth, trying to get a New England medal. But the day belongs.
Wow, look at this
She
finish.
is accelerating. Amherst, though. Whoa, coming to the line. 3:52:37.
Wow. She looked really strong in that last straightaway for a 400.
We might see some from the previous heats might even squeeze in there as well, too. Well, as we're wrapping up on the track, we still have boys high jump. Well, they are now still up at 6'5" right now. And it looks like they have 3 athletes in it. David Akanubi from Greenwich just cleared 6'5". Derek Schimmer of Sewksbury and Ethan Rowe. Those are your top 3 right now. Everybody else, Brody Scott is still got one more attempt left, it looks like. The boys 4x4, LaSalle Academy already had the meet record. Broke it, 3:17.61. Naugatuck was second, 3:18.80. Winnicott was third, 3:21.18. New Britain was fourth, 3:21.52. Hampton fifth, and Coggins sixth. As we get ready to wrap up the 2025 New England Outdoor Track and Field Championships, want to remind everybody, this is brought to you by the State Running Network with New Hampshire Track and Field, Ocean State Running, My Sports Results, and Bay State Running, all combining with the help of our sponsors, Marathon Sports and Hoka, with 27 retail locations. Also, Tim's Truck Capital of Epsom, New Hampshire. As the girls start trying to get off the track, and this is our last event on the track. The last thing to go is the boys high jump. That'll be taking place for a little bit longer. We're going to be wrapping up. This is Marty Ogden for Dave DeLucia, Tyler Sheedy, Ben Robinson, Steve Manzone, and the entire State Running Network. We'll be seeing you at cross country, and then again indoor and back again next outdoor. Wishing you the best of luck and have a great day.
Yeah, good luck everyone at Nationals, and have